Section 1, Part 1 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Chapter 1, Part 1. The Thing Found in the Cesspool. It was a broiling afternoon of mid-August in Breno, and everybody who was anybody had long ago quit its burning pavements and chilly palaces for the mountains or the sea. Left behind there were only stray bands of sweating tourists, and a few such remnants of the permanent colony as Mrs. Weatherby and the mysterious companion whom no one had ever met, old Mrs. Whitehead, Mr. Binnop, the curate of the English church, the usual marquesas and contessas, thick as flies, and Mr. Augustus John Winnery. Except Mrs. Weatherby, all these stayed in baking Breno for the same reason. The old Contessa Salverini put up her shutters and lived in the back of her house, giving out word that she had gone to Montecatini for the cure, and receiving all her letters by arrangement with the poste restante of Montecatini. None of them would have given you the real reason. They stayed because they could not leave their beloved Breno, or because they were engaged in some work of an archaeological or literary nature which forced them to remain. The real reason was that they were all too poor to leave. In the case of Mr. Winnery, he could not leave because he was engaged upon a colossal work which already had taken up the greater part of his life. It was called Miracles and Other Natural Phenomena. In speaking of this work, he always placed a profound emphasis on the word natural, lest you should think that he was taken in by such nonsense as miracles. He was a small, bald man of 52, and a quarter of a century earlier he had written parodies and light verse, which had appeared now and then in the Yellow Book. But a kind of blight had fallen early on his literary career, and for years now he had been devoting his none-too-great energies to demolishing the idea of miracles in general, and the legends clustered about the saints in particular. His work kept him in Breno. It had kept him there for 29 previous and consecutive summers, and it was not yet completed. Indeed, only Mr. Winnery knew that it was still in a chaotic stage, consisting almost entirely of huge accumulations of notes and copyings from various little-known books on the saints. Still, it served its purpose, and year after year it continued to give him a faint echo of that fleeting glory which he had known as a young literary radical. Old Mrs. Whitehead and those Anglo-Saxon marquesas and contessas, who had not become more Catholic than the blackest black, still spoke of Mr. Winnery's work with a kind of awe. Mr. Binnop, the curate, who prided himself on being broad-minded, did not mention the work at all, but he did not, on the other hand, allow it to interfere with his friendship with Mr. Winnery. And now, in the scalding heat of the August mid-afternoon, Mr. Winnery was driving in a decrepit fiacre up the long winding road that led to the heights of Monte Salvatore. He cursed the heat and himself, and Mrs. Weatherby, Miss Annie Spragg, the coachman, and Breno itself, sacred, beautiful, romantic Breno, surrounded by blue hills covered with clouds of blue violets and fragrant narcissus. Of course, thought Mr. Winnery bitterly, the poetic temperament always chose to write about Breno in May and never in August. Now, if a scientist, a realist, had written of Breno, it would have been another story. He hated Breno, not because it actually lacked all the miraculous qualities attributed to it by Browning, Longfellow, and the advertisements of the tourist agencies, but because he had to live there. Poverty and inertia had chained him to Breno for 29 years, and now at 52 he saw no prospect of escaping from it, even in death. In the end he would be laid to rest after a service read by Mr. Binnop, who read the service so badly, in the Protestant cemetery. It would have to be the Protestant cemetery because there was no special cemetery for agnostics. He would rest in death among all the poets, spinsters, retired colonels, widows, decayed clergymen and adulteresses, who since the 18th century had lived and died among the exaggerated beauties of Breno. Probably he would be laid to rest beside old Mrs. Whitehead. Perhaps even in her grave she would rattle her false teeth over her dish of tea. Doubtless she would be buried with a collected edition of Ouida placed at the head of her coffin. The fiacre moved in a cloud of yellow dust. Yellow dust covered the black cypresses and the grey olive trees, and the blue-black ilex that wilted against walls, turned a bilious yellow by the unrelenting sun. Ah, thought Mr. Winnery bitterly, the beautiful blue cloudless sky of Italy. Italy, land of laughter and sunshine. Ha, ha! But it was worse than that, for added to the baking sun, there was a hot wind from Africa. It had been blowing steadily for 2 days. Having sprung up on the night of Miss Annie Spragg's death, it bore on its restless bosom clouds of dust and heat from the Sahara all the way across the blue Mediterranean to the foothills of the Alps. You wakened in the morning to see the trees on the hills above Breno swaying in what appeared to be a cool, fresh breeze, and then you thrust your shutters open to find that it was a wind charged with the heat of all Inferno. And quickly you clapped the shutters tight again, feeling slightly insane. The driver of the fiacre smelled of sweat and garlic, and beat his bony horses from time to time with the butt of his whip across their already scarred and blistered rumps. Ah, thought Mr. Winnery bitterly, these gay, kindly, carefree Italians, children of nature, so read the tourist circulars. He fell to cursing Ruskin and Browning. Where you rest, there decorate, wrote Mr. Ruskin. He was not sure that he had the quotation correctly, but that was the idea. The Italians never stopped decorating. It was their passion for decoration that had induced them to cover the seat of the fiacre with great excrescences of soiled imitation filet lace. The seat was at least black. You would not have noticed the dirt. Or if they must decorate, why did they not wash the decorations from time to time? Mr. Winnery was a bachelor and wore yellow gloves to keep microbes from his plump pink hands. 52 years of bachelordom had induced a certain inflexible routine into his manner of living. For at least 20 years he had lived in the same rooms, eaten the same food, risen and gone to bed at the same hours, always found his cigarettes in the same spot, and his books where he had last put them down. He had sent off his querulous book reviews and his fashionable correspondence to the Ladies' Own World at exactly the same day by exactly the same post. On Thursdays he went to the Principessa Bologna's, on Monday to Mrs. Whitehead's, and on Wednesday to the Marchesa Barducci's. Today he had shattered the routine for the first time in order to torture himself with the long drive to Mrs. Weatherby's villa. When he had gone more than halfway, he told himself that he had simply gone insane with heat and boredom, but having already suffered a really colossal discomfort, it did not seem worthwhile to turn back. In the cool of the evening the journey would be an easier one. At least it could not be more uncomfortable. The only concrete reason he could discover for the temporary outburst of insanity was a desire to know something of Miss Annie Spragg, and Mrs. Weatherby appeared to be the only person in all of Italy, or all the world for that matter, who knew anything of her. Mr. Winnery was out in the sun in the interests of science. End of section 1, part 1. Section 2, Chapter 1, Part 2. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Chapter 1, Part 2. For 29 years he had been writing his colossal work, and now for the first time a miracle had occurred, as one might have said, just beneath his nose. It was the miracle of the stigmata. In death, an eccentric old maid who lived in one room of the ruined old rookery, known as the Palazzo Gonferini, had received the marks of the crucifixion. It was the miracle of St. Francis of Assisi and St. Catherine of Siena. 3 persons had witnessed it, besides all the mob that broke in afterwards to carry off as relics all the furniture and even the clothes of Miss Annie Spragg. These witnesses were a nun, known as Sister Annunziata, a priest called Father Baldassare, and the janitoress of the tenement, a bawdy, irreligious, anti-clerical socialist shrew who called herself Signora Bardelli. Here, Mr. Winnery told himself, was a perfect laboratory specimen of a miracle. He might investigate and pull it apart to his heart's content. It was not, Mr. Winnery told himself, a very rare miracle. It was always happening somewhere. There were more than 100 such cases on record. Only last month there had been a sausage-maker's daughter in Bavaria, and there were only 2 cases which had been recognized as authentic, and one of these at least, that of St. Catherine of Siena, he looked upon as dubious. No one, except St. Catherine herself, had witnessed the scars, because she had prayed that they be made invisible to others, and then, as he pointed out in his work, she had also a great motive in the rivalry between the Franciscans, who claimed the miracle for the founder of their order, and the Dominicans, of which she was in reality, if not in name, the head. Pope Sixtus IV had issued a decree at that time, giving a monopoly of the miracle to St. Francis, and making it a censurable offence to mention St. Catherine's experience as authentic. St. Catherine, Mr. Winnery thought, was a powerful but not a very original woman, but Miss Annie Spragg was neither Dominican nor Franciscan. Indeed, no one seemed to know whether she was anything at all. For at least 15 years, Miss Annie Spragg had been one of the sights of Brno, like the Etruscan excavations, and so Winnery had seen her countless times. But it was not until she was dead that he, in common with the rest of the world, learned her name. Today it was a name printed in newspapers all over the world. In Paris, New York, Milan, Bombay, Copenhagen, tired journalists had arrived in Brno from Rome and Paris and Milan to report upon the mysterious happening. For at least 15 years Miss Annie Spragg had wandered the streets regardless of heat or cold, storm or sunshine, an eccentric old maid, whom the Italians looked upon merely as one of the phenomena of a generous nature, and whom the foreign colony resented as something a little shameful. She seemed never to have had but one costume. This consisted of a bedraggled but miraculously serviceable suit of tweed, with a skirt which trailed the ground alike in dust and mud, and a large flowered picture hat on which the roses, from the constant assault of the brilliant Italian sunlight, had long since lost the glory of their original aniline mauves and magentas. Over this hat she wore a thick black veil, and always on her hands she wore white cotton gloves. So little was known of her that in death there seemed no one who was certain even of her nationality. One of the two Brino newspapers, bitter rivals of each other, described her as Miss Annie Spragg, born at Newcastle on Tino, England, a quite natural mistake due to the conviction of all Italians that anyone eccentric must be English. It was the mysterious Mrs. Weatherby who stepped forward and corrected that impression. In bad Italian, she tactlessly addressed a letter to the rival paper, pointing out with some nationalistic feeling that Miss Annie Spragg was certainly not English, but American, and that she had once been a resident of Winnebago Falls, Iowa, a city of which Mrs. Weatherby was herself a native. Mrs. Weatherby wrote that she had recognized the old maid soon after coming to Brino, when she encountered her one day in the Piazza San Giovanni. The letter was signed Henrietta Weatherby, Mrs. Alonzo Weatherby, Villa Leonardo, Monte Salvatore. Mrs. Weatherby was herself, Mr. Winnery believed, something of an eccentric. In winter and in the spring she was to be seen driving about the town in a fiacre, clad all in white, with a flowing white veil. In season she frequently carried a bouquet of tuberoses. She was a middle-aged woman of powerful build, and in the circles frequented by Mr. Winnery, it was said that she was a seeress and contemplated founding a new and what she chose to call an eclectic religion. In May it was her habit to retire to the Villa Leonardo, in a lonely valley some miles beyond Monte Salvatore, for the sake, it was said, of meditation and soul growth. Old Mrs. Whitehead, who sought out every newcomer at least once, reported an encounter with Mrs. Weatherby which left her confused and baffled, owing, she said, to the spiritual cast which Mrs. Weatherby insisted upon giving to their brief conversation. She was always accompanied by a plump and youngish woman dressed in black, who appeared to be a sort of companion secretary. No one had ever heard the name of this lady, and she had had speech with no one. It was rumoured that she was a deaf-mute. End of Section 2, Chapter 1, Part 2. Section 3, Chapter 1, Part 3. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg, by Lewis Bromfield. Chapter 1, Part 3. As the fiacre reached the crest of Monte Salvatore, Mr. Winnery's nerves became worn to a fine edge. He began even to think gloomily of suicide. His whole life, he told himself, had been a failure. He had attained the age of 52 without anything having happened to him. He had known neither love nor love's twin sister, passion, and of late the thought of the experiences which he had overlooked troubled him profoundly. It was becoming a kind of neurasthenia. On its philosophic side, he found the thought terrifying. It meant that he had missed the most important of human experiences. Perhaps, he told himself, that was what the world found lacking in his work. A touch of passion might have made him popular, if not distinguished. On the physical side of the question, it had occurred to him lately that the attainment of such experience had not yet become an impossibility. He was, he supposed, at that period which people called in capital letters the dangerous age in men, and lately he had noticed a certain physical change in himself, as though some gland too long inactive had begun at last to perform its functions. He, who had always been a thin, fragile little man, began to grow heavier and feel stronger. Even his liver seemed to trouble him less. He had begun to experience the growth of a new force and vitality, which at times shook him like a fever. He supposed it was the new force which had driven him out today in the burning heat. On the intellectual side, he had begun to have a curiosity about life, which was altogether new and quite disturbing. It made him feel uneasy and restless, but although he slept less well, the lack of sleep did not appear in his new-found vigour to trouble him. Until the age of 52, he had been a literary and classical writer, who wrote of love only in its more refined aspects. The carriage reached the square of Monte Salvatore, that romantic Monte Salvatore of which he had dreamed in his Victorian youth, and which now looked a bilious yellow and smelled badly. It passed through the baking streets and began to slip down the opposite side of the hill into another pocket-like valley filled to the brim with dust and heat. Why, Mr. Winnery asked himself, should anyone exchange the heat of this valley for that of the other in the belief that it was cooler here or that the air was any better? No one but a fool like this Mrs. Weatherby. As the fiacre descended into the second valley, Winnery was forced to admit to himself that it did seem cooler here. The trees appeared thicker and less jaded, and the dust less overwhelming, though that may have been only because the road was rarely used. They ascended for a time, and then began a descent so sharp that the fiacre pressed close against the buttocks of the bony horses, and presently, on turning a corner, the driver turned, and in a way of Garlic, exclaimed with an operatic gesture, "Behold, the Villa Leonardo." There was no villa to be seen, but only an island of dark, thick trees clinging to the side of the mountain, and leading up to it a long avenue of venerable oaks. As they drew near, it became evident that the narrow road ended at the villa itself, and had no other reason for existence. The clump of trees was like a patch of black sewn upon the side of the grey and yellow hill. There was no other building of any sort near it. Indeed, thought Winnery, it must be impossible to see from there any human habitation. He was a gentleman given to rather pompous language, who had known his great flowering in the day of the mot juste. It did seem cooler here, though it may have been only the sense of isolation that enveloped the ancient villa. On either side of the long straight drive leading up to the house stood pillars of reddish stone, each surmounted by a panther and a goat, with a serpent at their feet. The panther and the goat held between them a shield, upon which no arms had ever been cut. So damaged were the figures by time and weather that a less antiquarian eye than Mr. Winnery's would not have known them for what they were. Straight ahead the avenue lost itself in the shadows of gnarled and ancient trees, which hung closely over the road. After they had gone a little way, the villa itself came into view. A commonplace yellowish villa set among cypresses and olive trees, with a flat facade ornamented in the fashion of Spanish rather than Italian Baroque. It had an unkept look, with its shutters all closed against the heat, and the shrubbery all scraggly and unpruned. At the door, just beside a large clump of sword-like yuccas, stood a smart motor painted black with a delicate red stripe running about the top. It was an eccentric, Latin and expensive car, shining with too much polished metal and too many elegant appurtenances of the kind known as une voiture de grand sport. The sight of it tended to raise the spirits of Mr. Winnery. It meant that he would not be compelled to encounter the formidable Mrs. Weatherby alone. As he came nearer still, he saw that a part of the villa on the side next to the valley had been built upon a sort of terrace foundation of a much older period. This, Mr. Winnery saw, was of Roman construction. It might be that underneath it lay an even more ancient foundation of Etruscan origin. "Extremely interesting," he murmured, so loudly that the driver turned as if in expectation of an order, and then saw at once that his fare was thinking of other things. The house was placed so that it commanded a superb view of the lonely valley, a view indeed which one would never have suspected from the approach. Perhaps, he thought, it had been chosen in the beginning by some Roman for its sense of space, a thing so rare in the crowded valleys about Brino. At the very bottom of the valley there was a yellow line tracing the course of a freshet, now completely dry in the heat of mid-August. And suddenly he felt suffocated once more and choking with dust. The carriage stopped before the door, and Mr. Winnery, after putting on his yellow gloves and endeavouring vainly to brush the thick dust from his clothing, went up the steps and pulled a copper bell, handle made in the form of a ram's head and covered by a patine of verdigris. There was an answering tinkle of a bell, but no other evidence of life. He rang again and then again with no more success, and suddenly he was aware that the driver was looking at him with an expression of malice, as if he said, "You forced me to come all the way out here in the heat for nothing." It was a perfectly blank expression, but touched with insinuation. It made Mr. Winnery suddenly angry and embarrassed. It reminded him how he detested Italians as a race. He pulled violently, and the bell answered again with a mocking violence. Then he turned, and saying, "Wait for me here," came down the steps and took a grass-grown path that led through a tangle of ivy and cypress hedge toward the back of the house. End of Chapter 1, Part 3. Section 4. Chapter 1, Part 4. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Chapter 1, Part 4. For more than 100 feet, Winnery made his way through a sort of tunnel of foliage, so thick that even at this season the earth beneath his feet seemed damp and moist, and then all at once he came upon the most extraordinary and beautiful garden. It was large and square in size, and so placed upon the artificially raised terrace that it seemed to hang in space above the valley. The garden was entirely of greenery, a sort of vast chamber of which roof and walls were made of foliage. There was no flower of any sort. The villa itself made one wall, and the other three sides were entirely closed by the thick walls of ancient cypresses, of a size Winnery had never seen, save at Tivoli. Near the ground where the cypresses had no foliage, light reflected from the grey and yellow valley below, filtered in between the ancient grey trunks. Over the whole garden there was a living roof, made by the branches of countless plane trees, planted to form colonnades, and so trimmed and trained that their yellowing leaves shut out all heat and light. Within this area the sun never penetrated, and there was no grass, but only a carpet of red clay, flecked here and there by patches of moss, which in the extraordinary light had turned an unreal and poisonous shade of green. It was as if in the entire parched and desolate valley, life, green and exuberant, flourished only within this enclosure. At first he had thought the garden empty too, and silent like the house, but after a moment, when his eyes had grown accustomed to the fierce blaze of hot light from the valley below, he discovered a group of figures at the far end. There appeared to be several servants and working men, and 4 women, of whom one, a vision of fluttering white, was unmistakably the seeress, Mrs. Weatherby. There was also a tall gentleman dressed all in black, with silver hair. They stood gathered about a hole, which appeared to be the termination of a long trench, freshly cut from the direction of the villa itself. The damp red clay lay heaped about their feet, and then as he approached he discovered the object of their scrutiny, something which appeared to be the size and shape of a man, and which was flecked and discoloured by the clay. "Ah," thought Mr. Winnery, "they have been digging a cesspool." It was the smallish, plump woman in black who first noticed him, and spoke to Mrs. Weatherby. The seeress turned and came toward him. She did not walk. She floated in an artificial and gracious manner, which made him know at once that she had practised this walk for many years. She was a heavy woman, not without a certain handsomeness, due to her size and her majestic carriage. As she drew near, she held out her hand and, exposing an array of flashing healthy teeth in a practised smile, said, "Mr. Winnery, I presume?" And Winnery, fixing his face determinedly into a smile, murmured, "It was good of you to let me come, Mrs. Weatherby." Together they turned towards the others. "I am afraid there was no one to answer the bell. We had all come out here, even the servants. We have just made a remarkable discovery. While digging a new cesspool, the workmen unearthed a statue. We have been unable to identify it. It seems to me a very strange statue." In the back of his mind, Winnery kept thinking, "I loathe this woman because she is refined, and because she is so healthy, and therefore so entirely out of place here," because he had a liver. Healthy people full of vitality had long been abhorrent to him, like people who whistle and sing in their morning tubs. He was then introduced, first to a tall, handsome, but rather battered woman of 50, dressed smartly and much too youthfully in clothes which by their simplicity and cut bore the mark of the most expensive of Paris dressmakers. The woman had for him a faint air of familiarity. It was a face he had seen somewhere, the face of a woman of 50, which has been much worked over. She wore a great many bracelets and a string of real pearls. "Principessa Dorabelli," murmured Mrs. Weatherby, with a quiver of satisfaction. And then Mr. Winnery knew. She was one of those brilliant birds of passage whose photographs taken at the Lido, surrounded by naked young men whose names were of no importance, appeared from time to time in the illustrated weeklies. Although he had never seen her before, he had written many paragraphs for the Lady's Own World concerning her movements hither and yon across the face of Italy. She was the smart, the almost notorious Dorabelli. "And Father d'Astier," murmured Mrs. Weatherby with a pleased and gracious nod in the direction of the silver-haired gentleman. Father d'Astier bowed, a tall, handsome man with intense black eyes, a fine nose, and a splendid, rather sensual mouth, a figure at 60, possessed of great vigour and distinction. Winnery knew of him too, a priest without any parish save all of God's world, who lunched and dined everywhere. He had a simple mission in life. It was to convert the rich who married impoverished titles, and to help on their way to grace any others of considerable wealth who felt a leaning toward Rome. He was a confessor to many fashionable and scandalous ladies, to great bankers and members of decayed royal families. Old stories of Father d'Astier and the Dorabelli, as Winnery thought of her, heard at second hand through years, rolled through the back of his mind. For an instant it gave him a pleasant, warm sense of moving in the great world. And Miss Fosdick, concluded Mrs. Weatherby with a slight and careless gesture, as if she were tossing a piece of dirt over her shoulder. The gesture indicated the plump, shy little woman dressed in black who stood in the background with a touching air of timidity. This, of course, was Mrs. Weatherby's companion, the deaf-mute. Out of the corner of his eye, Winnery saw how she hovered in the background, almost tremulously obscured by that figure all in white, which seemed at once so vaporous and so solid. Miss Fosdick was like shadow. She was shy, too, and frightened like a bird. Mr. Winnery felt a sudden wave of pity for her. What an awful life, he thought. While they had been talking, a workman appeared coming down one of the long, light-flecked corridors of the garden, carrying in each hand a pail of water. In his wide belt of black elastic was thrust a scrubbing brush. He was a young man, dark and black-eyed, who wore blue trousers stained with the red clay, and a checkered shirt open to expose his dark, sunburned chest. Winnery, who, through years of boredom, had come to amuse himself at desperate moments by watching the sly, half-concealed actions of people, saw Princess Dorabelli's eye rove over the masculine young figure. Herodias, he thought. The workman knelt down and with the scrubbing brush began to remove the patches of red clay from the freshly disinterred statue. They stood about watching while the statue, slightly pitted here and there by the action of acids hidden in the sour ground of the dark garden, emerged in all the beauty of its time-warm, creamy white marble. Princess Dorabelli whispered something to Father Astier. One of the maidservants giggled, and was silenced at once by a glance of venom from Mrs. Weatherby, who had clearly determined to regard this as a sacred moment. Priapus himself had risen from the mouldering soil of the ancient garden. Whatever hand carved the figure had moved with understanding and passion. The statue carried in every line a kind of quivering voluptuousness. The very curves of the muscles and the line of the back and hips quivered between the realm of ecstasy and that disgust which follows quickly upon satiety. It was a glorification of sensuality. Indeed, the sculptor had done his work so well that for a long time the little group about the excavation stood awed into silence, as if something had risen from the red clay, which roused disturbing memories in those who were experienced, and disturbing intimations in those who had remained until that moment virginal. No one could have remained entirely chaste after looking upon the statue. There were certain portions of the statue missing, and Mrs. Weatherby, noting this, said, "I'll set Giovanni to work tomorrow digging for the rest." But Father Astier protested quickly, perhaps in the interests of the church, or perhaps because he thought such a piece of marble better buried for ever. "I think it's no use, Mrs. Weatherby. You might dig up the whole garden without discovering anything. That is usually the case." Giovanni suddenly turned the statue full upon its back, so that the face, amazingly preserved, looked up at them. It was the face of an old man, but a full, vigorous face, partly covered by a magnificent curling beard, drawn back to expose the lips, in which there was that same sensual beauty hovering between ecstasy and disgust. Winnery, looking down at it, thought, "It is a beautiful thing, but a dangerous and disturbing one. Having it about, no one would ever have peace. Perhaps it is safe with Mrs. Weatherby. She is possibly insensitive to everything." And then he saw suddenly that Miss Fosdick was watching him, and that she was blushing. There was an odd flicker of sympathy between them. Neither was very young, and both were without experience. Suddenly he thought her appealing and young, though she must have been at least 35, beside the hardness of the notorious Dorobelli, the cold worldliness of Father Dastier, and the florid presence of Mrs. Weatherby. They set the statue against the wall of the garden, above a soft mattress of green ilex, and then, with Mrs. Weatherby floating before them in a cloud of white, they turned back toward the villa. Winnery found himself walking beside Miss Fosdick, for he already detested his hostess, and was shy and frightened in the presence of such creatures as the Dorobelli and Father Dastier. A sense of depression still haunted them all. Once Winnery, feeling embarrassed by this unnatural silence, murmured to Miss Fosdick, "It is a beautiful thing, that statue," to which the answer came quickly with blushes and an unexpected passion. "No, I think it's horrible." He knew then that the story of her being a deaf-mute was not true. End of Chapter 1, Part 4. Section 5, Chapter 1, Part 5, The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Chapter 1, Part 5. They had tea in the great room, painted a faded pink and decorated with a series of frescoes depicting the amorous excursions of Jupiter to the earth. These frescoes might well have been called the apotheosis of anatomy, for they were done by some painter with an admiration for Luca Signorelli, and every muscle was thrown into high relief. The whole effect was one of a plump and writhing unrest, but the proportions of the room were noble and threw the frescoes into obscurity. Unfortunately, Mrs. Weatherby had added fresh horrors. The furniture was an odd mixture of periods and styles, all of them the frankest imitations. On the chairs she had placed indiscriminately pillows of satin in the most brilliant shades of Veronese green, Tyrian purple, and mustard yellow, all trimmed with black and gold lace, pillows such as are born only of the Latin imagination. She explained that it was always the general effect at which she drove rather than the detail, and that therefore the authenticity of furniture was of very little importance to her. "The effect," she murmured, "on entering a room, the effect." She allowed the sentence to finish itself in a vague, fluttering gesture. Also, thought Mr. Winnery, the result of much practice. A grey parrot squawked on a perch in one corner, and two tiny Pomeranians ran out screeching and yapping as the party entered. But when the shutters were thrown open, the room became magnificent, for one discovered that the whole valley lay spread out beneath the windows. The same golden light that filtered through into the deep garden poured in through the great arched openings that made one side of the room. The sun had begun to slip down below the crests of the mountain, at the head of the valley, and all the African dust suspended in the hot air had caught and reflected its rays in a blaze of extravagant colour. In the bottom of the valley the lights were blue and purple, and at the top these turned to green and yellow in a curious shade of red gold. It was exaggerated and, to Mr. Winnery's English eyes, a little overdone, like everything in Italy. "What a marvellous place," murmured the princess in a deep, throaty voice. "Why have I never seen it or heard of it?" At that moment a servant brought tea, bad tea of the kind bought in Italy in ancient tins, and biscuits also out of tins that were dry and hard. "I have never placed much importance upon food," observed Mrs. Weatherby, as she seated herself in an imitation Renaissance chair inlaid with mother of pearl. "I have lived for 17 years on the spirit, ever since I lost Mr. Weatherby and discovered the consolations of religion." She turned suddenly and addressed her companion. "Will you pour, Gertrude?" And again to the Princess Dorabelli. "Yes, it is a place rich in tradition and history, rich indeed." Again her words trailed off into space, as if she found them poor, shabby things to express all the beauty of which she alone was conscious. Winnery began to suspect that this transparent woman fancied herself as an enigma, a kind of sibyl. Watching her, he began to suspect, too, that she was a very rich and very mean woman, and that she sought to gloss over her meannesses by any motive at hand. She would have dragged in God himself if necessary. He saw also that Father Dastier and the princess were profoundly bored, and that upon both their faces had appeared a mechanical smile which is a strange mixture of condescension, absent-mindedness, and a desire to be polite, a smile which is one of the marks of persons frequenting smart society. 30 years of this practice had fixed hard lines on the face of the princess. He asked himself suddenly why that strange pair had stayed to tea when they might easily have sped back to Breno in the black and red motor. Indeed, he could not see why they were there at all. Mrs. Weatherby, who had now struck an attitude in the awkward Renaissance chair, continued her discussion of the history of the place. It went back, she said, to Roman times at least. The very statue they had discovered proved as much. Then certainly it had once been occupied by Leonardo da Vinci, who, it was said, had used the cowshed for his famous experiments in flying, and after that it had been the property of the Spanish ambassador at Breno, who used it as a summer residence and added the Baroque facade with its agitated statues. Mrs. Weatherby ornamented the account with many minute and boring details, most of them completely inaccurate, since Mrs. Weatherby possessed but the sketchiest ideas of Italian history. Each inaccuracy caused Winnery to wince and struggle with a desire to set her right, for he was one who cared profoundly for detail. He would have spoken, but that instinct told him his effort was certain to make no impression, and would only delay the story of Miss Annie Spragg. A woman accustomed to making over religions would not be awed by history. Besides, as in the case of the furniture, it was the effect she sought rather than the accuracy of detail. During all this time Miss Fosdick sat quietly, her little pink hands resting in her lap. But it was clear that her thoughts had wandered far from the impressive account, which she must already have heard 1,000 times. She kept looking out into the magnificent valley, that valley which, as night came nearer and nearer, began to approach in a miraculous fashion that ideal which Winnery had once had of the beauties of Italy. Here through these windows one beheld no beggars and no fascisti. One was aware of no smells and no dirt, but only the magnificence of nature itself, undefiled by the touch of man. Whinnery for a moment felt that its beauty compensated a little for the boredom of being compelled to live in Breno, but presently he found himself more fascinated by Miss Fosdick than by the beauty of the view. He no longer heard Mrs. Weatherby. Her sonorous voice had become simply a dim annoyance, like the buzzing of a fly. Her rapturous bosom no longer heaved and fell within the line of his vision. He was touched by the look of hunger in the eyes of her poor companion. It was a look which showed itself in the eyes alone, for the rest of the face wore a fixed and practised expression of sweetness and contentment, as befitted the handmaiden of a great religious teacher. She even managed to look as if she were interested. Once more she seemed to him touchingly young and innocent, like a bird. He groped for a moment for the proper literary image, like a bird that is being tormented. She was aware, he thought, of a beauty which lay beyond the valley, a beauty, too, which had nothing to do with the caltimine of the religions, through which Mrs. Weatherby must have dragged her by the hair of her head, and then suddenly he experienced excitement at the sight of her soft, full throat, and the rather matronly curve of her bosom beneath the shining black poplin. He began to see her for the first time, her fine hair and melancholy eyes, her high colour, and all her Rubens curves. The experience startled him for a second, as something new in all his experience. He could trace it vaguely only to the strange, obscene influence of the statue. But it pleased and flattered him that the emotion should have occurred at all. Mrs. Weatherby had by now become launched upon her period of religious experiment among the numerous sects of Southern California, but the Princess Dorabelli arose, and taking the matter firmly in hand, cut her short, and at the same time revealed the reason for her coming to the Villa Leonardo. "Do tell us, Mrs. Weatherby, what you know of this Spragg woman. I am dining with friends and must leave soon. I should like to know the story. It would help make the dinner a success. No one is talking of anything else but Miss Annie Spragg." So that was the reason why the princess and Father Dastier had made the hot, dusty journey. They had come to the apparent fount of all knowledge upon the subject of Miss Annie Spragg. Mrs. Weatherby, upset for a moment at being interrupted in the process of making herself enigmatic, recovered quickly and said, "Of course I never really knew her, any more than I knew her here in Breno. We lived in the same community, but, as you might say, in different worlds. Gertrude knew her better than I. Isn't that true, Gertrude?" She turned to wrest the attention of her companion away from the unsafe, extravagant beauty of the valley and back into the room. From the irritation in her voice it was clear that she had known all along, despite even Miss Fosdick's perfected expression of deep interest, that her companion's thoughts were wandering. It was clear also, thought Whinnery, that later, when the guests were gone, Miss Fosdick would pay for her inattention. She would pay dearly. "Yes, Aunt Henrietta," replied Miss Fosdick mildly. Aunt Henrietta, thought Whinnery. Then she must be the niece of Mrs. Weatherby. But Mrs. Weatherby displayed no intention of allowing Miss Fosdick, however well she knew the story, to tell it. She rolled into it in sonorous but refined periods, embroidered by a great deal of explanation as to the setting and background. This is the end of Chapter 1, Part 5. Section 6. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Chapter 1, Part 6. 15 years earlier, Mrs. Weatherby had been the richest and the most important woman in Winnebago Falls, since her husband, the late Mr. Alonzo Weatherby, had been president of the Farmers' Bank and also held a monopoly on the new waterworks. Since then, Mrs. Weatherby indicated modestly, she had become vastly, incalculably richer due to the fact that Mr. Weatherby, before dying, had invested money in certain tracts of wasteland in Oklahoma, which now poured forth gold in the form of oil. He had been, one gathered from her accounts, a shrewd but ineffectual little man whom she had browbeaten into the status of a consort. Winnery saw him perfectly, the husband of Mrs. Weatherby, Mr. Henrietta Weatherby. He had observed a great many Mr. and Mrs. Weatherbys among the American tourists who visited Breno. She spoke of him with condescension and even with a little contempt, as vaguely useless and perfectly insignificant. I think I can say honestly, she added, that he was always spiritually my inferior. The town of Winnebago Falls, which she also described with a great amount of detail, rose up in a kind of crude reality as a town, old as towns went in Iowa, of big houses built in the florid style of the 80s and set back from streets lined with rows of cottonwoods and elms, a town which was the center of an agricultural community, and so rather sleepy and quiet, and the last place in which to expect such stories as she had to tell of Miss Annie Spragg. Winnebago Falls, she said proudly, was not one of those German settlements in Iowa. It was founded by New Englanders. One of them was my grandfather. She made it clear that she was important, not alone by wealth, but also by blood, and even more than that, by the faith into which she had been born. Miss Fosdick and myself were both Congregationalists, and in such a place the best people were always Congregationalists. That is one of the reasons why I never really knew Miss Annie Spragg. She was a primitive Methodist and kept house for her brother, who was much older than herself and a primitive Methodist preacher. But the primitive Methodists were an insignificant lot, and mostly poor whites from the Kentucky mountains. At this point, Father Dastier, speaking English with all the elegance of one who knows a foreign tongue perfectly, interrupted to ask exactly what was a poor white. He listened with great interest while she explained, and when it was made clear, she said, "Of course Miss Fosdick knew Miss Spragg better than myself. There were reasons for that." She made clear the reasons. Miss Fosdick's mother had been a girlfriend of Mrs. Weatherby. They had gone to school together and been married on the same day. But from that moment their courses had diverged, for Mrs. Weatherby's husband had gone up in the world, and Mrs. Fosdick's had slipped steadily down into poverty. With poverty, social obscurity came to her old school friend, and Mrs. Fosdick's daughter, who now sat plump and on the verge of middle age in the Villa Leonardo, had been forced to do the best she could. Thus she had come into contact with individuals in Winnebago Falls, whom Mrs. Weatherby knew only distantly, if at all. Among these individuals was Miss Spragg. "But I never forgot that Emma Fosdick had always been my friend," continued Mrs. Weatherby, "and I did all I could for her daughter Gertrude." She indicated her companion with the gesture of one showing his good works to the Lord. The wretched Miss Fosdick turned quickly and gave an appreciative smile in the direction of her benefactor, and then fell once more to staring out of the window into the purpling valley, looking confused and tortured and miserable. To Winnery, watching her, The thought occurred again that she was like a plump pigeon used by the preposterous woman in white as an object upon which to practise some obscure and sadistic torment. Mrs. Weatherby shifted her position a little, causing the imitation chair to creak beneath her weight. At the same moment, the parrot burst with a terrifying suddenness into a series of shrill screams and squawks. "He wants to go to bed," said Mrs. Weatherby, turning to Miss Fosdick. "Will you take him away, dear? He should have gone long ago." Miss Fosdick rose with an awkward self-conscious gesture of brushing imaginary crumbs from her lap and murmuring, "Yes, Aunt Henrietta," took the unpleasant bird from its perch and carried it, still screeching horribly, off into the shadows of the great echoing hall, where the darkness appeared to quiet its nerves. As she went out the door, Mrs. Weatherby murmured, "She is a good girl and a great comfort to me. She has lived with me now ever since she was 18, when Mr. Weatherby died and I went to California. She has never cared to marry. Indeed, I think she has never found a man worthy of her." With the disappearance of Miss Fosdick, Mr. Winnery felt a little pang of disappointment, like the first faint warnings of an approaching indigestion. She seemed to him the only healthy, simple creature in the room. "But to get on with Miss Spragg," said Mrs. Weatherby. "She always lived a very quiet life and seldom went out, except in the evenings. She was always a little queer, but she grew queerer and queerer as she grew middle-aged." Miss Spragg had occupied, it seemed, with her brother the clergyman, a small wooden house of some 6 rooms, set back from the street in a tangle of lilacs, maple trees, and vines, in the poorest part of town. Soon after she came there, either she or her brother had a high wooden fence built to enclose the backyard. What went on inside the fence no one knew very clearly, but it became known gradually that it concealed a weird collection of animals. The old maid, people said, was very fond of them. There were guinea pigs, rabbits, cats, a pair of decrepit dogs, and at one period, Mrs. Weatherby heard, even a skunk. The thick trees about the house were alive with birds, and they came from all over the town to be fed within the enclosure. That, interrupted Father Dastier, would perhaps explain her having chosen St. Francis of Assisi for special adoration in her old age. "It was St. John the Shepherd," put in Mr. Winnery, and then with a burst of nonconformist emotion, "who, in the Roman Church, is merely a survival of the pagan Dionysus." Mrs. Weatherby ignored the comment, perhaps because she had no idea of St. Francis, of St. John the Shepherd, or Dionysus, and sweeping on said, "I used to see her sometimes, but I never cared for her. She had a proud way of walking, like a cat, and she gave herself airs as if she was better than other people. In the end, that was what made other people hate her. The congregation of her brother's church took a great dislike to her because she would never join in church work and never went to call on any of them. I don't suppose there was anybody in the town who in all the years she lived in Winnebago Falls had a dozen words with her. Nobody ever knew anything about her. They just took her for granted after a time. It was the black goat that first began to make trouble. From somewhere, perhaps from some Irish family living near the railroad in Winnebago Falls, the old maid acquired a black he-goat to add to her pets. There was no reason, said Mrs. Weatherby, why a goat should seem a pet more strange than a dog, except that the human race has always had a curious feeling about goats, and in Winnebago Falls this feeling turned to comment and indignation at the sight of an old maid walking through the streets with a goat by her side. For she developed the habit of taking the goat at dusk each evening to the outskirts of the town to feed on the thick sweet clover that grew by the county road. "It was a queer thing to do," observed Mrs. Weatherby, "and in small towns, of course everything gets to be known, and people aren't as tolerant as, well, we are in a place like Breno." This remark she accompanied by a sweeping gesture in the direction of the distant city, as if she would gather it up and enclose it within her over-plump arms. It was her city, Breno. Winnery suddenly had the feeling that she would make her own anything which she thought might be of use to her. She spoke as if her grandfather, instead of being a Congregationalist, had been at least a Gonzaga or a Sforza. But the worst trouble, she said, came about when a man called Hasselman, who delivered milk in Winnebago Falls, told the story that he saw her coming home one morning just after daylight across the fields from a place called Meeker's Gulch. She paused for a moment and then added, "And the goat was with her." The last sentence she uttered slowly and with a great ponderousness, and then waited a moment. The princess, whose thoughts had clearly been wandering, was sitting upright now. She had stopped glancing at her watch and was listening, and into the eyes of Father Dastier there had come a queer look of pain. Nobody ever proved the story, said Mrs. Weatherby, and Hasselman was known to drink, so a great many people thought he had been seeing things. But the people in the town began to get uneasy about Miss Annie Spragg, and say that she ought to be shut up. A committee from the church was going to see her brother about having her sent away the very day he was murdered. Somewhere in one of the other rooms the parrot began again to screech, and Mrs. Weatherby, annoyed, suddenly rose and, floating across the room, called out, "Gertrude! Gertrude! What are you doing to Anubis?" There was an echo of cold savagery in her voice, as if the parrot were the only thing in the world she loved beside herself. Miss Fosdick appeared again, and in a tremulous voice murmured, "He doesn't seem to like being shut up now. That's why he's screeching. Well, take the curtain off his cage and then fetch a light." It had grown quite dark, and the only light in the room was the faint reflected glow of the dying sunset. Mrs. Weatherby seemed a little, thought Mr. Winnery, like a figure out of a nightmare which might suddenly turn out to be real. It was not true, he told himself. There wasn't any such person as Mrs. Weatherby. The princess was murmuring, "But the murder, my dear Mrs. Weatherby, you left us in mid-air." "It has never been explained," said Mrs. Weatherby. "He was found beaten to death in broad daylight by the side of the road on the edge of the town. It seems he used to compose his sermons while taking long walks, and it happened to him then. They never found out who did it. People said that she must have had something to do with it, and that she ought to have been shut up long before. I think they arrested her, but they couldn't prove that she was even out of the house that day. I never knew much about it. It happened a little while after I moved to California to begin my experimental work. And then suddenly, as if the story had come to an end before she meant it to, she said weakly, 'And that's all there is. After the murder she left the town and nobody knew where she went until I saw her in the Piazza San Giovanni 2 years ago.' I couldn't believe my eyes at first, and then I seized Miss Fosdick and said, 'That's that Spragg woman, isn't it, Gertrude?' And Miss Fosdick looked too and said, 'Yes.' We didn't speak to her because she seemed so queer, and we didn't want to attract attention." She turned suddenly to Father Dastier. "I suppose that was not humble of me, or Christian, or Catholic, but I hadn't then received the light." There was something about this remark and its entire unexpectedness which made Winnery start and ask himself, "What is she up to now? What game is she playing with Father Dastier?" I remember it was 2 years ago. because it was at the Easter procession and it rained on Easter, and she was kneeling in the rain and was wearing a big picture hat covered with faded flowers, and the colours were running in the rain. End of Chapter 1, Part 6. Section 7, Chapter 1, Part 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Chapter 1, Part 7. At that moment Miss Fosdick appeared, carrying a huge wrought-iron candlestick, almost as tall and almost as heavy as herself. In it, burning, there was one of those fat round candles which are to be seen everywhere in the churches in Italy. In place of a flame, there was an electric bulb. She came in quietly, put down the candlestick, and retired silently into the shadows. The Dorabelli rose abruptly and said, "What a very interesting story, but I am late. I must go." She made it clear none the less by some skilful intonation of her voice or expression in her eyes that she had really found it a boring tale, badly told, and not worth the trip to the Villa Leonardo. Mrs. Weatherby became a miracle of graciousness, and bidding them all good-bye, murmured, "I must have a word with Father Dastier." Winnery would have gone into the hall with the princess, but he remembered that Miss Fosdick, forgotten and ungraceful, was lingering in the shadows. He turned to speak to her and found that she was coming toward him in order to light them out. At the same moment he heard Mrs. Weatherby murmuring something to the priest. He was able to catch only 2 words, prayer and meditation, and began to think that he had gone mad. "You will have to go out by the garden," Mrs. Weatherby was saying. "Margarita has stupidly lost the key to the main door, and no locksmith will come from Breno until the end of the week." They moved down the hallway between dark rooms, from one of which came the muffled, indignant squawking of the parrot Anubis, king of darkness. Winnery had taken the candlestick from the frightened Miss Fosdick and was heading the little procession. In the garden, the light still filtered in between the black trunks of the gigantic cypresses, but it was a different light now, feeble and blue and diffused, the light from a hot waning moon that had risen above the mountains on the opposite side of the valley. Far away at the end of one of the tunnels made by the plantain trees, the statue, scrubbed white now by the strong brown hands of Giovanni, gleamed against the black ilex hedge. Mr. Winnery saw it again suddenly in his imagination. He saw, with a remarkable clearness, all its beauty and sensuality. It occurred to him that at some time in the remote past there must have been other people living here in this same ancient spot, living here and perhaps worshipping the ancient figure of Priapus, troops of harlots and courtesans and voluptuaries, and their successors had been Mrs. Weatherby and Miss Fosdick, bringing with them so much that was the essence of a country that lay beyond Atlantis, unknown and unimagined in the days when this Priapus was carved. In order to reach the front of the villa, it was necessary to pass again through the tangled green tunnel, which was too low to allow the passage of the great candlestick. Miss Fosdick solved the problem by removing the candle itself and leading the way. In order not to fall in the darkness, they took hands in chain fashion, first Miss Fosdick and then Winnery, then the princess, and last of all Father Dastier. Miss Fosdick's hand was plump and soft and placid, but the hand of the princess was thin and hard and feverish. Winnery thought it was trembling violently. And then as they approached the other side, there arose in the thick bushes very near at hand the faint sound of a scuffle, and a torrent of words uttered in a soft masculine Italian, and then the laugh, hot and voluptuous and almost hysterical of a woman. For a second, Mr. Winnery had the wild thought that he had overheard the ghosts of that ancient garden, and then the princess, emerging from the hedge, called out sharply, "Enrico! Enrico!" There was a silence, and she repeated the call, and out of the bushes came a chauffeur, dark and smartly dressed. She loosed on him a torrent of nervous, impatient abuse. She was in great haste, she said. She was already late. Why had he kept her waiting while he amused himself pinching servant girls? It was the vulgar performance of a well-bred woman whose nerves were frayed. Then Father Dastier proposed that they take Mr. Winnery in the motor. Turning, he said, "If you go back in the fiacre, you'll have no dinner until nearly midnight." The driver of the fiacre grumbled at being deserted after darkness on a road so lonely, but Winnery, in an unbalanced moment of extravagance, paid him for the whole journey and a little over, and he retired, still mumbling his indignation. It was the princess herself who drove. She had Father Dastier by her side, and Mr. Winnery was placed in the back with the sulking Enrico. They bade Miss Fosdick good night, and the car suddenly sprang forward with a wild roar, violating the silence of the remote valley. The sound echoed and re-echoed through the hills, shattering the strange mood that had settled on Winnery. He was alive, after all. It was the 20th century. This was a voiture de grand sport, in which he had clearly found a perilous seat. It shot through the green tunnel at a terrifying speed, so that the leaves whisked by with a hissing sound. Looking back, he saw the black figure of Miss Fosdick, still bearing the electric candle, disappear into the corpse of myrtle and ivy and laburnum. At the end of the drive, when they had passed between the panthers and the fawns, he turned again, and there on the terrace beyond the room where they had been sitting a little while before stood Mrs. Weatherby. In the thin moonlight she would have been invisible save for the whiteness of her gown. He thought she stood with her arms held outstretched toward the sky, but he could not make certain. The car suddenly shot ahead with a wild roar. The princess drove as if she were a mad woman. End of Chapter 1, Part 7. Section 8, Chapter 1, Part 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Chapter 1, Part 8. The ride back to Breno was much quicker but no less free from discomfort than the ride out in the fiacre. It was only a different sort of discomfort. Winnery, who never rode in motors because he could not afford it, felt that he was being shot through Italy in a cannonball. There was no dust this time, for the dust was left far behind, and even the dust which remained on his clothes was blown away by the very speed at which the big car hurtled along the narrow roads. In Monte Salvatore and beyond, the princess set the strident German horn to shrieking at every wall and turning. It was as if all the violence of a wild, undisciplined nature had been loosed. The big Grabelle lights ate through dust and darkness alike, and presently Breno lay below them, huddled in the tight little valley and glowing faintly in the moonlight, covered by a thick canopy of heat and dust. The wind from Africa still blew. Once inside the city, the princess was forced to drive more slowly as the car, making rumbling noises of impatience, turned and twisted through the crooked streets. In the poorer quarter they were compelled suddenly to draw up altogether and stop for a moment. In front of them, before the door of an ancient palace, stood a crowd that filled the street from side to side. It was the ancient Palazzo Gonfarini, where Miss Annie Spragg had died 2 days before. The throng made way suddenly for the big motor, and as it passed the door of the palace, Winnery discerned, in the dim light from a battered jet of gas, 3 figures: a stout Italian woman leaning on a broom made of twigs, a gigantic nun, and a fat, short little priest. These were, no doubt, the janitress and Father Baldassare and Sister Annunziata, the witnesses of the miracle. Against the grey wall just beneath the gas-light knelt the black figures of 2 peasant women praying. Winnery shouted suddenly to the princess, "I will get down here." The car stopped abruptly before the pastry-cake facade of St. Stefano, and he descended. Thanking them, he bade them good night. The car suddenly shot ahead, leaving him on the sidewalk alone, knowing that he would never see them again. They did not belong to his world. They were not interested in him. They were gone about their business, and he felt a sudden wild pang of literary curiosity. Where was the Dorabelli bound in such haste? What would they be doing that night? Why was her hand so feverish? Why did it tremble so violently? Where had they come from? What tragedies, what delights had touched their lives? Why had they gone to the Villa Leonardo? They were growing old, too, like himself, and the Dorabelli was frightened. Suddenly, as if awakening, he turned towards the old palace, where he occupied 2 shabby rooms. Something odd had happened to him, and he was aware of it all at once, with a sudden quickening of the heart. He had gone up the hill feeling a bitter and disappointed man, old at 50 and lost forever, and now he felt suddenly no age at all. It was as if age did not exist. Even the boredom had vanished, that awful boredom in which nothing interested him, in which everything lost its value and slithered to a common level of monotony. There were 2 things he wanted passionately. One was to escape somehow from Brino, and the other to live a little before he died. It was becoming an obsession with him. It seemed that until now he had existed in a kind of literary spell, completely detached from reality, and now, when he had begun to be old, he was aware of life. He felt a disturbing desire to wander off alone in search of adventure, moving in the constant romantic expectancy that something might happen to him. He had no idea what it was he expected, nor what he would do with it when it arrived, but it seemed to him that he could not go back to his flat to unlock the door and find the same chairs, the same books, even the same food that he had known, day after day, in years of endless monotony. He halted and turned abruptly, setting out for the Piazza Garibaldi, where there were lights and music and gaiety. He had a poor dinner and some vinegary wine, neither of which seemed to matter greatly. He listened to the sugary Italian music, played abominably by a band seated under the arcade. The Italians, he thought bitterly, are a musical people. He listened to fragments of talk and fanned himself because of the heat. Yet he enjoyed himself as he had not done in years. He felt life stirring about him. He fell again to speculating upon the mystery of such lives as Father Dastier's and the Dorabellis, which seemed so obvious and were in reality so mysterious. He thought of that preposterous woman, Mrs. Weatherby, and found himself wondering what it would be like to love and be loved, to have a home and wife, and perhaps children. He could not see why these things had never occurred to him before, and he thought himself a little mad. Perhaps it was the heat and the hot wind, and perhaps it was the queer change which had come over him lately. Indeed, he even blushed a little in the darkness. He thought a great deal about Miss Fosdick. At last, when he had finished dinner, he went for a walk in the moonlight along the river. The wind had died down, and it occurred to him suddenly that in the moonlight Brino seemed as romantic as people supposed it to be. In the moonlight, even the terrible equestrian statue of Victor Emmanuel seemed romantic. As he walked, his own past began to concern him more and more, as a sterile thing which had meant nothing to the world and very little to himself, a past filled with promise that had always seemed foredoomed to disappointment. At 24, he had been a brilliant and promising fellow. His parodies and his verse had appeared in the Yellow Book, alongside the work of other men whose promise had been fulfilled. People had taken him up and asked him about him, the son of humble parents, educated at Oxford by his uncle, who made a fortune as a ship chandler. Critics wrote of him that he struck a new note, etc., etc. He had been one of the literary radicals of his day. And then suddenly something had happened, and people grew tired of him. No one wrote of him any longer. The fashions changed, and his sort of thing was no longer wanted. The Yellow Book died, and now all the parodies and verse lay encased, forgotten, and dusty, in copies of a periodical filed away in dusty museums. It was a curiosity. It all dated now. Nobody wanted that kind of thing. It dated. It was older than the writing of the Venerable Bede. In all the symphony of literature he had been able only to harp on one string, and long ago that string had grown flat and monotonous from too much use. Now for 15 years he had been writing items about the English who lived in Italy, and about those fashionable and gaudy creatures like the Dorabelli and Father Dastier, who passed through Rome on their way from Rome to Paris or Rome to Venice. He knew them not. He only wrote what filtered down from their world into the duller circles which he frequented. Sometimes he wrote querulous book reviews, mostly of travel books written about Italy, and these too appeared in the Lady's Own World, between advertisements for scents and flesh reducers. It was all sordid and unworthy, but it helped to eke out the income given him by Uncle Horace. Well, sometime he would finish his book on miracles. Some day, if he had any money and could escape from the boredom of Brino. And then again, when he had been on the verge of inheriting all that money from Uncle Horace, the old man chose in his dotage to marry a strumpet, a cheap Cockney woman, young enough to be his granddaughter, Aunt Bessie. He thought of her with disgust, as he had seen her in the Temperance Hotel in Bloomsbury on the day he went to buy her off with promises of money after Uncle Horace was dead. A yellow-haired slattern, fat and vulgar, with a Cockney accent. But then Uncle Horace had always been a common, vulgar old man. To leave all that income to her with the provision that when she died it was to go on to him, her nephew. And that woman, his Aunt Bessie, was 10 years younger than himself, and had the constitution of an ox. No, he had been haunted by bad luck. Nothing ever came out right, and now he was nearly 53. His life meant nothing to himself or to anyone else. He had been a failure, and it was too late now to accomplish anything. Nothing that mattered had ever happened to him. End of Chapter 1, Part 8. Section 9, Chapter 1, Part 9. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. 9. At 11 o'clock, when he turned again towards his own flat, he went by way of the Palazzo Farini, through crooked, narrow streets filled with rubbish and smells, where shadows seemed thicker than shadows should have been. The crowd before the battered doors of the old palace had thinned a little, but there were still people there, gossiping and looking up toward the window just beneath the eaves, and near the doorway there were 3 devout women kneeling in the dust beneath the room of the mysterious old maid who would be buried tomorrow. All the way from the Gonfarini Palace to his own flat, Mr. Winnery turned over in his mind the power of superstition, against which all the logic and the intelligence in the world appeared to make no progress. There were things which science could not yet explain, but some day it would explain all, and then in a moment of triumph, superstition, religions, churches, all would be swept away, and man liberated to command his own destiny, untrammelled by dark heritages of the past. Some day he would finish his book. For the moment he had at hand splendid material, a laboratory, as it were, a perfect specimen in the case of Miss Annie Spragg. He would go deeper and deeper into her story. Mrs. Weatherby had not told everything. Clearly she knew things she had chosen for some reason not to tell. His own flat was dark, and after he had turned on the light and turned down his bed, he discovered that the charwoman had thrust a telegram under the door. It might, he thought, have come from the editor of the Lady's Own World, asking for information of some special importance. He had had such telegrams before. He picked it up and opened it. "Your Aunt Bessie died today. John Willis." Who was John Willis? For a moment he stood quite still, with the telegram in his hand, uncomprehending. Then for a second he felt suddenly ill, and slowly it began to make sense to him. Aunt Bessie was dead, and he was a rich man. His whole life was changed. He need no longer live in Breno because he had no money. He need no longer write grudging book reviews and bits of gossip about people he did not know. Aunt Bessie was dead. Aunt Bessie, who was younger than himself, and whom he had never expected to die. She could not have been more than 42, and she had stood between him and his uncle's wealth for nearly 20 years. Aunt Bessie with her Cockney accent and low manners, who had kidnapped into marriage a rich old man 3 times her age. All that money was his. It was an act of God. When he had recovered his senses a little, he sat down at the table and stuck the telegram in the letter rack. He was a careful man, and he knew that when he wakened in the morning he would need to see it there in order to believe that he had not been dreaming. Then his eye fell upon the pile of paper on which was written his weekly correspondence for the Lady's Own World. An hour later he would have taken his pen and added, "Among those who paid Breno fleeting visits during the month were Father Dastier, the well-known dignitary, and Princess Faustina Dorabelli. She wore, etc., etc., etc. At this season, when there was no one in Breno, every item was precious." Now he simply took up the papers and, tearing them twice across, threw them into the waste-paper basket. Then, feeling the need of air, he pushed open the windows, and as he stood there looking down at the river, he found himself thinking of Miss Fosdick. She is of a suitable age, he thought, neither too young nor too old. She is not a widow, so she will have had no experience. She is innocent, more innocent than myself. I must find out more about her. As he turned away from the window, it occurred to him that all the evening he had been aware of some vague thing disturbing himself and all the life about him. Perhaps it was only because the wind from Africa had died down at last. He was intensely lonely. End of Chapter 1, Part 9. Section 10, The Man Who Became God, Part 1. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. The Man Who Became God, Part 1. One crisp autumn morning in the year 1840, a little after dawn, there appeared out of the mists covering the Illinois prairie a great covered wagon, drawn by 4 oxen, and guided by a man of great physical power and beauty, who wore his hair cropped at the line of his shoulders, and black, curling, vigorous beard that covered his whole breast. In the wagon rode his wife and the 4 children which she had borne him in 5 years. Guiding the oxen with a long pole, he walked beside the cart, much as Abraham in the glory of his strength walked beside his flocks, erect and beautiful and full of dignity. In his eyes there was a burning light, and on his arm he carried a great Bible fastened and locked with brass clasps. Beneath the ox cart swung a crate filled with shivering fowls, and behind it walked a cow, a black he-goat, and 2 milking she-goats. He had come from the Mormon settlement, where a little while before he had been publicly cast out for immoral practices. Behind him in the colony he left 2 wives and 3 other children. The wife who slept in the covered wagon with the nursing child in her arms was his first wife, a woman called Maria Trent, 2 years older than himself, and the daughter of a fur trader of St. Louis. The youngest child was a male child who had already been baptized by his father in the waters of the Mississippi with the name of Uriah. On the outskirts of a shabby village, the wanderer halted his wagon, unyoked the oxen, and set about building a fire. And in a little while 12 early morning risers, wandering out from the village, gathered about to stare at him. Of these he took no notice, either by word or glance, but went on filling an iron pot with water and oatmeal. This he hung over the fire. Then he turned toward the wagon and called out, "Maria!" and a pale, sickly woman with reddish hair opened the canvas and climbed down, carrying a baby in her arms. In turn, the stranger lifted down 3 small children, 2 boys and a girl. When they had seated themselves on a log beside the fire, the man turned his face towards the sky, and raising his mighty arms, began to pray in a voice of singular beauty. For a moment, the little crowd gathered about the wagon became uneasy, as if looking upon something not meant for its eyes. One of the men grinned with the self-consciousness rare in that crude frontier world. And then slowly the voice and presence of the stranger began to work its effect upon them. They were simple people, and the words of the stranger's prayer were commonplace and filled with noble expressions of a grandeur long since worn threadbare by the mouthings of countless bad and insincere preachers. But the same worn phrases in the voice of this preacher became different. "O Lord of hosts," he prayed in a beautiful voice, "guide thy poor children in their wanderings through the wilderness. Look upon thy poor servant and humble him. Take him as thy rod and thy staff to spread thy truth like a morning sun, piercing the darkness." He prayed for a long time, and one by one the 3 village women knelt on the frozen clay. One of them threw off her shawl, and flinging herself down, cried out, "Forgive us our sins, O Lord! Hallelujah! Forgive us our sins!" One of the men began to pray, and the others stood about in silence, staring resentfully at the ground. The wife of Cyrus Spragg began to rock to and fro on the log, silencing the baby Uriah, who had begun to cry with cold and hunger. When the stranger had finished, he opened his eyes and looked round him with the empty stare of one who had come back from a great distance. Then the burning eyes rested in turn upon each of the kneeling women, and he murmured, "Arise, my children, and go your ways, telling publicans and sinners ye have found him, on whom the Spirit of the Lord is descended. Blessed be he who fills the belly of the prophet of God." They went away in silence, and in a little while the 3 women returned, bringing with them 2 boys who carried bags of beans and potatoes, late melons and bread, and a quarter of fresh mutton. These they laid beside the fire, and then one of the women, a plump and handsome young thing, pulled her shawl more closely over her yellow hair, and speaking in a low, timid voice, said, "Will you come and preach for us, Reverend? It's been a long spell since we had a good preacher." There was a curious, hot excitement in her voice. When they had gone again, the woman on the log looked up at her husband with the strangest expression. In her eyes there was the light of admiration, but the thin mouth curled as if in derision. She was the only woman in the world who knew this man, and she could not bring herself to leave him. End of section 10. The Man Who Became God, Part 1. Section 11. The Man Who Became God, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. The Man Who Became God, Part 2. He stayed and preached. His wife played for the services on a melodeon which they carried in the covered wagon. Each night brought souls to God. Each night brought singing and weeping. In that little town all came to God save one old man, whose deafness shut him out from the sonorous beauty of Cyrus Spragg's voice, and whose blindness hung a veil between him and fire in the preacher's eyes. They came to him, each one, in secret to ask forgiveness from their sins. He was to them the prophet of God. He left at last with his ox cart and chickens and goats, his wife and children, and he took with him a store of food and a young heifer, bred and due to calf the following spring. And on the day he left, a little crowd followed the covered wagon for 3 miles beyond the village, and in it were women weeping and crying out hysterically. When at last he took leave of them at the ford in a muddy prairie stream, he stood on the back of the wagon and made a long prayer while they knelt on the frozen turf. And when he had finished, he said, "And God came to his servant in a dream, and said, Go ye into the wilderness, and when you find a place where 3 streams meet, there shall you found a new kingdom, which shall be called the New Jerusalem. And it shall flourish and flow with milk and honey, and to all the faithful and founding of the kingdom will be revealed by a sign. And the faithful shall sell all, and leave their homes and firesides, their wives and husbands, nay, even their children, and come at last into the kingdom of heaven." Then he blessed them all, and taking up the long wand by which he guided the oxen, set out through the water to cross the ford. One woman, the plump, comely one who had spoken to him on the first morning, rushed into the cold water up to her knees, but he turned her back, saying, Until the Lord send you a sign, tend your hearth and your home. Inside the wagon the wife lay with her face buried in a new feather bed, her fingers pressed against her ears. She was sobbing and ill and pregnant with another child of the prophet. And in the village early in the following summer, the plump blonde woman gave birth to a child, which she said was not her husband's child, but the child of God, and that she must take it to the prophet. Some thought her mad, and some whispered about her, and her husband hired a woman to keep watch over her while he worked in the fields. But one day when he had gone to Chicago, she escaped, and with the child joined a wagon train bound westward, and they never heard of her again. End of section 11, The Man Who Became God, Part 2. Section 12, The Man Who Became God, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 12, The Man Who Became God, Part 3. The tale of Cyrus Spragg is a legend of the flat country, of those prairies of the Middle West, where one can travel for days, discovering only monotony, and the origin of Cyrus Spragg is as mysterious as his end. No one ever knew whence he came, and none knows when he died. There is no record of his grave. Some said that he was a gypsy, but he was far too massive in build for one of the Romany race. Others said that he was the son of a French-Canadian father and a New England mother, and others that he was of German origin, the son of immigrants from the Palatinate, and still others that he was the son of a white man and an Indian woman. It is known only that he came out of the wilderness, somewhere on the borders of Canada. It is likely that he had Indian blood, and that it was the blood of the Five Nations. But there is little chance that the truth will ever be known, for the Spraggites ceased to exist half a century ago. The sect died when it no longer had a god, and those remaining alive who saw him in life never knew anything of his origin. The first existing record of his physical appearance is to be found in the works of Miss Amelia Bossert, a lady of a highly emotional nature who became the poetess and historian of the Spraggite sect, as well as the mother of 3 children by the prophet. After she had passed middle-aged and was no longer attractive, she quarrelled with the sect and was publicly expelled from the colony. But her impressions had been written as a girl, and having been already printed and distributed, she found it impossible to collect and destroy them. She was 17 at the time when Cyrus Spragg first entered her life. She saw him on the morning he entered Valencia, Illinois, driving a wagon train, laden with food and household furniture, sent west into the frontier country by an enterprising Philadelphia merchant. She must even then have been a woman of an hysterical nature, easily susceptible to a faith which rested upon outbursts of wild religious ecstasy. There was a great deal in her account that was significant. She wrote, "He was a handsomely made man of about 6 feet 2 inches, with a remarkable high-coloured, full-blooded look, with fiery black eyes and black curling hair, which he wore cropped so that it fell just below the ears. In weight he was much heavier than he appeared, because he was a muscular man of huge physical strength, fashioned in such grandeur of proportion as might have been chosen by Phidias or one of the Greeks. His brow was open and noble, and his nose large and straight, with elegant nostrils. These nostrils were always a little distended, as I have remarked is the case with men of virility and passion of purpose. The lips were of a fine strawberry red, and finely shaped, though I have heard it said they were too full for some tastes. His hands were large and powerful, but of a beautiful shape, although hard and calloused from the powerful and heavy work which his truly democratic, sick nature craved warmly. Though he was but 19, he had the mien and dignity of a well-developed man of 40. In his countenance there was already the light of godhood. His were the flashing eyes of a man born to command as the prophet of God. People on whom the great light had descended knew him at once as the leader sent by God to conduct his children out of the black slough of this world's sin and despair. A great light shone from his countenance. Many times since, the sight of him has called to mind those noble words of Solomon in describing God's love for the church. His eyes are the eyes of doves by the river of waters, washed with milk and fitly set. His cheeks are as a bed of spices, as sweet flowers. His lips like lilies dropping sweet-smelling myrrh. His hands are as gold rings set with the beryl. His legs are as pillars of marble, set upon sockets of fine gold. His countenance is as Lebanon, excellent as the cedars. Miss Bossert, perhaps through a modesty which appears to have deserted her later in life, saw fit to delete one sentence of the passage. She writes that she saw him for the first time when she was standing in front of Peterson's general store, where she had been sent to buy eggs by her afterward sainted mother. While I stood watching him with all the curiosity which we in Valencia felt for each newcomer, he lifted single-handedly out of the rut into which it had sunk a whole-laden ox-cart which 2 oxen had been unable to move. Of that first appearance in Valencia there is no further record, but from Miss Bossert's description it is easy to see that he was no usual frontier youth. It may have been that he had in Valencia one of those adventures which later marked his progress back and forth across the face of the Middle West. But Miss Bossert, being at that time only 17, would scarcely have heard of it. Her own adventure came much later. From Valencia he went westward to sell what remained of his store of commerce, and then for 9 years he appears to have been lost, like St. John the Baptist, in the wilderness. They were years spent perhaps in trading and trapping. Throughout his life he was surrounded from time to time by complete mystery. At the end of 9 years he appeared in St. Louis, where he married Maria Trent, and began his long career as a religious experimenter and itinerant preacher. End of section 12. The Man Who Became God, Part 3. Section 13. The Man Who Became God, Part 4. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 13. The Man Who Became God, Part 4. For 30 years from the day the Mormons cast him out, Cyrus Spragg and his ever-increasing family wandered the frontier country, appearing now here, now there, bringing with him excitement and romance and ecstasy, where otherwise there was only poverty and work. As he grew older and more certain of himself, a kind of conscious glory came to envelop him, so that at times his journeying took on the aspect of a royal progress. Villages came to await his coming. Twice there were scandals that became known. Once in Mississippi he was forced to flee before the threats of an outraged husband across the border into Tennessee, leaving his family and his ox cart to follow him. And each year the tired, pretty woman who was his wife bore him another child, until at length there were 13. They were strong children, full of vitality, who thrived on the abundant food given by those to whom Cyrus Spragg had brought the light. He had other children, beyond all doubt, children like that of the plump, yellow-haired woman who had disappeared seeking the prophet. They were scattered throughout the borders of the Middle West. There were 13 by his wife and 3 by the deserted Mormon wives, and countless others, not included among those he sired after he ruled as God in New Jerusalem. The wife, it seemed, could not bring herself to leave him, perhaps because without him she could not have fed all those mouths, perhaps because in the end, after he had come to believe in himself, she too began to believe that he might be God. Or it may have been a thing even simpler and less complex, that he had for her that fascination which he had for other women like Miss Amelia Bossert and the yellow-haired wife. The children had biblical names, Jared and Obadiah, Vashti and Uriah, Solomon and Bathsheba, Joshua and Isaiah, Boaz and Sulamith, Abraham and Ishmael, all save the last. For some reason the tired woman rebelled against giving the last a biblical name. Perhaps it was because she had some foreknowledge that she would never have another child, and so sought to have one that might be her own instead of his. Perhaps she knew, even before it was born, that the last child was destined to be strange and different from the others. The child was born one hot August night in a cottonwood grove in Iowa. There was a clear sky with a red moon that came up out of the flat prairie as the sun disappeared. The tired woman felt the pains coming on and begged her husband to stop for the night among the pleasant trees. She could not bear a child far out alone on the flat, monotonous plain, with not even a bush to hide her agony. And when she had seen to it that the smaller children were asleep, and the older ones had wandered off among the trees, she went with Cyrus Spragg deep into the grove until they came to a swamp bordered round with deep thickets of witch hazel, and there in the wildest corner they made a bed of leaves and blankets under the trees, and Cyrus heated water in an iron pot. Her pain lasted all through the night, to the wild accompaniment of frogs croaking in the marshes and white herons moving about and chortling in their sleep. A single coyote somewhere on the edge of the marsh sat on his haunches and bayed at the moon, long quivering wails that came surely from another world. It seemed that the child would never be born, and that surely she must die. But when morning came and the moon had disappeared, and only Venus hung red in the pale east, Cyrus Spragg tore the child from its mother's womb. It was a girl, and it lived, but the tired mother knew she could never have another child. They baptized the baby in the waters of the marsh, giving it the name of Annie, which was the name of Maria Spragg's mother. End of section 13. The Man Who Became God, Part 4. Section 14. The Man Who Became God, Part 5. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Louis Bromfield. The Man Who Became God, Part 5. In the years that followed, revelations that were false came from time to time to the prophet. Once he returned from meditation in the wilderness, declaring that God had come to him in a pillar of fire to say that mankind could alone be saved by turning again to the ways of the birds and the beasts of the field. There must be no more marrying or giving in marriage, and man must go about clothed only in his skin, like the birds and beasts. Sin, God told Cyrus Spragg, was born of the garments with which man covered his body. With his family and a little band of followers, he set up a kingdom of nature in the dunes and forests of Michigan. But two things he had failed to consider. The winter came, and with it 47 vigilantes from the nearest town. Together they dispersed the little band. Among the followers was Miss Amelia Bossert, poetess, who early in the summer of the next year bore a son to the glory of the prophet. The tired wife was released at last from the servitude of her body. And then again in Cairo, Illinois, God came to him in the shape of a ram, speaking with the tongues of angels, to warn him against the new deluge. From the back of the great ox cart he preached repentance and destruction, and beside it he and his followers set about building a clumsy barge that would have sunk as soon as launched. The great ship was finished in November, and he settled himself to waiting for the rains to descend and the waters to rise. It is true that in that year the rains came, and the rivers in the Middle West rose higher than they had ever risen before, but the ark remained on dry land. No trickle of water touched it, despite even the prayers of all his band of followers. On the 8th day the river subsided again. He did not wait for new floods, but told his followers that he had been guilty of error and sin, and so had been blind to the true meaning of God's revelation, and packing his family into the cart, he disappeared again, moving toward the west with a small band of eccentric disciples. The ark remained a curiosity which farmers drove miles to see, and at last it was carried off piecemeal for firewood by the Negroes who lived on the river banks. End of section 14. The Man Who Became God, Part 5. Section 15. The Man Who Became God, Part 6. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Louis Bromfield. Section 15. The Man Who Became God, Part 6. In the spring of the following year, the little caravan, led by the prophet, came suddenly upon the spot where 3 rivers joined their waters. He was no longer a young man, and no longer quite a charlatan. At 61 he had come to believe in himself as others believed in him. The thing he had created took possession of him. The site where 3 rivers joined their waters was the spot indicated by him in a prophecy 30 years earlier. He had not believed it then, and now it had come true. It was as if God had chosen him after all. Here he unyoked the oxen for the last time. This was the New Jerusalem. It was a fertile country, green and well watered, with deep black soil, though it was a flat country and treeless and bare. The land was to be had for the taking. At this time there were in his train 7 grown sons and 19 followers, men and women, and among them they claimed land larger in area than all Judea. Cyrus Spragg became the ruler and the patriarch, and throughout the prairie country those who had been awaiting a sign heard of the New Jerusalem and left their homes and flocked to join him. They came for days and weeks in wagons and ox carts, on foot and on horseback, a restless, emotional people seeking the compensation of a romantic faith. He built a temple of which Miss Amelia Bossert's description remains. It was 8-sided without windows and possessed a single door. Inside there were no dividing walls, but only draperies and curtains. What light there was came through the roof, which rose to a height of 100 feet in a gigantic dome-topped tower that was visible for miles across the flat prairie from any part of New Jerusalem. Near it he built the ecclesiastical palace, a rambling wooden house painted white, that was to shelter his wife, his 6 daughters, his 7 sons, and daughters-in-law, and his 18 legitimate grandchildren. It was the first house his tired wife had known in 40 years, and when it was finished, she took to a bed placed near a window that gave out on the square before the temple. There she lived, wearing out her tired life in watching, with dimmed but uncomplaining eyes, this strange thing built up out of nothing by the strange man she had loved and despised for nearly 40 years. Neither the thing nor the man had she ever understood. When the temple and the palace were finished, there was a great service in the open air. Cyrus Spragg was photographed and took leave of his followers and entered into the temple to pass eternity in repose and meditation. God, he told them, would rule New Jerusalem through his instrument, Cyrus Spragg. He would send out revelations from time to time, administering the sowing of crops and price of grain and the shearing of sheep. As God's instrument, Cyrus Spragg could not die. He would live forever in the depths of the temple, watching over their good. There would be only virgins to serve him, virgins to carry forth his revelations into the light, virgins to feed him and attend his will. Then he entered into the temple, and no man ever saw him again. He became an invisible presence, and there were converts to the faith, and children born in New Jerusalem who had never seen Cyrus Spragg, and so came to think of him as God. But in New Jerusalem, dissension and wrangling broke out, even in the family of the prophet himself, for his 3rd son Uriah was unlike the others, and would take no part in the plan, and went about muttering against his father. He and the prophet's youngest daughter, Annie Spragg, who never left the side of her mother, talked bitterly against their father, even though their brothers upbraided and beat them, until at last the tired mother, with her favourite children, Uriah and Annie, left the squabbles of the palace and went to live by themselves in a house on the borders of the colony. It was there the defeated old woman died at last, calling on the prophet to leave the temple and visit her. But he never came, for God could not appear among his people. When she was buried, Uriah Spragg and his sister fled the colony one dark night, and with them went Miss Amelia Bossert and her 4 sons, for she was an old woman now, and when the prophet failed to choose her among those to serve him in the temple, she uttered blasphemies that caused her to be driven from New Jerusalem. She went to Omaha to live and supported her 4 sons by sewing. One of them became a senator. When the prophet was 68, God sent him a revelation, saying that it was through his seed that the world would be redeemed, and that all his children would be blessed unto the 5th and 6th generation, as the chosen and the true children of God. It became a great honor for any woman to be chosen as the mother of God's children. End of section 15, The Man Who Became God, Part 6. Section 16, The Man Who Became God, Part 7. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Louis Bromfield. Section 16. The Man Who Became God, Part 7. There lived in a house not far from the temple a young woman of 28 called Eliza Weatherby, the daughter of one of the prophet's oldest converts. She was a pretty girl, devout and serious, but not without vanity. She sinned by wearing brooches and bright ribbons, and so she attracted many admirers. Her father's house adjoined the building where the produce of New Jerusalem was sold and the mail given out. Through this circumstance, she made the acquaintance of a young man, the only unbeliever who was ever allowed within the sacred ground of the colony. He was tall and straight and lean, and a Kentuckian. He was a hard rider and employed by the government to bring the mail from Omaha West across the prairies to New Jerusalem. For Miss Eliza Weatherby, he conceived a romantic southern passion which appears to have excited the girl, perhaps because it was so free of all the piety which surrounded the dour courtships of the faithful. For New Jerusalem was a moral community where there was no dancing or gambling, and no drinking of alcohol, and adultery was punished by expulsion from the sect. But the girl resisted him because she could not marry an infidel, and urged him to become converted. The suitor was a young man, and quite out of his head with love and desire for the pretty Eliza Weatherby, and at length, when she remained firm, he was driven beyond endurance. He expressed a desire to be converted, and under Obadiah Spragg, eldest son of the prophet, he began a course of instruction. What he learned there was never known, for the secrets of the sect were well guarded, but it caused him to violate the temple. He discovered that Eliza was among the virgins chosen to serve the prophet, and on the day she was called to enter the sanctuary, the Kentuckian broke in the door. A passing woman heard 3 shots of a pistol, and saw him emerge and leap on his horse and ride off, not towards Omaha, but toward the west. A little while later, Eliza Weatherby ran screaming into the street, crying out that her lover had murdered God. A crowd gathered about the temple, but none dared enter to violate its sanctity, save the woman chosen to serve on that day. And as Eliza Weatherby had fallen into a faint that lasted until nightfall, she could not enter. So they waited, praying until morning of the next day, when the young woman chosen went into the temple. All day they waited for her to emerge, and when at last she came out, she bore a revelation written by the prophet. It read, "Fear not, my people, thy God is immortal." The young woman told them that a darkness had descended upon the temple, and that she had not seen the prophet's face. There was great rejoicing in the colony, and out of death Cyrus Spragg wrung a greater faith. But before 6 months had passed, murmurs began to arise in New Jerusalem. The revelations of the prophet had caused the crops to freeze out of the ground, and ewes to be bred too early, so that the lambs died of cold. There came a great plague of grasshoppers, which ate what was left of the wheat. Among the chosen women who served the prophet, other strange murmurs arose, that now he received them only in the darkness of the innermost chamber, and that his manner was strange. Eliza Weatherby, who had become pregnant and seemed a little out of her head, made the hysterical statement that the prophet no longer existed, and that an impostor had taken his place. but they held her in disfavour for having loved an infidel, and so having been the cause of all their misfortunes, and no one believed her. She was tried, and being expelled from the colony by the prophet's eldest son for blasphemy, went to Des Moines to live, where she embraced a literary career and wrote book reviews for the newspapers. But in the end, it was a thing as simple and commonplace as jealousy that destroyed the strange kingdom of Cyrus Spragg. One day in the midst of worship before the temple, the wife of Obadiah Spragg rose and cried out wildly that the prophet was dead and that an impostor had taken his place. And then turning upon one of the female followers who had been shown special favour by the prophet, she began to scratch and pull the woman's hair and call her all manner of evil names. When they had calmed her and Obadiah Spragg had bade her be silent, she turned and, pointing her finger, screamed at him, "There is the false prophet, him and his brother Jared. It took 2 of them to fill the place of the true prophet. 1 wasn't good enough." In their fear that God had chosen them for calamity, the colony held a meeting in the open space before the temple, and 4 of the oldest followers of the prophet, with prayer on their lips and despite the cries of sacrilege from Jared and Obadiah Spragg, opened the door and entered the temple. At the end of an hour they appeared again with terror in their eyes. The temple was empty. There was no prophet. It was the end of the colony. Some sold their land and went away from the accursed ground, and some stayed until better times brought prosperity. But the Spraggites were no more, and no one knows to this day what became of Cyrus Spragg. His son Obadiah declared that he had been taken to heaven in a chariot of fire, but Obadiah was not Cyrus Spragg, and he had neither the vigour nor the beauty nor the voice of Cyrus Spragg, and none believed him. In Des Moines the child of Eliza Weatherby was born. It was a boy, and sickly, the child of the prophet's old age. She christened it Alonzo for the Kentuckian, and because she thought Alonzo a pretty name. But she refused to marry her lover. She died in the belief that she had murdered God. End of section 16. The Man Who Became God, Part 7. Section 17. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 1. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Louis Bromfield. Section 17. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 1. As Mrs. Weatherby had explained, food meant little to her. It was rather the things of the spirit in which she found satisfaction. There were 2 reasons for this. One, that she really had no taste for food, and could not distinguish good food from bad. And the other, that no matter how great her efforts, no matter the number of yogi exercises which she practiced, it was impossible to keep her majestic figure within bounds. The trouble was with her glands. The night after her strange callers had gone off in the black and red motor of the Princess Dorabelli, she and Miss Fosdick seated themselves to a dinner of veal and spaghetti and wilted salad, served by the same Margarita who a little while earlier had been pinched by the chauffeur of the princess. There was also a little of that acid wine which Italy produces in vast quantities. Miss Fosdick hated veal, and from a too great familiarity detested spaghetti. She liked good food, and only once in 2 years, when she had escaped secretly to a restaurant, had she tasted it. But the meal was a little better than usual because Mrs. Weatherby was in high spirits over the success of the afternoon and the glory reflected upon her as the sole existing friend of Miss Annie Spragg. For Miss Fosdick this was a condition as rare as good food. The sweet disposition, the poise, the trained smile and the throaty voice, the sweet expression which Mrs. Weatherby exhibited to the world, all these were bought at a cost, paid in the beginning by Alonzo Weatherby, and after his death by Miss Fosdick. All her ill temper was poured out upon their heads. She observed to Miss Fosdick that Father Dastier was a devout and charming man, that the Principessa was a woman of great distinction, and that Mr. Winnery, although he had scarcely uttered a word, was a man of great intelligence. "We must do something about the villa," she said, "now that we have begun to receive people." She watched Miss Fosdick. She had a way of watching her companion, as if to measure how much she might be told, for one could not afford to betray oneself to a companion. But as both grew older, Miss Fosdick appeared to notice less and less what happened about her. She was, after all, reflected Mrs. Weatherby, a perfect companion, docile and admiring, never intruding her own personality, and most important of all, she was a companion who could not quit her place. Miss Fosdick no longer even gave in to those fits of hysterical weeping which had been so trying, or if she did weep, she wept in private, where it would not disturb anyone. "What would the poor lamb have done without me?" thought Mrs. Weatherby. "She would have been helpless in this world, probably doing sewing by the day in Winnebago Falls. She is only a child after all." They sat in the grand salon with the superb view over the valley, because as yet there was no furniture for the dining room. From time to time Mrs. Weatherby would lean over and murmur, "Do Tutu and Lulu want to eat?" At which the 2 Pomeranians, yapping, would spring into the air to snap at the piece of veal she held on her fork. The candles burned without a flicker in the still hot air, and Margarita shuffled in and out noiselessly in felt slippers. It was the same night after night. This was the middle of August, and it had been exactly the same every night since the middle of May. On the opposite side of the table, Miss Fosdick stared out of her round eyes across the dark valley. The excitement of callers had made her a little seasick, so that she was uncertain whether she could eat or not. She thought, "I shall go insane. I can stand it no longer." Mrs. Weatherby continued eating the tired lettuce. "You aren't listening, Gertrude. I said we must do something about the dining room now that visitors have begun to come. We might drive into Brino tomorrow. Not in this heat. You know how this heat affects you. I shouldn't mind it. If you could only believe, as I do, the heat would have no effect upon you. Perhaps we'd better leave it until next year. It's so late in the season." This, Miss Fosdick knew, was what she was meant to say. "Yes, next year," echoed Mrs. Weatherby, and then tartly, "You don't seem to take any interest in anything any more." Next year, thought Miss Fosdick, they would come out here and live in the same dreary fashion. Nothing would be done, and no one would come to see them except some crazy woman who would talk magnetism and spirit control, and next year, and next year, and next year. "If you can't listen, I may as well go to bed, considering all I do for you." Miss Fosdick never heard the end of the sentence, for Mrs. Weatherby, in one of her sudden tempers, had rushed out of the door, followed by the yapping Pomeranians. On her way she knocked over her chair and the sound of it striking the stone floor echoed through the empty villa long after she had gone. Miss Fosdick's expression did not change. There was a buzzing in her head. The room seemed suddenly to swell to enormous proportions and then contract again. She lifted the tired lettuce to her mouth and ate mechanically. Everything was so still and breathless and hot. I shall go mad, she thought. I shall go mad. It was the return of Margarita that brought her out of the sudden trance. She decided that she was glad of the quarrel, for it gave her a chance to be alone for a little time. If she stayed away long enough, Aunt Henrietta would send for her, and then when she came, Aunt Henrietta would sulk and refuse to talk. Anything was better than talking, feeding the vanity of Aunt Henrietta. What the world failed to give her, Miss Fosdick was forced to supply, and at the moment the world of Brino was simply ignoring Mrs. Weatherby. Then suddenly Miss Fosdick thought with a pang, I have been rude and ungrateful. We are two women alone together in the world. I must not forget that. I owe her everything in the world. But for her, I shouldn't be here in this beautiful spot, in this interesting and historic country. But almost at once she was overcome with a loathing for the villa, for Brino, for all of Italy. She had to live there. She could see no way of ever escaping this alien, unsympathetic land, where everything seemed romantic and untidy, fantastically beautiful and reeking with smells. If only I could speak Italian, she thought, I could at least talk to the servants now and then. I must try and learn next winter. But she knew she never would learn. She had never learned anything. There was nothing, she told herself, that she could do. She was not clever enough. I will go out into the garden until I've recovered my temper. End of Section 17, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 1. Section 18, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 2, The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 18. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 2. In the garden the air seemed cool, and there was a smell of fresh earth coming from the trench that had been dug for the cesspool. The moon had risen to the top of the sky, and its light fell full upon the roof of fading plantain leaves, so that the carpet of moss below was flecked all over with a pattern of silver. Usually she was afraid at night in the garden, with that fear of darkness and the unknown that had paralyzed her timid nature since childhood. And there was something special about this garden. She always had a feeling of being watched by invisible eyes. It was too old, too haunted by its incalculable antiquity. But tonight the shadows seemed less ominous, and the faint whispering of the leaves even friendly. It may have been the light showing from the servants' wing that gave her courage, or it may have been a sudden overwhelming conviction that anything was better than talking to Aunt Henrietta. I must not think that, she told herself. Aunt Henrietta is right. It is evil thoughts that destroy us and make us old. But what difference does it make whether I am old or not? Nothing can ever happen to me. I am 38 years old, and nothing has ever happened. I'm getting fat, and no man would ever look at me, even if I had the chance to know one. Still, she thought, blushing a little, that Mr. Winnery did look at me today. She found herself presently at a spot in the garden where the jasmine climbed over the pitted stone balustrade that overhung the deep valley. A few pale blossoms still gleamed in the moonlight, and the fragrance drifted through the still air under the colonnades of trees. The scent came to her vaguely, awakening and sharpening her senses, and drawing her thoughts away from herself. Leaning over the balustrade, she broke off a blossom and smelled of it, half dreaming. That Mr. Winnery who was here today, he was polite to me, but I shan't ever see him again. She turned away and wandered down one of the long alleys, but after a few steps she halted, and thrusting the jasmine blossom into her hair, patted it smooth again, and then set off, following the wall. She walked a long way, half dreaming, half aware that far down in the bottom of the valley, on the opposite side, there was an automobile moving along the lonely road towards Monte Salvatore. The distant sound of the motor drifted up from the valley below, and then all at once she was aware that the sound had stopped and that the car was not moving. It sat quite still at a point almost directly opposite the villa. It seemed an odd place to stop, in the very midst of an empty valley, where there was no inn, no house, and nothing but rocks and olive trees. Watching it, she thought again of Mr. Winnery. He was a small man, and not handsome, but he had nice manners and a kind face. It would be nice to know that. It would be pleasant to feel safe. Her thoughts went silly and muddled, and she found herself blushing in the darkness. Surely she was going mad. How long she stood there dreaming she did not know. But presently she was aware of the familiar, terrifying certainty that she was no longer alone. The light in the servants' wing had gone out. It was as if something were watching her out of the shadows. A wild impulse, stronger than her own terror, compelled her to turn and look fearfully over her shoulder, and then she discovered that she was standing 12 feet from the new-found statue. It lay against the black ilex, white and glistening in the moonlight. She saw the face with an extraordinary clearness, and all the too rich beauty of the voluptuous body. For a time she remained fascinated and chilled with terror, and then, in the most unmaidenly fashion, she gathered up her skirts and ran toward the darkened villa. Once inside the door, she fell upon the stone flagging, and lay there so overcome by panic that she was unable to rise. End of section 18, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 2. Section 19, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 3. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 19, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 3. At 10 o'clock, sitting in the vast empty room which she called her boudoir, Mrs. Weatherby lost patience and began ringing the great brass bell with which she was accustomed to summon the servants. Not only was she out of patience, but disturbed. Miss Fosdick had never before remained away sulking for so long a time, and there came to Mrs. Weatherby that faint and unlikely suspicion which sometimes raised its head, that her companion might have run away. She had not gone. There was a timid knock on the door, and Miss Fosdick entered, looking, Mrs. Weatherby thought, pale and agitated. "It seems to me, Gertrude, that you're old enough not to sulk." "I wasn't sulking, Aunt Henrietta. I finished my exercises long ago. I thought you were never coming." Miss Fosdick did not answer, but took up the hairbrush and began her nightly task of soothing Mrs. Weatherby's frayed nerves. The large empty room was lighted by 2 candles and an oil lamp, which stood on the dressing-table before an antique mirror, in which Mrs. Weatherby's countenance gazed out, blotched and hazy, from the age not so much of Mrs. Weatherby's face as of the quicksilver. The great religious experimenter had changed into a white peignoir trimmed with white marabou. The exercises to which she referred were a series of facial contortions, which she practised each night for 45 minutes in order to give firmness to the muscles of the face and sweetness to the expression. Everything by nature was her creed, and the power of mind over matter. No flake of powder, no morsel of rouge, no cream of any sort had ever touched her face, and so her skin had that weather-beaten, tough look that marks the skin of those firm women who are above vanities. Miss Fosdick, brushing the hair slowly, 8 strokes to the minute was Mrs. Weatherby's formula, was having bitter thoughts. Why, she asked herself, should she want to keep young? Certainly it is not to attract men. She hates the attention of men. Maybe she wants people to remark how young she looks for 65. And almost at once she reproached herself for having thought so lewd, disloyal, and cynical. At the same time, Mrs. Weatherby was thinking, now is a time when I wish Gertrude had some sense. I'd like to talk over this conversion affair, but I can't risk it. It was one of the times when the indomitable woman was put to rout by the very simplicity of her companion. She spoke again without turning. You haven't changed your mind? No, Aunt Henrietta. I tried praying, but I got no answer. Mrs. Weatherby answered her with a snort, and the pair fell back into silence. Presently Miss Fosdick, looking out of the window, saw that the motor on the road far down the valley had not moved. Someone had dimmed the lights. She thought of calling Aunt Henrietta's attention to it, and then changed her mind through a desire to spite her by keeping this bit of excitement a secret. End of section 19, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 3. Section 20, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 4. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 20, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 4. Mrs. Weatherby kept thinking of her approaching conversion. It was a subject which had occupied her a great deal lately. Indeed, ever since she had abandoned the idea of founding a new religion out of her experience with new faiths. The idea of an eclectic faith, combining the best points of all religions, had come at length to die for lack of energy and any sense of organization. She was a muddled woman, and being very rich, she had no need of the material gains which commonly reward contemporary profits. Indeed, the whole idea had been rather a failure. She had come to Breno to pass her twilight. Old age was an expression she never used, expecting something of that triumph and that notoriety which had come to her in Winnebago Falls, and later at Carmel and Los Angeles. And now it seemed that she had drawn a blank. No one noticed her, even when she drove to the town dressed all in white, carrying tuberoses. There was, she told herself, too much competition among eccentrics in Breno. It was worse even than Los Angeles. At the moment, as she sat before the blotched mirror, she experienced an actual jealousy of the posthumous notoriety of Miss Annie Spragg. That queer old woman had succeeded where she had failed. She wanted notice and flattery, and no one in Breno noticed her, and no one flattered her, save a little group of marquesas, principessas, and contessas, all old and dowdy and poor, who thought they might get something from her. At first the mention of their titles pleased her, and then she made the disillusioning discovery, were as thick as flies in Italy, and her natural shrewdness told her that they were simply leeches. People in Breno seemed not to be interested in messages and clung stubbornly to conventional forms of religion. 2 years of campaigning had brought her nowhere. Being entirely without sensibility, she was never bored, and so could not understand boredom in others. She did not know into what depths of boredom she had plunged her 3 visitors that very afternoon. She never imagined the depths of boredom in which poor Miss Fosdick had spent the better part of 20 years, depths so profound that at times she goaded Mrs. Weatherby into abusing her simply for the sake of change. It had never occurred to her, who had known such triumphs in Carmel and Los Angeles, that in Breno she was regarded simply as a colossal bore, from whom people fled after one meeting as from a plague. She, the imposing Henrietta Weatherby. She had a passion for knowing what she called interesting people, and Breno, she felt, must be alive with interesting people, writers, painters, musicians, and others who were simply characters. It was simply a matter of meeting them. She firmly and naively believed that parties made up of people who were doing things instantly became charged with fascination, wit, and brilliant conversation. It never occurred to her that in groups musicians are vain and egotistical, painters hostile and technical, and writers envious and mean-spirited. To her, they were all just fascinating. For months she had given thought to the question of how to make herself interesting, but as devoid of talents as of sensibility, she could not suddenly become a singer, writer, or painter, and being mean by nature, she could not bring herself to buy her way to the things she desired. So in the end she had fallen back upon her great asset, her interest in religion. At last she had hit upon a plan. She would be converted to the Catholic faith and become a pillar of devoutness. Perhaps she would even gain a place for herself in that papal party referred to in mysterious whispers by the Marquesa as the Blacks. Religion, she told herself, was her sphere. She had spent a lifetime studying religions, and this very fact would give to her conversion a certain sensational interest. Having been much in the public prints in America, she thought of each new adventure in headlines. Famous experimenter of many faiths turns to bosom of Mother Church. From the moment she reached a decision, she had set about with energy, planning the conversion. The Marquesa, to whom she expressed a casual interest in the Roman faith, advised her to be instructed by Father Dastier as the most fashionable of worldly missionaries. She let it be known to Miss Fosdick that a conversion was expected from her at the same time, but Miss Fosdick, who had followed with docility through the mysteries of Christian Science, of Theosophy, Bahaism, New Thought and Self-Expression, suddenly rebelled at Rome. Something in her with roots deep in New England and Congregationalism stubbornly refused to undertake what she referred to crudely one day as popery. She was so firm, so amazingly fanatic on the subject, that even Mrs. Weatherby was thrown down in defeat. Sitting before the mirror while Miss Fosdick brushed her hair, Mrs. Weatherby turned over in her mind the idea of becoming a papal countess. In her imagination she tried over the title, Countess Weatherby, Countess Weatherby. It sounded a little ridiculous. Still, she had heard of other papal countesses with names that sounded more absurd, Irish names. If only there was such a title as Lady. Lady Weatherby sounded quite distinguished. And then she frowned as she thought that such titles were purchased for good solid money, not bought really, but given in exchange for rich gifts to the church. And giving money was to her like cutting off a piece of her own flesh. That is probably the reason, she thought, why Father Dastier came all the way out here in the heat. He knew that she was rich. That and his curiosity about the miracle of Miss Annie Spragg. At the thought of Miss Annie Spragg, her eyes narrowed a little. She wished that she knew exactly how the church meant to treat the miracle. If the church canonized Annie Spragg, it would be a great help to her, Mrs. Weatherby. She could bathe in the glory of having been the only person in Italy, except Gertrude, who did not count, who knew the queer old woman. She could indeed pose as the best friend of the saint. That would advance her a long way, further indeed than any amount of money. Perhaps they would make Annie Spragg a saint. They'd probably never discover that she was the daughter of old Cyrus Spragg, the prophet, nor ever hear the scandalous stories that had gone the rounds of Winnebago Falls, nor all those things she herself had chosen not to reveal. Father Dastier had refused to commit himself. Father Dastier, her shrewdness told her, was a clever man who would need managing if she were to get from him what she desired. She yearned passionately for a confidant with whom she might discuss all these things, but with Gertrude it was impossible. In her stupidity she would not understand their complications. Undoubtedly she would put upon them the wrong interpretation. End of section 20. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 4. Section 21. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 5. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 21. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 5. In the placid bosom of Miss Fosdick there was a fury, a smoulder, and with each stroke of the brush it blazed and gained in strength. She had reached a pitch of boredom and irritation wherein she no longer asked herself whether she was being disloyal. All such self-inquiry was being buried under tides of long pent-up resentment. It was as if all her softness had for 20 long years concealed a core of inflexibility. She was at that moment giving birth to a character, bringing decision into a soul where before there had been no decision, and it was such a small thing that kindled this great flame, the fact that Mr. Winnery had looked upon her as if she were a woman. She had not actually seen him do it. She had felt him looking at her while Aunt Henrietta was telling that interminable and inaccurate story of the villa. She was aware that in the look there was admiration, perhaps even desire. It was years since such a thing had happened to her, not since that organist at the Baha'i temple. Above Mrs. Weatherby's grey head she saw her own reflection in the mirror, and she noticed presently many things that she had forgotten to notice for a long time past. That she had pretty hair, smooth and shiny and still a mousy brown, that her eyes were blue and attractive, and that her nose was red and shiny. She thought, I will buy powder the next time I go to Breno, and I will use it whether she likes it or not. She has suddenly ceased thinking of Mrs. Weatherby as Aunt Henrietta, but merely as she. Miss Fosdick even wondered if her hair would be becoming cut short, like the Principessa's flaming locks. No, she told herself, I am too fat. I must try to lose weight. I must write for one of those diets advertised in the Ladies' Own World. Having been born with a fine high colour, which needed only toning down, she had no need of rouge. Still, she thought giddily, a touch on the lips. Just a touch. Mrs. Weatherby interrupted her. "Don't pull so hard, you know how it affects my nerves." Miss Fosdick had a wild impulse to say "Humph," and giving the grey hair a good pull, to throw the brush on the floor. But the force of habit was stronger than her new-born character, and she went on with her task. When one had done the same thing at the same hour 365 times a year for 20 years, the effect became paralyzing. She tried to calculate how many times she had brushed that hateful grey head. 20 times 365, sometimes 366, times 180 strokes. But the problem was quite beyond her. She was very poor at figures. A sense of power rose in her with the knowledge that she had refused flatly to become converted, and that she had taken it quietly. One had one's rights to a religion. Nobody could command you to change your faith, thought Miss Fosdick. People had been burned for refusing to change, by that very church which Aunt Henrietta was considering. I could never meet my mother in heaven with her knowing I had taken up with popery. It was the first time she had ever refused Aunt Henrietta anything. Memories of ancient wrongs began to well up in her soul. Clarence Hazeltine she might have married but for Aunt Henrietta, who said she was too young to marry and carted her off to California. Clarence. She saw him again through mists of sentiment, thin, a little bald at 30, round-shouldered and round-eyed. Timid he was. If he hadn't been, he wouldn't have let her be carried off. Again Mrs. Weatherby interrupted her. "Really, Gertrude, I don't know what has come over you. You know what a sensitive scalp I have." Again Miss Fosdick had an impulse to hurl the brush, this time through the blotched old mirror. Again habit chained her. "And you needn't sulk either," added Mrs. Weatherby. "Sulk! Sulk!" thought Miss Fosdick. "If she only knew what I was thinking." By now Clarence probably owned the drugstore and had a family that might have been her own family. And there was that young organist at Carmel who played in the Baha'i temple and came to call night after night. He might have married her but for something she did. She suspected Aunt Henrietta of telling him that if he married Gertrude, neither of them would ever get a cent from her. Maybe he did mean to marry her for Aunt Henrietta's money. Well, Miss Fosdick thought, what of it? At least I'd have been married. Something would have happened to me. It would be better than being a fat old maid. Something has got to happen to me. Something. Anything at all. Mrs. Weatherby was speaking again. "I'm afraid I have one of my headaches again. Some enemy is directing ill will toward me." Again Miss Fosdick made no answer. She knew what the speech meant. In a moment Aunt Henrietta would ask her to sit by the bed all night, exerting her will against the currents of malice being projected at Aunt Henrietta by some unknown enemy. If she only knew that on those occasions Miss Fosdick never stayed awake at all, but slept roundly, sitting upright. Nothing ever kept Aunt Henrietta awake when she felt like sleeping. "Oh, I mean to escape," Miss Fosdick kept telling her interiorly, as if to break down the chain of habit. "Oh, I mean to escape all right." She gazed malignantly at the image of Mrs. Weatherby, who was doing her nails and practising her expression of sweetness at the same time. Ah, if she only knew! But Miss Fosdick hadn't the least idea what she meant to do. All this time she had been watching the clock and counting the strokes of the brush with a part of her mind that seemed immune from that wild torrent of rebellious thought. 142, 143, 8 strokes to the minute, according to Mrs. Weatherby's schedule. Aunt Henrietta was speaking again. "I'm afraid, dear, that I'll have to ask you to sit by me tonight." It was not possible that it was coming so surely, exactly as she had known it would come. This time she might have thrown down the brush, but before she had time to act, there rose in the still air the sound of a voice calling in Italian, "Hello, hello in there," and the sound of vigorous knocking on the main door. For a second the gaze of the two women, so hostile and now suddenly frightened, met in the blotched old mirror. "Who could it be?" whispered Mrs. Weatherby, who was always afraid of something, "at this hour of the night?" They listened for a moment, and then the knocking was repeated, and the shouting. "Go to the window, Gertrude." Miss Fosdick, with the hateful brush still in her hand, went timidly to the window on the opposite side of the room. Below her the gravelled courtyard lay drenched in moonlight, and bordered by the lean black shadows of the cypresses. She was aware that the motor with dimmed lights still stood on the opposite side of the valley. At first she could see no one, and then after a moment a tall man stepped from the shadow of the portico into the moonlight and called up to her in Italian. Miss Fosdick understood only the word telephone, and partly in gestures, partly in bad Italian, at once began speaking English in a deep, melodious voice with scarcely any accent. His companion stepped into the moonlight, and Miss Fosdick recognized him. It was dirty old Pietro, who kept goats and lived in a hut among the olive trees halfway up the mountain. The stranger explained that he was motoring from Siena to Brino, and that he had had an accident. Some thief had charged him for 40 litres of petrol and put only 20 into the tank of his motor. If they had no telephone, he was lost, unless by some miracle they had a few litres of petrol. Behind Miss Fosdick, Mrs. Weatherby had crossed the room and was standing discreetly in the shadow, peeping from the shelter of a curtain. There was a miracle, and the miracle was the Ford which Giovanni used for going into Monte Salvatore. There must be some petrol in the tank. It stood in a part of the vast ruined stable built by the Spanish ambassador to house his Arab horses. "I suppose," whispered Mrs. Weatherby, "we must help him, but I don't like people who wander about in the night." She moved to the window and called down, "Young man, turn the light on your face." "Old Pietro is with him," murmured Miss Fosdick hopefully. The stranger did as commanded. He was not a young man, though his figure was trim and slender. He might have been 45. He was distinguished and certainly handsome in a dark, almost Moorish fashion. The humour of the situation had caused him to grin. End of section 21. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 5. Section 22. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 6. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 22. 20 Years of Devotion, Part 6. Trembling with excitement, Miss Fosdick, still carrying the hairbrush absent-mindedly in one hand, took up a candle and clattered down the stone stairs in her slippers. She was so excited that she even forgot to be afraid of the garden, and made her way without a tremor through the tunnel that led into the courtyard. There the stranger met her murmuring 1,000 apologies, made with all the overwrought extravagance of Latin courtesy. He was dressed in beige tweeds and wore a cap and yellow buckskin gloves. The wind from Africa had died away at last, and the candle burned in the still air without a flicker. By its yellow light Miss Fosdick saw that he was older than she had believed, and of an aspect even more romantic than she had imagined. Thinking in terms of Aunt Henrietta's speech, she told herself it was force that he had, personal and magnetic force. She thought, things are beginning to happen to me. He is exactly like the hero of In a Winter City. Despite herself, her manner became overwrought and arch. She explained that Mrs. Weatherby was afraid of Italian servants. She had heard stories in Carmel, and that all the servants slept in a pavilion near the stables. She led the way to the stables, followed by the stranger and old Pietro, who limped as he walked and kept muttering to himself. The miracle at the stables was even greater than she had hoped. In the shadows, and among the ghosts of the Spanish ambassador's Arab horses, they discovered the battered Ford. The gasoline tank was full to the brim. The stranger appeared in such great haste that he threw himself down without a thought into the dust and grease beneath the Ford and set to work filling the 2 bidons he carried with him. When he had finished, he rose and insisted upon seeing Miss Fosdick back through the shrubbery, despite all her fluttering protests that she was not afraid. In the thickest part of the shrubbery, he even touched her arm gently with an old-fashioned courtesy. The implication that Miss Fosdick was so fragile that she might easily slip in the darkness and injure herself flattered her vanity and made her feel very small and feminine. At the door he took out a soft leather wallet and, taking from it a card, gave it to her. It was then that she discovered for the first time, with embarrassment, that in one hand she still held Mrs. Weatherby's hairbrush. Strands of Aunt Henrietta's hair still clung to it. Bowing, the stranger said, "This is my name. I will send a cheque tomorrow. Whose name shall I put on it?" She wanted to say, "Oh, no, don't think of it," in a grand and generous manner, but she knew Aunt Henrietta would insist upon being paid for the petrol. She should at least have answered Mrs. Henrietta Weatherby, but in an insane burst of unmaidenly behaviour she murmured Miss Gertrude Fosdick, and spelled it for him as he wrote it down, Fosdick. He took off his cap and bowed elaborately once more and disappeared, and then for the first time she was able to look at the card. Being far-sighted and not having her glasses, she had to hold it far from her. It read, "Oreste Valmente, el Duque de Fuenterrabia, el Marqués de Santoban." For a moment she feared her knees would give way. It was just like a novel, she thought. Just like a novel. It was like one of those stories of Ouida, one of the things you got in a paperbacked edition. Just like In a Winter City. The hand trembled with excitement, and the flame of the candle trembled too. Her shadow trembled on the ancient wall, so that it looked as if she were dancing. Presently she shut the door and shot the huge iron bolt, but as she closed it, she caught a sudden glimpse of the statue, gleaming white in the moonlight, and felt suddenly frightened again. A voice from the top of the stairs brought her back to the horrid reality. "What on earth are you doing, Gertrude? They have gone long ago." Then Miss Fosdick remembered that there were still 37 strokes of the brush to be done. End of section 22, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 6. Section 23, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 7. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 23, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 7. When she re-entered the bedroom, Aunt Henrietta was awaiting her in a cold fury. She exhibited all the signs of what Miss Fosdick described to herself as a tantrum. She had been working toward this point ever since dinner time. Miss Fosdick knew the signs, the look of fury in the eye, the distended nostrils of the large fleshy nose, the fat hands clasping the foot of the bed, the heavy breathing. With her thin grey hair hanging about her face, she was a terrifying sight that caused all the flame of rebellion burning in Miss Fosdick's bosom to turn to water and flow away. For a moment Mrs. Weatherby stood regarding her in a cold silence, as if choosing how she should begin. Then suddenly she found what was needed. "What on earth have you got in your hair?" she cried out. "I think you must be crazy lately. An old maid like you putting flowers in her hair, as if a man was going to look at you." Something exploded in Miss Fosdick's brain. She hurled the brush and the candle on the floor. The card of Oreste Valmonte, Duke of Fontarabia and Marquis of Saint-Ban, fell with them. "I'll put what I like in my hair, and you can go to hell." For a moment Mrs. Weatherby recoiled, as if Miss Fosdick had struck her a blow. "Oh, oh!" she cried in a stricken manner, and then firmly, "Take care what you're saying. I'll put what I like in my hair. I'm an old maid because you made me one. You're a ridiculous sight. No more than you and your silly religions. You've spoiled everything for me." Mrs. Weatherby gave a throaty laugh. "Spoiled everything, have I? And where would you be without me, pray? You have nothing except for me. You'd be a pauper." In Miss Fosdick 100 respectable New England ancestors rose and ran riot. "You! Everybody laughs at you. Nobody ever comes here but a lot of old women who want a meal." She choked and began to cry hysterically. "And a lot of old fools with silly religions." Suddenly, with a groan, Mrs. Weatherby collapsed full length on the floor. She lay there crying out, calling upon heaven to witness the ingratitude of this creature she had protected for so long. Miss Fosdick understood only fragments. "After I'm dead, you'll remember, after all I've done for you." But Miss Fosdick felt suddenly seasick and ran from the room. The screams followed her along the corridor until she was in her own room with the door bolted behind her. There was a light in her eye. At last the suppressed hatred of 20 years was satisfied. She had told Aunt Henrietta what she thought of her. The feeling was like a fresh, cool breeze. It was all over. She was free, free with 132 lire in the world, the savings of 20 years of slavery. Free, and there was nothing she could do, not even sew properly. But she was free. She could scrub floors. She was free. In all the confusion, the sprig of jasmine had come loose from her hair and had fallen into the V that revealed her plump white throat. She took it out and laid it on the table. Then, when she had grown more calm, she regarded herself in the ancient mirror and fell to trying new ways of doing her hair. She couldn't go out into the world dressed in the ridiculous fashion that she had always commanded. Her hands trembled. She was afraid of herself and of this madness, which had swept her without any effort of will into revolt. This was a strange woman who looked out of the mirror at her. Who was she, this creature born of the fires of hatred? Then she let her hair fall down. It reached to her waist. Her hair, she told herself, had always been her great beauty, even as a girl. She could not cut it. Presently she rose, feeling weak and shaken, and after drinking half a bottle of Fiusi water, went to the window for air. Far down below in the valley she could see a tiny light moving through the olive trees toward the stalled motor. Presently it reached the road. The lights of the motor flared up. There was a sudden wild, impatient roar, and the car shot away towards Breno. As the lights disappeared around a curve of the valley, she suddenly felt seasick once more. The romance was gone, and with it all the intoxication of her wild, hysterical outburst. She was an old maid with 132 lire in the world. She had not even a friend, and there was no work that she could do. The fascinating Duke de Fuenterrabia would never even think of her again. She was quite certain now. The 20 years had driven her insane at last. End of section 23, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 7. Section 24, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 8. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. Section 24, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 8. For an hour Mrs. Weatherby lay on the floor, waiting for Miss Fosdick to return and beg forgiveness. When at last the floor had grown impossibly hard, and there seemed to be little chance of her companion coming back, she raised herself and picked up the brush and the candle. Then, for the first time, she saw the card of Oreste Valmente, Duke Fuenterrabia, and Marquise de Santiban. Twice she read it through with awe, and then thrust it reverently into the side of the blotchy mirror. Doing her thin hair into a knot, she walked down the corridor to Miss Fosdick's room, where a line of light showed beneath the door. For a moment she stood thoughtfully, and then, knocking gently, she called out in the voice of a dove, "Gertrude, Gertrude, dear." There was no answer, and then she called again, "Gertrude, Gertrude." Again, only silence. "Gertrude, dear, listen to Aunt Henrietta. You've broken her heart." Still no response. "Gertrude, dear, Aunt Henrietta is willing to forgive. You wouldn't let a little quarrel like that break up all the love of 20 years. Not a word. "Gertrude, dear, let Aunt Henrietta go to bed, knowing that you are sorry for the awful things you said." In the end she went away, and in the morning when she went again to Miss Fosdick's room, she found it empty. Margarita, with a malicious gleam in her eye, said she had seen Miss Fosdick at dawn, walking along the road to Monte Salvatore. She was carrying a handbag. End of section 24, 20 Years of Devotion, Part 8. Section 25, A Prairie Idyll, Part 1. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. Section 25. A Prairie Idyll, Part 1. In the 70s, the town of Cordoba straggled its length along the high road which once had been a trail across the prairies into the far west. There were a few houses built of sawed timber, a few of the log houses that were remnants of its early days, a few shanties that served as dwelling places for the Negroes along the river, and the pretentious brick buildings of the primitive Methodist Divinity School. The village sat pressed against a flat prairie so vast that it seemed to extend to the limits of the known world. The only break in the even line of its monotony was the sluggish meandering river, whose waters were red with the fertility of the earth. To the south there extended a great area of land that had once been only a vast marsh, but with the passing of centuries the slow-moving river had cut itself deeper and deeper into the soil, draining the marsh and leaving it dry with a caked, peat-like surface, which burned slowly with the flameless intensity of rotten wood. In the 70s there was so much rich land to be had that no one paused on his way west to claim any of the bog, and when the peat-like surface took fire, it was allowed to burn until drowned by the flood-like rains of the spring. Always there was some part of the bog a-smoulder, sending up great columns of white smoke. The sight provided variety in a landscape that otherwise was insanely monotonous. Sometimes the soil burned in a dozen places at once, so that the whole countryside to the south of Cordova took on the aspect of hell, and sometimes in the fantastic damp heat of the prairie summers there appeared in it the mirages of lakes that seemed made of smouldering brimstone. The watering wells of that flat country were stale and flat and without life. It was to this town that Uriah Spragg and his sister Annie came on the death of their mother, for Uriah had set his mind on becoming a preacher of the primitive Methodist faith, and to thus atone for the colossal sins of his father, the prophet. And Uriah Spragg was no longer a young man, and he knew now that there was much to atone for. He planned, after he was ordained, to go from place to place in a wagon, as his father had done, preaching in villages and crossroads, wiping out the evil spread by the prophet. The burden of his father's sin was a thing which never left him. He was a tall man, raw-boned in the parlance of the country, with great wrists and knuckles and knee-bones. Save for his great strength, he could straighten horseshoes and bend bars of iron. He had nothing in common with the prophet. It was as if nature had taken an impish delight in making father and son so unlike each other. Uriah's hair was sandy, red, and sparse. Uriah's lips were thin and always drawn a little, as if there was some pain forever gnawing him from within. His skin was pale and dry and covered with freckles, and his beard, which he shaved, was thin and scraggly. In his face there were deep furrows that seemed cut there by a careless chisel. His pale blue eyes had a way of wavering and shifting restlessly, so that they appeared never to be looking directly into the eyes of any person. It may have been the sense of his father's sin, the shame of being a son of the prophet, which made him fearful and uneasy, for he was a sensitive man who suffered agonies. It was the soul of a woman in the body of a giant, and he was shy and silent and had no friends, for he believed that people were forever whispering about the doings of his father. He came to Cordova to learn what he must learn, a man already on his way to middle age, to listen to sermons and read the teachings of Wesley, with adolescent boys come out of the prairies and cornfields, all like himself, believing themselves chosen by God to spread his word. There were boys among them scarcely more than half his age, and none of them was as old as his youngest sister Annie. There was between Annie and Uriah a mysterious feeling which bound them together, as if they had been twins born of the same cell, rather than brother and sister, separated by 12 years, with many brothers and sisters between. It may have been the knowledge that they were the two most cherished by the tired, long-suffering woman who had borne them, or that they alone of all the 13 understood the long agony of her lifetime. And they had known now for a long time, without once speaking of it, that their father was neither God nor God's prophet, nor even a good man, but only a lustful old reprobate who deceived himself into believing that he was God. It was a thought neither of them had ever uttered. They knew it, and when their mother died they went quickly away, because Uriah was in haste to begin the atonement. It had never occurred to either of them that on leaving the saints' colony they should go separate ways, having lived always a little apart from the world in the strange, migratory life of the prophet, having been steeped always in religion and Bible reading. They came to believe without knowing it that they were strange, marked creatures who did not belong to the world as others did. As far back as they could remember, the world had treated them as curiosities. There were always crowds about the wagon of the prophet, staring at him and his children, as if they were wild beasts. End of section 25. A Prairie Idyll, Part 1. Section 26. A Prairie Idyll, Part 2. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 26. A Prairie Idyll, Part 2. At the time they came to Cordoba, Annie Spragg was possessed of a strange, wild beauty that passed for plainness among the women of the place, because it had none of the chromo-like prettiness for which their starved souls had a craving. More discerning and worldly critics would have discovered in her figure and in her sly face a mysterious excitement that stirred what was deepest and most carnal in man. Of all the 13 legitimate children of the prophet, she alone appeared to have been touched by the same unholy power which he came to understand so well and to exploit with such profit. The 2 eldest sons had it not, for their joint imposture of the prophet had been discovered soon enough by the women of the saints' colony. They were not men enough to fill their father's shoes. She was of middle height with red hair, not the nondescript sandy red of Uriah's hair, but a deep flaming red as her mother's hair had been on the day the prophet first saw her in her father's cabin at St. Louis, before she had borne 13 children in 15 years, and her skin was not pale and freckled like Uriah's, but of that waxen green white to be found in the women of Titian. Her figure at 24 was slim, but possessed of curves which even stiff skirts and coarse black cloth could not conceal. Her eyes were greenish and of an odd almond shape, slanting upward at the outer corners, and her mouth was the mouth of the prophet himself, red and full-blooded and voluptuous, with a disturbing power of excitement. She had a gliding, sinuous walk, yet because love had not touched her, she went her way all unconscious of her power. Like Uriah, the dark unspoken things which they knew but never mentioned had made her afraid even of herself. Elsewhere, outside the lost village, she could have had what she wanted from the world, but in Cordoba desire and the flesh were things to inspire horror. And always like a warning against the pale sky of that flat country rose the clouds of smoke from the burning bog, always the mirage of lakes of burning brimstone. They rented one of the decaying log cabins from an old pioneer woman who had gone to live with her grandchildren, and when Uriah had stopped the holes in the roof and the walls, they settled themselves in it until Uriah should be ordained. Though it was a thing never spoken of between them, they understood that neither of them should ever marry. Uriah had no desire to marry. Women had made his mother's life a long and passionate tragedy. She alone of all the women in the world was pure and good. He was afraid of women and hated them. There were even times when he hated his sister Annie for being a woman and the root of sin. He hated her for her fine shining hair and red lips, and for her sinuous walk. End of section 26. A Prairie Idyll, Part 2. Section 27. A Prairie Idyll, Part 3. The Strange Case of Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 27. A Prairie Idyll, Part 3. Among all those who came to the seminary at Cordova believing they were the elect of God, there was a youth named Leander Potts, one of the 9 sons of a farmer on the plains west of the Mississippi. He had come in a way as an offering to God from a father who was grateful for 9 sons. But he would have come whether his father permitted it or not, because he had seen visions while turning the sod, and knew that God had chosen him, and his mother was a religious, who was half insane from the loneliness of a prairie where there were no other women. Leander was her darling and the one chosen by her to follow God. To him had been given the richest food. He alone had been given books and the time to read them. When he came to Cordova, he was still an adolescent, chaste and tempted, troubled by visions and dreams, carnal and celestial. He was, too, a strong youth. He was handsome in the florid way of Anglo-Saxon youths, with curling blonde hair and bright blue eyes, with long dark lashes like those of a girl. At 40 he would be ruddy and perhaps bloated. At 20 he was like a young Florentine, painted by Leonardo. It was Leander Potts who became the only friend of Annie and Uriah Spragg. It was a slow thing, this friendship, for Uriah, with his pride and sense of difference from the rest of the world, could make no advances, and Annie stayed much at home, save for solitary walks along the sluggish river when she was happy, noticing the ways of the birds and beasts, the trees and the flowers. Uriah acknowledged the greetings of his fellow students, but chose never to be the first to exchange a word regarding the weather or the sermons. He had the sensitiveness of a boy too old and too big for his schoolfellows. He was all joints and knuckles, ashamed and flushing easily, but from the first day when he saw Leander's curly yellow head before him in the chapel, he felt drawn toward the boy. The sight of Leander was like a ray of sunlight piercing the gloomy depths of his soul, illuminating and warming it as no man or woman, save his mother, had ever been able to do. And Leander was, too, a sort of an ideal, a symbol of all that which Uriah might have been, save for his age, his uncouthness, and the scar upon his soul. Leander seemed in truth the chosen of God, comely, confident, young, and, in a community made harsh by fear of a terrible God, a creature bright with charm. On the day he first spoke to Uriah, the older man felt the skies open and saw the sun pour through. In Leander, the first impulse to speak arose from a sense of pity for Uriah, who even in that queer community seemed strange and awkward and out of place. It was Uriah's loneliness that touched him, almost without his knowing it. From that moment onward, the older man came to look for the boy's greeting as one who lives in a dour climate looks for the sun. He plotted, without plotting, that he might encounter Leander during the day. To Annie, waiting for him at home, he seemed to grow more cheerful and talkative. She wondered at the reason, but she never asked him, and Uriah could not have told her why the world seemed a better place, less black with sin. As for Annie, she cooked and baked, and in order to help Uriah with money, she began to do sewing for the women of the village. She even made an entrance into that trade which all small towns associate with fast women. She became a milliner. But the people of Cordoba did not take kindly to her. Her silence and aloofness disturbed them. They came to know presently that she was the daughter of the prophet Spragg, and so they gave her a name for immorality and evil, a reputation which her appearance, despite all her plain and ugly clothes, could not deny. No matter how black her dresses, there was something in the green slanting eyes, the pointed nose, the red hair, and the white skin, which made women draw together in little groups like hens as she passed, and caused men to look after her as if their wills had turned to butter. The wall of her isolation grew higher and higher, shutting her in from all the world, and so she took to going more and more on those solitary walks along the river bank. The river was the only relief from the monotony of that smoke-hazed world. Because human companionship was denied her, she came to make friends of the birds and the tiny beasts, the flowers and the rare trees of that flat country. The very rabbits came to know her, and the birds along the river bank awaited her coming with the crumbs she brought from her table. It was a happy life, and she seemed content with it, living only in dread of the coming of winter. Sometimes when she had gone a long way and could see across the flat land that there was no one within miles of her, she would take off her ugly black dress and tight stays and bathe in a warm, sluggish stream, warming her naked body sinfully in the sunlight. And all the while she drifted further and further from the dreadful god of Cordoba. Uriah noticed it and reproved her. He saw her sit dreaming in the house of God, deaf to the harsh words of the Reverend Mr. Simpson, her mind wandering far from a hell paved with the skulls of unbaptized infants, and his fear for her would be shadowed at times with a strange dark cloud of hatred and envy, as if he understood somehow that she was secretly escaping him and the sins of their father, and the justice of a vengeful God. His friendship with Leander grew, bringing with it a disturbing and incomplete happiness. As the older of the two, he gave Leander timid advice. Together they had long talks of the future, rising into a flame of passion at the glory of spreading abroad the kingdom of God as taught in Cordoba. They went on long rambles across a country where each mile was exactly like the last and the one before, and talk could be the only diversion. Uriah always walked bent forward a little, his great bony hands clasped behind his back, and one day Uriah, in a burst of fire, proposed timidly that when they left Cordoba they should set out together in a covered wagon, carrying their message to remote villages and crossroads where men of God seldom came. Annie, his sister, said Uriah, could go with them and cook and mend their clothes. Life seemed to become a bright and beautiful thing. Leander said, "But your sister? I have never seen your sister. I will go home with you tonight and see her." But Uriah's face grew dark and he was silent, torn between a desire to take the beloved Leander to his home and an obscure and nameless fear of having Leander lay eyes upon his sister Annie. End of section 27, A Prairie Idyll, Part 3. Section 28, A Prairie Idyll, Part 4. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 28. A Prairie Idyll. Part 4. Leander did come to the house, not that day, but another, one evening just after the long prairie sunset. Uriah was not there, and Annie asked him in to await her brother's coming. The meeting disturbed them both, but in Leander's feelings there was no pity for Annie, as there had been for Uriah. He was confused and frightened. For a long time now he had been aware of women, but he had never been aware of one woman, and there was something about this strange girl which seemed to be the apotheosis of all women. He watched her, afraid but fascinated, while she went quietly about her work in the kitchen, making polite and halting remarks about the weather, or the corn, or the sermon of the Reverend Mr. Simpson. It was all outwardly cold and meaningless, and inwardly charged with disturbing things. Leander was aware of her in every nerve and muscle. Annie watched him stealthily, was aware of a new beauty come into her life. Of late, during the long walks by the river, life had seemed to be opening like a flower, petal by petal, in a loveliness she had never suspected. And now came this beautiful young man with blue eyes and fair curling hair, like an angel. Uriah came at last, dark-browed and forbidding, and when Annie suggested that his friend stay to supper, he could not send Leander away. Leander did stay, and all through supper Annie sat modestly with eyes cast down, while her brother and his friend talked of the church and of God. After that Leander came more and more often, though there was little talk between him and Annie. Evening after evening she sat quietly apart in the darkness by the fireplace while the two men read the scriptures and interpreted them. Sometimes she sat watching Leander's golden head from under her long lashes without being seen, and sometimes when he was reading she stole sudden quick glances at his odd, disturbing beauty. Always Uriah took care that the atmosphere should be saturated with the words of the Bible. He fought his battle in silence, filled with a corroding jealousy, knowing always that Leander was there because of Annie and not because of himself or of God. Craftily he chose to read and expound passages filled with sonorous warnings against unchastity, of the evils of the flesh and of desire. He read always in the cold, tight voice of one in pain, and presently Leander came to look ill. The high colour left his cheeks, and there was a tired look in his blue eyes. At night his visions and dreams grew more and more fantastic and troubled, filled with strange beasts like those out of the Apocalypse. Annie gave him pennyroyal tea to drink, lest he be coming down with the fevers that swept the hot, damp prairies, and as he drank she watched him closely out of the green-veiled, slanting eyes. Leander knew now when she was watching him. It was as if her gaze burned into his flesh and set his blood on fire. Slowly Uriah grew confident again, believing that he had won and kept the soul of Leander unstained by the sin of desire that had damned his own father. Annie said nothing, for they never spoke of such things. End of section 28. A Prairie Idyll. Part 4. Section 29. A Prairie Idyll. Part 5. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 29, A Prairie Idyll, Part 5. 6 months after Leander first came to the cabin, a 10th child was born in the house where he lodged, and there was no longer room for him, nor was there any room in all the village save in the house of Annie and Uriah Spragg. He came there with his carpet-bag and tin trunk to live in the extra room, and after that there was no longer any peace in the house, but only smothered passion and hatred and jealousy. Uriah, more terrified than before, talked much and hysterically of their mission, saying that they must give themselves in chastity to God alone, looking neither to right nor to left. Leander devoured himself with desire and a sense of sin. One night in midsummer, when the heat and stillness of the country was intolerable, the 3 of them sat as usual in the single common room. It was Leander's turn to read the scripture, and he chose to read from the Song of Songs, which is Solomon's, showing the mutual love of Christ and his church. He plunged deep into the middle of it, as if he had been reading it again and again, and knew each verse. He read it in a loud and terrible voice, shaken with his inward illness. Crying out, he read, "How beautiful are thy feet with shoes, O princess! The joints of thy thighs are like jewels, the work of the hands of a cunning workman. Thy navel is like a round goblet, which wanteth not liquor. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat set about with 2 lilies. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 young roes that are twins. Thy neck is as a tower of ivory, thine eyes like the fish pools of Heshbon by the gate of Bath-rabbim. Thy nose is as the tower of Lebanon, which looketh toward Damascus. Thine head upon thee is like Carmel, and the hair of thine head like purple. The king is held in the galleries. How fair and how pleasant art thou, O love, for delights! This thy stature is like to a palm tree, and thy breasts to clusters of grapes. I said, I will go up to the palm tree, I will take hold of the boughs thereof. Now also thy breasts shall be as clusters of the vine, and the smell of thy nose like apples, and the roof of thy mouth like the best wine for my beloved, that goeth down sweetly, causing the lips of those that are asleep to speak. I am my beloved's, and his desire is toward me." In her corner, Annie Spragg stopped seeing. She clasped her hands together, lest their trembling betray her. Uriah Spragg sat upright and very still, his bony hands hanging at his side, his furrowed face ashen and drawn, and strangely like the head of death. He looked neither to one side nor the other. It was as if he did not hear the passionate voice of Leander, torn and twisted by the dark things in his soul. And Annie Spragg knew now, for the words of Solomon had made her aware of her body. When Leander had finished and put down the book, Uriah, without a word, reached out a knotty hand and took it from him. In silence he turned the pages, and then in the cold, strangled voice that was so different from the warm, rich voice of the prophet, he read, "We have heard it said of them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh upon a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart." When he had finished, he closed the book without a word, and rising, went into his own room, leaving them alone. Leander rose, and in silence rushed through the open door out into the cornfields, and Annie, sitting alone in her corner, heard the voice of her brother raised in prayer. End of Part 29, A Prairie Idyll, Part 5. Section 30, A Prairie Idyll, Part 6. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. Section 30, A Prairie Idyll, Part 6. All the next morning the three in the cabin went the mean small round of their existence, betraying no sign of recognizing the thing that had happened. Life went on the same, as if by denying the thing they could annihilate its existence. But at noonday neither Leander nor Uriah came home for dinner. Annie waited for them, and when at last she gave up all hope of their coming, she locked the house and set out for a walk along the river. It was a hot, still afternoon, damp with the smell of growing corn turning to milk in the ear, and she walked slowly, stopping now and then to rest in the shade of the feathery willows and witch hazel that grew in the fertile soil by the edge of the stream. 2 little birds followed her, twittering and flying from bush to bush. Once, while she was resting, 3 quail came out from among the rows of corn to eat the crust she brought them. The mud turtles, instead of slipping in alarm from logs and stones into the water, watched her with staring, beady eyes, unafraid. The blue jays, out of vulgar friendliness, kept up a wild screeching and calling. She wandered on, sadly and in a kind of dream, not knowing why it was she felt so tired and so confused, knowing only that the heat and the smell of the corn seemed to fill her with an overpowering desire to sleep. She had walked for miles and miles when she came at last to a spot which long ago she had chosen for her own. It lay in a wide bend of the meandering stream, so that the fragment of earth was almost an island. In another year the spring floods would have cut through the narrow neck and isolated it, leaving it to be washed away bit by bit in the years that followed into the distant ocean that Annie had never seen. No one had ploughed this land, and it lay overgrown with a thicket of goldenrod and sumac and gentians. Here she had come alone many times. There was a kind of bower where she lay whole afternoons, watching the ways of the birds and the beetles, the turtles and the ants. Sometimes she fell asleep, to awake only when the afternoon sun had fallen low on the prairie and the cool of evening had begun. Today she pushed her way through the briars into the bower, and flinging herself down, yielded to the hunger for sleep. End of section 30, A Prairie Idyll, Part 6. Section 31, A Prairie Idyll, Part 7. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. Section 31. A Prairie Idyll, Part 7. It was late when she awakened slowly, aware of a faint, pleasant sound of splashing somewhere near her, a sound that was cool, as if the water touched her own hot, troubled brow. Slowly she sat up, and looking out from the bower, she saw the cause of the noise. On the log in the midst of the stream sat Leander, with his back to her, quite naked. He was splashing his feet in the water and sending it high in the air to fall down in glistening drops over his blonde head and white body. A strange, voluptuous weakness filled her body so that she could not rise. She felt that she must be dying. She knew that if she did rise, she could not escape lest he notice her and know that she had seen him thus. She was frozen to the earth, fascinated and helpless, and suddenly Leander slipped into the reddish water and swam away toward the far shore. She tried to cover her face with her hands, but she could not move them to her face. On the sloping bank opposite, Leander was lifting a great stone high above his head. She saw the muscles flow beneath the white skin as he lifted it higher and higher, until with a gesture of triumph in his own strength, he hurled it away from him into the midst of the cornfield. Then he ran and leaped and turned cartwheels on the thick, red-black soil, and Annie, burying her face in the thick grass to shield it from what she kept seeing, felt a sudden wave of sickening beauty, of a kind she had never known before. It was a new world, as unknown to her as it was of Cordoba. Beauty and delight in life flowed in upon her, dazzling and blinding her, and with a great sense of freshness and freedom, as if she were herself for the first time, she pressed her face against the earth and wept. When she raised her head again, he was gone, and pulling herself to her feet, she pushed her way through the bushes and ran along the edge of the high corn, keeping close against the willows and sumac, for fear that he might see her and know that she had seen him in his nakedness. When she had run a long way, she fell from exhaustion and lay panting. From this day, she thought, I am a lost woman, for she knew now that she was sick with desire for Leander. In the south the bog was afire, and the white smoke drifted slowly up in a great cloud against the prairie sky. In it the lakes of brimstone swam and flickered in the heat. End of section 31. A Prairie Idyll, Part 7. Section 32. A Prairie Idyll, Part 7. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 32. A Prairie Idyll, Part 8. She found Uriah waiting for her, his narrow eyes dark with suspicion and accusation, but neither of them said anything. They waited for Leander to return, and at last at dark, when he had not come in, they sat down to eat without speaking to each other. It was 9 o'clock, and Uriah had been many times to the door, looking out into the darkness, when at last Leander appeared. He was hatless, and in his hand he carried Annie Spragg's sunbonnet. Looking at her with a queer expression in his blue eyes, he said, I found it by the bend in the river. I knew it was yours. It was a strange, accusing look, as if he believed that she had been spying on him. Behind it lay a mist of shocked and confusing thoughts. She took the bonnet and ran into her room, closing the door and bolting it. But she did not sleep. It was as if a demon had taken possession of her. She heard Uriah and Leander talking, still as if nothing unusual had occurred. She heard them reading the scripture, Uriah in his tight, pinched voice, Leander in his low, warm, soft one. She heard one of them go to bed and then the other. The light disappeared and all the house fell into darkness. She lay thinking, I am an evil woman. I am cursed as my father was before me. I had better die. I had better kill myself at once. Her love for Leander was so great that she could no longer breathe in peace, and he had said nothing. Perhaps tomorrow he would go away, and she would never see him again. They could not go on like this. Perhaps if she did not kill herself, Uriah would kill her. She had thought of late that there was a look of cold murder in his eye. They could not go on like this. She did not know how long she lay thus tormenting herself, but toward morning she rose, thinking to go into the kitchen for a drink of water from the pail that stood there. It was not clear sparkling water, but the dead stale water of the flat country. In the darkness she made her way through the common room into the kitchen. She found the pail. She was raising the dipper to her hot, parched lips when there was a sound of a door opening. She pressed against the wall listening, and presently someone crossed the common room and entered the kitchen. She thought, it may be Uriah coming to kill me, and then with a sudden sick feeling, it may be Leander. He too could not sleep, but in the blackness she could not make certain. She heard the figure in the dark fumbling at the latch of the kitchen door. The door opened against the blue of the prairie night, and she saw that it was Leander. He was dressed, and in his hand he carried his carpet bag. He was going away, and she would never see him again. She grew cold and trembled and wanted to cry out, "Don't go, Leander, don't go. I'm here waiting for you. Nothing makes any difference." He must not go away. He must not go away. And then, although she had not cried out, he hesitated for a moment, as if he had felt her standing there in the darkness. And putting down the bag, he turned and made his way toward the water pail. He was coming nearer and nearer. He was beside her now. He would see her in a moment. In a low voice she said, "It's me, Annie. Leander, you mustn't go away." She heard him make a sudden quick movement of terror and echo Annie, and then it seemed to her that they were enveloped by a flame. End of section 32, A Prairie Idyll, Part 8. Section 33, A Prairie Idyll, Part 9. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 33. A Prairie Idyll, Part 9. In the morning he was gone, and he did not return all that day, though she went 100 times to the door of the cabin to look for him. And he did not return the next day, or the next. On the 4th day they found him. It was Uriah who made the discovery. Leander was lying at the bend in the river a little way from Annie's bower. He was dead, and his gun lay beside him. He had shot himself through the head. It was Uriah who brought her the news. He told the story simply, as if he did not know the reason why Leander had destroyed himself, or that it meant anything at all to her. There was only the look in the pale blue eyes, so cold, so full of hatred, that Annie Spragg turned away and hid her face. Uriah Spragg had now to atone for the sin of his sister, as well as the sin of his father. They never spoke of it again, for it was their habit never to speak of sins, but only of sin, and they never spoke again of Leander. But they had to leave Cordoba before Uriah was ordained, because people began to whisper that they were evil because they were children of the prophet, and that Annie was a witch and a bad woman. They even whispered that between them the brother and sister had made way with Leander because of the things he knew. One morning Annie found under the door a crude misspelled letter warning them that if they did not leave the town before nightfall, they would be tarred and feathered and driven out. They left and took up a life of wandering, for there was no place in all the world where they belonged. End of section 33, A Prairie Idyll, Part 9. Section 34. A Sentimental Passage. Part 1. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. Section 34. Sentimental Passage. Part 1. When Anna Dorabelli left Father Dastier before the door of the tall house where he stayed in Brino, their parting was a simple good night. There was not even a pressure of the hand, for a curious and unfamiliar restraint had taken possession of them both. All the way from the Villa Leonardo they had driven side by side in silence, while the big motor roared up hill and down through the yellow dust. At the door she did not even wait for him to mount the steps and disappear, but turned the car and rushed away across the piazza. She was late already, and at 49 a woman could ill afford to keep a lover waiting. But she was driven, too, by a fierce desire to escape the quiet eyes of Father Dastier. He had, she thought, come at last to make a truce with life, and so he was calm and filled with peace. He had rest, and that was a precious thing. She fled from him as she might have tried to flee her own conscience. Father Dastier was all the conscience she had, and now he had turned up in Brino when she wanted least to encounter him. Who could have expected to find him there in the horrible heat of August, when everyone fled Brino? In her mind echoed the shadow. Anybody who is anybody. Not seedy people, of course, like those she had encountered this afternoon. Oh, he knew very well why she was there and what she was doing. That was why he had been so silent, as if she were betraying him. But he had been reasonable enough, all things considered. He had never reproached her but once, and then only by the inscription on the fly-leaf of the Thomas à Kempis. He had kept silent, which in a way was worse than if he had spoken, especially when you had loved him for nearly 30 years. At the door of the Palazzo Biancamano, she turned the motor over to the chauffeur. "At 5 tomorrow, Enrico," she said, looking a little away from him. Enrico, too, knew why she was in Brino. He knew why she had driven through the dust and heat all the way from Venice in August. She would not need the motor until 5, because she and Oreste would spend the heat of the day in the apartment. As the motor drove off, she turned and looked up at the windows of the apartment with that sudden feeling of sickness and ecstasy which always overcame her at such times. The windows were still dark. She was in time. He had not come yet. End of section 34. A Sentimental Passage. Part 1. Section 35. A Sentimental Passage. Part 2. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. Section 35. A Sentimental Passage. Part 2. It was not her own apartment. She hated Brino because she thought the people who lived there dull and stuffy and full of gossip. It was an apartment loaned her by Nina de Porlac, Nina knowing well enough what it was to be used for. A great many people knew, she thought, and yet what difference did it make? Your friends were your friends, no matter what you did, and the others did not matter. Only she must not make a fool of herself. When women were old, love sometimes made them silly. She mustn't be an old fool like Mrs. Whitby, running after gigolos and dubious dukes at 60. The apartment was strange to her, and there was only Attilia, the femme de ménage, to show her about. Ottilia knew why she was there. Well, better that she did know. Then there wouldn't be any violated innocence. She wondered how many times the apartment had been lent to others for the same purpose. Swarthy, moustached, with ox-like eyes, Ottilia showed her the bedrooms and the 2 baths. I am hard, she thought, but what of it? God knows I've reason to be hard. Only where love is concerned, I am not hard. It's always me that suffers. You can't be really hard if you go on being hurt again and again. She told Ottilia to keep the supper hot. It's impossible to ruin Italian food, she thought, and aloud, I'm expecting a friend to dine with me. Yes, Ottilia knew. Signora de Porlac had written her. She wished Ottilia wouldn't smile like that with her eyes. Was she smiling just because she took that friendly interest which all Latins have in an intrigue, or because she thought it ridiculous in a woman of her age to have a lover? She must be about the same age as Ottilia, although Ottilia looked 10 years older. Would Ottilia be going downstairs to regale other servants below with the tale? What did it matter? What did anything matter? It is silly, she thought, for a woman of my age and experience to behave always as if it were the first time, always worrying what people might say, always afraid of being caught. There wasn't anybody in the world who cared if she was caught, especially not Faustino. A husband like that could be made cuckoo 1,000 times in public, and he wouldn't care at all so long as she gave him money for electric toys and a train to run by real steam around the garden at Venterolo, like the children in the Bois riding to the Jardin d'Acclimation, the way I used to do. My God, how long ago was that? I mustn't think of it. I mustn't think. Perhaps that's why I've always kept my lovers so long, because it's always like the first time, always a renewal, a rebirth of love, rising from its own ashes. It was always exciting when it was like that. There was no growing blasé. For a long time she lay in the hot water, allowing it to soothe her, to set loose all the nerves made taut by the wretched visit to the Villa Leonardo. When at last she rose and dried herself, she covered her body with a scented powder made for herself alone, then fell to regarding it in the mirror. It was not an old body, but firm and young, and the face was not old. Nina looks old sometimes because she gets tired. It's vitality that counts in this world. It's the only thing. I'm never tired. Faustino was old and tired at 34 when I married him. Her hair, cut short, but not too short, was a fine artificial red. Thank heaven, she thought, I've dyed it for so many years that no one remembers it was ever any other colour. It's swimming that preserves the figure, swimming and sun and exercise. If women would only learn that. She thought of Oreste and of the many women who envied her, and she grew warm with triumph. Oreste was at least 5 years younger than herself, only he didn't know. I am a carnal woman, she thought, and quite pleased with myself. She thought suddenly of the curious piece of sculpture found in the garden of the preposterous Mrs. Weatherby. The memory of it gave her strange and voluptuous excitement. Then she put on a pale green peignoir, the colour of sea-water, and a collar of pearls. End of section 35. A Sentimental Passage, Part 2.
Section 36. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. A Sentimental Passage, Part 3. There was a loggia off the salon, which hung above the river. It was quite dark now, and the moon had risen above the circling hills. The air was still hot, but the insane wind from Africa had died away at last. It is after 9, she thought. He is late. He counted on being here by 7. She walked out into the loggia, and leaning on the stone balustrade, looked down. Below her the river flowed in the moonlight, a pale golden yellow, shrunken by the drought to the size of a brook. It smelled badly. Save for a pair of lovers, the long bare quay was empty. The lovers leaned against the river wall. 2 small black figures melted into a single passionate shadow. Presently, on the bridge just beneath appeared the dimmed lights of a motor. There he is now, she thought. The motor turned slowly into the street below and moved toward the Palazzo Biancamano, and the old feeling of sickness swept over her. He was coming nearer and nearer. He would stop now at the door. She waited, but he did not stop. The motor went slowly on. Perhaps he had mistaken the way, or did not know the house. But that could not be. He knew Brno well. He knew Nina's apartment. Perhaps he had had a small accident on the way, an accident that had delayed him but not injured him. And he had telegraphed, only they had failed to deliver the telegram. Things like that happened in Italy. It wasn't any better with the fascisti, no matter how much they said to the contrary. You couldn't change the whole character of a race overnight. In America, what was America like now? It was 18 years since she had last been there. Queer that she always thought of it as home, when she had lived in Europe more than half her life. In one of the apartments below, someone had begun to play a piano and to sing. It was familiar music, but she could not place it. The voice of the soprano was young. It sang a little uncertainly. Newport. What was Newport like now? Who lived in the old house with the ugly stone turrets? Her room had been the one in the turret above the porte cochere, the room she had left to marry Faustino, Principe d'Orbelli, Count de Venturolo. Well, it had sounded splendid enough to suit her mother. Her mother, who was having an affair with a dentist years younger than herself. Wilkins was his name, Herbert Wilkins. We are bad blood, she thought, but there were plenty of other girls willing to take her place. Faustino was getting money, and she was becoming a princess. Princess d'Orbelli. A fool she was, knowing nothing about anything, nothing about life. Thank God, girls today were different, especially American girls. They knew what they were doing. There was another motor coming across the bridge. It wasn't Orest. It was a Communion, rumbling and rattling through the stillness of the night. I mustn't watch for him, she thought. If I watch, it will only make him later. The voice below stairs kept on singing. She knew the music now. It was the Rosenkavalier, the music of the Feldmarschallen in the first act. The voice was singing in French, and not too good French. Probably an American girl, studying in Italy. A Viennese opera sung in French by an American in Brno. The world was getting like that. She was an American married to an Italian, had a Spanish lover. What did it matter? What did anything matter except staying young? Like that fresh, uncertain voice and the dark pair of lovers on the quay. The voice was like silver. Mais comment est-il donc possible que l'enfant que j'étais jadis puis un jour connaître la vieillesse, être une vie, la vie marchale. Voyez, c'est elle, la vie princesse. A bell rang somewhere in the apartment. She listened. Surely it was the telegram, perhaps explaining why he was so late. A door opened. There was the sound of Ottilia's voice talking to someone with a man's voice. And then a laugh, and then the door closing again. Ottilia would be coming now in a moment with the telegram. She stepped inside from the loggia, but Ottilia didn't come. What was keeping her? When a telegram came, she ought to bring it in. All Italians were the same, hopeless. Suddenly she rang with a too great violence, thinking at once, I have lost all control of myself. I mustn't do that. There was another thought in the back of her mind which she kept pushing from her, so that she might not even recognize it for what it was. Ottilia was standing before her. The bell rang, Ottilia. Was it something for me? No, Eccellenza. It was my cousin coming to pay me a visit. Eccellenza! Eccellenza! Where had Ottilia learned that absurd method of address? If I watch for him, he will never come. I must not be cross with Ottilia. Being rude to servants is a worse crime in the eyes of God than adultery. Most Latins were horrible to their servants. Faustino treats them like dogs. She found herself in the loggia, watching. Well, she thought, I'm here again, watching without knowing it. There's no use going back now. She began to see herself all at once as another woman, whom she regarded from a great distance. It was a funny thing what life did to you. Who would have thought that the girl being married in the garden at Newport would have turned into the woman waiting in the loggia for a rest? One would have said that there was no connection between the two. But the chain was simple and clear enough. It fitted together link by link, beginning with Faustino. If a woman had a husband like Faustino, what could you expect of her? It wasn't in her nature to be a religieuse, wearing black and doing good deeds. After what had happened with Faustino, she wanted only life and more life. He hadn't broken her. Only 3 months she had lived with him, but that was long enough, too long. Because it was long enough for her to conceive a child. Not a child, but a monster, an idiot. Her own good blood hadn't been strong enough to overcome the taint of Faustino's life and blood. It wasn't easy to think that your first-born was a cripple and an idiot, and a grown man now. He must be 26, shut up always at Venturolo, with his father. She hadn't seen him in years. How many? Well, she wouldn't think of that. After all, he wasn't much more insane than Faustino himself. She'd think instead of Victor, because Victor was a boy to be proud of. With red hair, people said, like his mother's. Only her hair had never been red. It was the red hair of his father, not Faustino, praise God, not Faustino, but of Nigel. Victor wasn't a Dorbelli. He wasn't even Italian. He was son of Nigel Burnham. Another automobile was crossing the bridge. No, that wasn't Oreste either. His motor was gray and long. If I watch for him, he'll never come. Ottilia said her cousin. More likely it's her lover. I can't go inside and sit there alone. Oh, God, don't let anything happen to Oreste. And Faustino didn't care that Victor wasn't his son, even though he knew it. Victor was the heir, the next Prince Dorbelli. He had saved the line, Victor, the son of an English father and an American mother. Victor, product of 6 happy weeks in Malta. I was young then. I thought I wanted to dabble in archaeology instead of life. Maybe it would have been better. I shouldn't be standing here now suffering. 6 weeks in Malta. No, that was worth all this suffering when you thought of the happiness. Even the happiness of thinking about it now, years afterward. I am old, she thought. Everything is measured in years now instead of months. There had never been anything quite like Nigel. Nothing so young and clean and unspoiled. It was probably his first affair. And mine. Oh, God. Mine was with Faustino, my husband. A clean affair like that with Nigel must be better in the eyes of God than legitimate marriage with a beast like Faustino. Odd how she thought of him always as he had been in Malta, in his uniform as officer of His Majesty's Navy, and never as she had seen him last in Monte Carlo, middle-aged, an admiral, with 2 daughters growing up into tall blonde English girls. Nigel was young, all youth, and she had been young then too, young save for the stain of Faustino. And Victor was like Nigel, as if Nigel had never grown old at all, but simply changed into a son. That was why she loved Victor better than Amadio, Jim Kane's child. Le Toms sang the voice. In c'était comme un poison. On ne la sent pas, tant qu'on s'en sème, mais soudain un jour on ne sent plus que lui. Il est autour de nous, il pénètre en nous-mêmes. En vous sans cesse, il glisse. Dans les miroirs, il coule. Il ride nos pauvres visages. Même entre nous son onde coule encore, sans bruit. Silencis. Oh, mon ami! Oh, God, stop her singing. Send a rest safely to me. Odd how you could love in so many ways. Love with Nigel was like the morning sunlight streaming in at the windows. And with Jim Kane it was mixed with pity. Jim Kane, who thought himself a gentleman because he hadn't vitality enough to be positive. It was queer how quickly families went to seed in America in 3 generations. Jim thought that nothing meant being a gentleman. He was a gentleman, but only by environment and accident. I could have married him instead of Faustino, but I'm glad that I didn't. I should have died of boredom with him, and I could not have betrayed him. I'd have been so sorry for him. Jim would worry a great deal about his honor, because he thought that was one of the marks of a gentleman. And he was dead now for 3 years, and Amadio was like him. Nobody had ever suspected Amadio but Faustino. Faustino knew Amadio wasn't his child. And Jim's cousin Sabine, who suspected everything and everybody. She even dared to speak of Amadio as my cousin. I mustn't think of these things, she told herself. It's a bad omen, as if I were really an old woman, looking back over my life. I mustn't act as if everything was finished. It isn't finished. It isn't finished. The thought kept pressing in upon her closer and closer. I must push it away. I mustn't even let it take shape. It's nearly 11 now. Oh, God, send him to me. Oh, God, just this once more. Don't make me an old woman. I'm still young. My heart is young. My soul is young. Oh, God, don't take him from me. A motor horn was sounding somewhere across the river in the direction of the Palazzo Gonfarini. It's a German horn, like the one Orest has. If I wait, if I cross my fingers, it will turn into Orest. Such miracles may happen, only we never know about them. He might have taken the road by Monte Salvatore. No, it isn't Orest. It sounds farther away now. It was going the other direction. It was climbing the hill toward San Marco. How high the moon is at the very top of the sky. Jean could have saved me. Jean was the only one I ever loved. Queer that never once in 25 years have I called him Jean. But always Father Destier. Politely, respectfully, as if there was nothing between us. He was the only one before whom I'd groveled on the ground, kissing his feet because he was a man, and a good man, and it was his goodness that spoiled everything. We could have run away, anywhere, giving up everything, even though he was a priest. What difference would it have made in the end? Who would have cared? And now he is an old man, with peace in his soul, who thinks me a harlot. It is your fault, Jean. It is your fault. You could have taken me when you wanted me. That time at Caparola, in the garden, or at Nina's, or the night at Bruffane's, when fate brought us together alone. You could have saved me, Jean. You could have saved me. I'd have been with you tonight, happy to sit by you, instead of here in the loggia, waiting for a rest. But you turned your back and contented yourself with writing pious sayings in a book and looking at me in silence out of your black eyes. God understands. God must know what you did was a sin. And still, you can have peace and faith, shutting me out, shutting me out. The thought was near now, far too near to be put away. The city is quiet. There isn't even the sound of a motor horn or the faint music from the piazza. The moon has passed the zenith, and everyone is in bed. Everyone but me, who stands listening and watching in the loggia. Even the lovers have gone away. They are young. Happy creatures, they are young. There are years before them, and before me. Perhaps a single night, a week, a month. Oh, God, send him to me. The thought cried out aloud. He is not coming now. It is late. He is never coming. It is all over now. I am too old. Tomorrow he will write me, giving excuses and letting me know that it's ended, and again I shall be hurt as if I'd never learned anything. Oh God, don't let me be hurt by this last time. This last time when I am saying goodbye to youth, to love, to everything. Love, God, that's all I've ever had. I'm not a clever woman. I'm not a good woman. I've never had anything but love. She found her nails digging into the stone of the balustrade. I must go in now, she thought. I mustn't stand here any longer. I'm being a fool, an old fool like Kitty Whitby. I mustn't do that. I've always been discreet. I've been dignified. Oh God, if only you had given me faith and peace like Jean. Oh God, it was you and the church who took Jean from me. I'd have been a good wife to him. He's not coming now. He's never coming at all. It's too late. It's all over. She went inside and threw herself down on the sofa, where she lay for a long time, not knowing what she thought, or even whether she was alive. And slowly, when she had wept and wept, she began to feel calm again and cool. I must not be a fool, she told herself. It's over now, and there's nothing to be done. I must make the most of it. Perhaps if I pray, God will send me peace and faith. I must be an old woman now. I must go out in dignity. It's time now. Victor is a man now, and he mustn't hear people laugh at his mother. The past is the past, but Victor is old enough now to understand. Victor, Nigel's son. Nigel, who was like the morning sun streaming in at the windows. He is getting old, too. She rose and rang the bell, and standing in the shadow so that Ottilia should not see her, she had been weeping. She told her to serve the supper and then go to bed. I must not let her know that he is not coming. I must not let her know that it matters to me. Aloud she said, You can leave the supper on the table. I'll serve myself. Ottilia knew that he wasn't coming. You could tell by the look in her ox-like eyes. They weren't smiling any longer. They had in them a gleam of sympathy. That was because the cousin was a lover. Ottilia understood. To be pitied by a servant. In love, women were all of one kind. There were no princesses and no servants. When Ottilia had placed the supper on the table and gone away, the princess rose and going into the bathroom disposed of the soup and a portion of the vegetables so that in the morning Ottilia would not think that she had been unable to eat. She did this in the proper order, so that if Ottilia came in suddenly, she would not find all the food disposed of miraculously at once. But Ottilia did not return. Then she drank coffee, thinking perhaps if I stay awake and pray all night, God will send me faith and peace like Jean's. She took out the Tamea Kempi that Jean had given her long ago, and tried to read it. It was a thing she carried with her always, more precious than her pearls, not because of what it contained, but because he had given it to her. He had held it in his hands and had written in it. He had beautiful hands. She always saw them when she read out of the Tamea Kempi. She read from what he had written with his beautiful hands. Dans la damnation, la fièvre et la moindre chose, les supplices propres aux damnés et la progrès infini dans le vice et dans les crimes. L'âme s'endurcante, se dépravant toujours, s'enfonce nécessairement dans le monde des minuits en progression géométrique pendant l'éternité. Michelet. That was true, but its truth did not change the ways of humanity. It went on just the same. It was a clever thought, but not strong enough to overcome and subdue the body that shut you in, like a prisoner. I will wear black, she thought, and devote myself to hospitals and the poor. Perhaps a legend will grow up about me, the woman who had given all to life and turned in the end to God and the church. That would be a fitting end to the story. A fine way to end it, and it was only the end that mattered now. She wept a little, pitying herself, and then read some more out of the little book, passages which she had read many times. O Lord, let that become possible to me by thy grace, which by nature seemed impossible to me. Thou knowest that I am able to suffer but little, and that I am quickly cast down, with a slight adversary eraseth. For thy name's sake, let every tribulation be made pleasant and desirable to me. For to suffer and to be disquieted for thy sake is very wholesome for my soul. Jean sought to cure me, she thought, by giving me a book when he should have given me himself. Perhaps if I read now, God will reward me and send Oriste after all. But that is foolish. I have never prayed to God except when I am unhappy. He must remember that. I only come to him when I want to beg something of him. No, the end must be in black. All great harlots become pious in their old age, as if faith could take the place of love. She tried to read, but she did not know what she was reading. She kept thinking of the excuses Oriste would write tomorrow and thinking, if I wear black, I had best go to Worth. He will make me look discreet and respectable and chic. I shall be able to wear black without becoming an old horror. Satin I shall wear in black velvet. How people will talk when I am no longer seen about. When they hear that I have shut myself up at Venterolo with Faustino and my idiot son, perhaps they will come and see me there. Surely God won't mind that. I can have Nina come. I can even have people to stay. God wouldn't mind that. But he that is wise and well instructed in the Spirit is raised above these mutable things, not heeding what he feeleth in himself, of which way the wind of instability bloweth, but studies only that his mind may be directed to its supreme and final good. For thus he will be able to continue throughout one and the self-same, and unshaken. She tried to read on, calming her soul, with the long, quiet, beautiful periods, but she could not see the page for the feeling of sickness which came over her. People, she thought, must feel like this when they are condemned to death. For me to be old is to die. Suddenly she flung herself down once more on the sofa and began to weep. It was no use. It was all over. She hadn't it in her to shut herself away from life, and she never loved Oriste as much as she had loved him tonight. Oh, God, send him to me. No, I must not do that. She sat up. I will be courageous. It is all over. Tomorrow I will go to Jean and ask him where I can go into retreat to begin another life. I will break it completely with the past and never see any of them again, not even Nina. She rose and walked to the mirror. I am old now. I should never weep. It makes me look weary like Nina. It's only then that I look really old. I am old. I'm finished. I must find peace. Now in God. I must go out in a beautiful dignity. If I say it over and over again, I will believe it and have peace. Peace such as Jean has. I am old. I am old. I am old. It did make her feel more calm, more peaceful. She sat down once more and opened the Imitation of Christ. But as she opened it, she saw again the beautiful hands of Father de Steer. I'm calmer now, she told herself. I will read it through each day, and in the end I will be saved. Prepare not thyself for much rest, but for great patience. Seek true peace, not in earth, but in heaven, not in men, nor in any other creature, but in God alone. For the love of God, thou oughtst cheerfully to undergo all things. That is to say, all labor and pain, temptation, vexation, anxiety, necessity, infirmity, injury, obloquy, reproof, humiliation, confusion, correction, and scorn. Perhaps it was true. Perhaps there was such peace to be had on earth. In the end she would find it, like Jean, and be content. It was all over now. I am old. I am old. Nevertheless, in all these they bore themselves patiently, and trusted rather in God than in themselves, knowing that the sufferings of the present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory that should be revealed in them. There was a bell ringing again, distantly, ardently. Perhaps it was he. Oh, God, send me a rest. Just this once, this last time. Why isn't Ottilia answering it? Oh, God, send me a rest. She rose, thinking, this is not true. It is a nightmare. In the hall, she thought, I dare not open the door. If I open it, it will change into someone else. I dare not touch the handle. I will call out his name. Then it can't change into someone else." She stood trembling, making a great effort, and at last she was able to say in a weak voice, "Arrest." From the other side came his voice, the voice. "Anna, let me in." She tore open the door, and he stood there telling her that he had had an accident in a remote valley. And she thought, "I must not cry. When I cry, I look old." But her whole body was shaking with sobs. For no reason at all, she was suddenly aware again of that strange statue found in the garden of the Villa Leonardo. The book slipped forgotten to the floor where Ottilia found it the next morning, when her cousin, the greengrocer, had gone. End of Part 3.
Section 37, The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 1, The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 37, The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 1. From the day that Annie and Uriah Spragg left Cordova, their existence drifted into a strange state that was something more and something less than human. In all their obscure wanderings, it appears that they were hounded, like the figures out of a Greek tragedy, by some fate which gave them no peace, shutting them further and further away from the world, into the solitude of their own souls. It may have been that the consciousness of their own queerness set them apart, or it may have been, as Signora Bardelli, the janitress, believed long afterward, that Miss Annie Spragg sold her soul to the devil, a bargain she made perhaps on the day that Uriah found the body of Leander Potts lying in her bower by the bend of the river. Perhaps she preferred the devil to such a god as Uriah worshipped. The same strange thing that shut them in from the world bound them to each other in a lonely solitude. On fleeing Cordova, they fell back once more into that life which they had led so long as children of the prophet. From town to town they went, and from village to village, and crossroad to crossroad, carrying the word of Uriah's harsh God into the wilderness. But it was a life neither as pleasant nor as comfortable as life had been in the days of the prophet, for there was nothing about the voice or the face or the body of Uriah which stirred men to tears of repentance and women to frenzies of hysteria. Uriah was merely repellent and cold. Gifts of money and of food must have been slender and infrequent, and Annie, it appears, beyond pumping the wheezy melodeon for the services, did nothing to help her brother. Nevertheless, in those days, a man of God was looked upon as touched by a divine fire that set him aside from other men, and so Uriah was tolerated and respected. They accomplished most in remote and lonely communities, where the arrival of a travelling preacher was the peak of excitement from one year's end to another, where souls were craving salvation as a change from the monotonies of harsh weather and dreary landscape. But Annie Spragg contributed nothing save the uncertain touch upon the melodeon. Even that disturbing power of seduction came down to her from the prophet. She seemed to have armoured and locked away in the depths of her wounded soul. More and more she became a solitary. More and more she wandered through woods and fields, taking for her friends only the birds and the animals. At some period during their long wanderings, and they went as far west as Boise and as far east as Carthage, Uriah came at last to be ordained a legitimate preacher, qualified by his church and fit to be given a flock and a house where he might rest a little from his long and wandering atonement. But even then God saw fit to give him only a little peace, for wherever he went, he was driven on again in a little time. People disliked him, and they distrusted the queer Annie and her silent, mysterious ways. Uriah's hatred of women grew with advancing age, and as women were the best defenders of priests, he failed in his mission, for his female parishioners came to look upon him as a poor thing who was a feeble preacher with a harsh, weak voice, in which there was only the monotonous grey and bitter scale of denunciation. The women of a parish were the natural antagonists of a preacher's wife, and she of them, and Annie Spragg was worse than the most helpless clergyman's wife. The women she ignored, or go to the Ladies' Aid, or make Mother Hubbards for the Missionary Society. She merely sat at home, mysterious and silent, surrounded by the outlandish wild things she had made her pets. End of section 37, The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 1. Section 38, The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 2. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 38, The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 2. And so at last, when Uriah Spragg had passed his 50th birthday, they came to the church at Winnebago Falls, a miserable and dying parish, worthy only of one whose life had been a failure. The building itself was a primitive affair of unpainted wood, long in need of repair, which stood in a poor part of the town between the railroad yards and the river, and his flock was made up of the remnants of a migration of poor whites who, abandoned by their strength in the course of a western migration, had settled down in apathy along the mud flats. They were a poor lot, undernourished, superstitious, and fearful. Most of them could not read or write, but they were all children of God, who possessed souls, and Uriah, whose only ambition was atonement, took up his task without complaint. The preacher's house stood on the outskirts of the town, a poor wooden affair like the church, half hidden from a highway which was neither city street nor country road, by great cottonwoods and a thicket of untended lilacs, syringas and woodbine. Great clumps of burdock, emblems of poverty and the sordid, had taken possession of the yard and grew close against the old house. Beyond it stretched an abandoned terrain, grown over with sumac and wild cherries, which in summer served mercifully to hide the fragments of old buggies and baby carriages, tin cans and bicycles, dumped there when they ceased to be any longer of use to the citizens of Winnebago Falls. Into this house Uriah and Annie Spragg moved the few primitive things which made up their household furniture. The pay was $300 a year, and contributions, but contributions from a flock which itself lingered on the fringes of starvation could not have been great. Still, they were for a little time secure and safe from change, since it was impossible to assign Uriah to a lower charge. Not long after they had moved in, Annie Spragg was discovered foraging along the river and on the fringes of the dump heap, collecting bits of wood. With these she constructed by her own hands a crude enclosure which she began to fill with pets. To the members of her brother's new flock she remained a mystery, since no one spoke to her, even when they came to the house, unless by chance she happened to open the door and usher them in silence into a parlour furnished with 3 chairs, a worn carpet, 2 religious chromos, and a rubber plant. People saw her sometimes in the town, wandering along the street, peering into shop windows at things which she could never afford to buy. She had begun even at that date to appear extremely eccentric. Her clothes were queer and out of date, with a skirt which always trailed far behind her through dust or mud, regardless of the weather. But she was very clean, and even in those days wore white cotton gloves. People who encountered her at the door of Uriah's house noticed that she wore them even when opening the door, and Mrs. Bosanquet, the drunken old Irishwoman, who came up sometimes from the flats to help her clean the house, said that Miss Annie wore the gloves even when cooking and cleaning and doing the washing. Within the crude enclosure among the burdocks at the back of the house, there came to be sheltered rabbits and guinea pigs, 3 or 4 stray cats, a crow with a broken wing, and an old and bony mongrel dog, whose broken leg Miss Annie Spragg had mended with great care. The thicket about the house had long been a refuge for birds, and after she came their numbers increased. People said it was strange that Miss Annie Spragg's cats never annoyed the birds, and that even blue jays and sparrows lived in the thicket in peace with more timid winged things. And then one morning old Mrs. Bosanquet arrived, leading on a string a young he-goat that had been left behind by an Irish family which had set out for Oregon. He was a fine creature with black, intelligent eyes, and a long, fine, shining coat as black as night. And after a time the town became used to a new sight, more extraordinary than any of the others. It saw Miss Annie Spragg walking in the evenings, after her work was done, along the road towards Meeker's Gulch, a lonely and almost impenetrable marshy thicket, some 4 miles to the north. The he-goat walked beside her in the most docile fashion, without even the constraint of a leading string, and when dogs ran out from the houses along the road to bark at the queer figure of Miss Annie Spragg, he arched his back prettily and bent his head and beat the earth with his pretty, shining black hoofs. She took him there to feed him upon the wild sweet clover that grew high on the edges of the country road. Sometimes when people passed along the road while the goat was feeding, they encountered the green eyes of Miss Annie Spragg, watching them through the black veil she always wore, and they hurried on, filled with the nameless and ancestral fear that attacks children in the dark. End of section 38. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 2. Section 39. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 3. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. Section 39. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 3. Uriah, too, sometimes walked along the county road that led to Meeker's Gulch, but never at the hour of sunset. He chose the morning and the middle of the day. Heat seemed to have no effect upon his great shambling body, not even the thick, damp heat of the fertile prairies. He was 51 and then 52, and life and the atonement he had planned seemed only to withdraw further and further from him. There were men and women who presently had stopped coming to his church, and others who, for reasons he could not understand, hated him. He had done his best, his duty. He had been hard and conscientious towards Annie as well as towards himself, yet none loved him, none asked his aid. He still possessed his gigantic physical strength, but he was becoming an old man, with hair turning white. The bitter chiselled lines in his face were becoming great hard gashes that gave the countenance a perpetual look of anger and hatred. The pale blue eyes sank deeper and deeper into their cavernous sockets, and the ungainly body, denied since the beginning the pleasures of which nature intended it, began, like the bodies of those who abuse the pleasures of the flesh, to be racked with obscure but devastating pains. At times he could no longer stand erect for the pain in his spine. People saw him day after day, walking along the country road, his body bent with pain, still in the same old posture, with the great bony hands clasped behind him, composing his bitter sermons as he walked, or calling fiercely upon God for strength. There had never been much love in the harsh body, and even the little that there had been appeared to have burned itself out in the flame of his strange passion for Leander Potts. But neither was there any hate in him, but only that thing which is less than human, duty and the sense of atonement for the sins of his father, the prophet, and for the sins of his unchaste sister. He came at last never to walk in the town, but always in the open country. Once a year he went away to attend for 3 days the convention of his church. It was his only diversion. End of section 39. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 3. Section 40. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 4. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 40. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 4. Among the farmers who lived along the road to Meeker's Gulch, there was one of German descent called Ed Hasselman, who kept cows and supplied milk for most of the citizens of Winnebago Falls. He was a hard-working man, but the curse of drink was on him. Sometimes he would stay sober for months, and then one day the appetite would take possession of him, and he would become like a madman, staying drunk for days and weeks. Sometimes it was whiskey, and sometimes it was only hard cider, but his drunkenness possessed always the same wild quality of bestiality. At such times he was seized with nightmare visions and went out of his mind, and then a woman called Maria Hazlitt, who kept house for him, would have to deliver the milk in Winnebago Falls. When she appeared, the whole town knew that Ed Hasselman was drunk again. She was a fat, blousy woman with a moustache, and Ed Hasselman had never married her, but she was accepted as next best to being his wife. No one knew her well, for she was a silent woman who appeared to accept all that life brought her without comment or complaint. She was never heard even to complain of Ed Hasselman's drunkenness and the long hours of back-breaking work which it imposed on her. She seemed content with him. She had been an illegitimate child, brought up on the county poor farm, and at 18 she had gone to work for Ed Hasselman when his wife was still alive. When the wife died, Maria Hazlitt simply stayed on. One morning, a day or two after Uriah Spragg had gone off to the annual church convention in Dubuque, Maria Hazlitt appeared delivering the milk, and as she went from house to house, she spread a strange story, telling it alike to hired girls, housewives, and men she met in the street. It went through all the town. She said that in the early morning, when Ed Hasselman had gone out to the barn to help her with the milking, he had seen the figure of Miss Annie Spragg, black against the sunrise, hurrying across the open fields from the direction of Meeker's Gulch, and with her was the black he-goat. She was not going towards Meeker's Gulch, mind you, but away from it, back to town. Ed had been drinking a little, Maria Hazlitt said, but not enough so that he didn't know what he was seeing. Some put the story down as a drunken hallucination of the milkmen, and others guarded it, turning it over in their minds, savouring all its possibilities. But in the end, everyone came to know it, and it served only to deepen the isolation which surrounded the strange brother and sister. They came to be looked upon a little as though they were strange animals brought from a far country, which might be regarded safely from a distance. Here and there the town, but mostly among the members of Uriah Spragg's own flock, murmurs began to arise against them, and strange rumours that they were both mad, and that Miss Annie Spragg at least deserved being shut up. Surely it was not respectable to have such a woman as the sister of one's preacher, and sometimes people who belonged to other churches, Methodists and Baptists, and even the haughty Congregationalists, treated the Reverend Uriah Spragg and his sister as comic figures. But worst of all, the old black story of the prophet, leader of the Spraggites, never long dead, raised its head. It was a story never far distant in the memories of all the prairie people, and in the years since the prophet's mysterious end, it had grown in exaggeration and unwholesome detail. Uriah and Annie Spragg were two of the products of the prophet's colossal lust, and as such were the accursed of God and the beloved of the devil. There was even talk of riding Uriah Spragg out of town upon a rail, and there were dark stories that Annie Spragg was much more to him than a sister. It came to a crisis one hot Sunday morning in August, when Uriah Spragg went as usual to preach to the remnants of his flock in the decaying wooden church, and he found his own church door locked against him. Across it had been nailed 3 planks, and on one of these was fastened a bit of paper, on which was written in half-illiterate handwriting, "To the Reverend Uriah Spragg, we want none of the spawn of Cyrus Spragg. We want no more of you. We want a good preacher or none at all. We are sick of being laughed at. Until further warning, the church will be closed. Take warning and do not try to force yourself where you are not wanted." Signed, John Hemphill, Darius Curtis, Alexander Bostwick, Committee. He did not attempt to tear loose the planks and force an entrance to his church. For a little time he simply stood quite still in the high grass, staring at the paper, and then, turning slowly, he walked away with his head bowed and his great cruel hands behind his tired back. As he left the churchyard, passing through the rusted gate, there arose behind him from the thicket of sumac a loud, derisive laugh. The committee had been hiding there to watch him. It was the end. There was nothing left. End of section 40. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 4. Section 41. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 5. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 41. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 5. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Maria Hazlitt, drowsing in the heat with the reins hanging loose over the dashboard of the milk wagon, was roused sharply. Her team had shied at something that lay on the edge of the road and very nearly threw the wagon into the ditch. Stirring herself to action, she halted the team to find that almost beside her, among the high, sweet clover, lay the body of a man. Being a courageous and unsqueamish woman, used to hard farm work and butchering, she got down heavily and turned the body over on its back. She saw then that it was the Reverend Uriah Spragg, and that although the body was still warm, he was quite dead. It needed Maria's calloused nature to regard the sight without turning ill. His face was no longer the face of Uriah Spragg, but she recognized him by the white hair, the rusty black clothes, and the great hands that were like the cruel claws of a bird of prey. He had been beaten savagely from head to foot by some sharp instrument. Even his clothing had been ripped and torn in the mad fury of the attack. There was no one in sight. The murder had been done at noonday on the county road, in the very midst of the flat prairie, where there was neither tree nor bush nor dwelling to hide the murderer. End of section 41. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 5. Section 42. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 6. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 42. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 6. All that day and during most of the night, crowds streamed out of the county road to stare morbidly at the spots of blood in the dust at the edge of the tall, sweet clover. Crowds hung over the fence of the old house, where they took Uriah's broken body back to his sister Annie. Crowds trampled the vulgar burdocks into the ground. No one saw Miss Annie Spragg save the sheriff and 2 sweating and stupid policemen, who said that she received them in white gloves and took the news calmly enough, although that maybe was because she was cracked. After 3 days they buried him, and Miss Annie Spragg, who did not take the trouble to put on black or put off her flower-trimmed picture hat, tacked up a notice on the front fence that she was going away and that her furniture was for sale. She would have gone perhaps overlooked and in solitude, as she had always been, but for the dark rumours which began to be heard. It was said outright that she had killed her brother, and that everyone knew that crazy people were far craftier than sane ones. At last a committee from Uriah's own church, feeling perhaps that they were not above suspicion, called upon the sheriff to make an investigation and clear the honour of Hannah County by fixing the guilt for the murder of the Reverend Uriah Spragg. People, moved perhaps by some dark mistrust, began to hint that the black he-goat had played some part in the crime. No one had found the weapon with which Uriah Spragg had been beaten to death, and Joe Hutton the undertaker told a story that the wounds on his body were like those that might have been made by the twin prongs of a pair of horns. It was true that since the day of the murder, no one had seen the he-goat, and so they arrested Miss Annie Spragg and questioned her, although they could draw no intelligible story from her muddled and perhaps crafty answers. Next, they searched her, calling in 2 women from Uriah's church to strip her naked. She made no resistance, only looking at them quietly out of her disturbing green eyes. At the very beginning, when they took off the white cotton gloves, they made a strange discovery. On the palms and the backs of both hands there were red scars, as if they had been branded there with a hot iron, and as they undressed her, they found other scars like them on the tops and soles of her feet, and one on her right side, just below her breast, and on her brow, under the fringe of thick red hair, were other scars that might have been burned there by placing on her head a crown of jagged hot metal. On her back were the healed blue scars of flogging, but they could get from her no answer as to how she came by these scars. Though clearly they were the scars of wounds, she led them craftily to believe that she had been born thus. Awed a little and unable to find even a suspicion of her guilt, they let her go back in peace to the old house behind the lilacs, following close behind her in order to search the place. In the bare small room where Uriah Spragg had slept, they found a long, cruel, black snake whip, and across the hall in the room of Miss Annie Spragg they discovered a strange contrivance which at first puzzled them. It consisted of a rusty pump chain fastened in the middle to one of the beams in the ceiling just above the bed. To the ends were attached crude handcuffs fastened with locks equally crude. They questioned Miss Annie Spragg for 2 hours, and at the end of that time they learned that Uriah Spragg had locked her into the handcuffs each night after she had gone to bed. Only on 3 nights a year, when he had gone to the church convention, was she free. At the back of the house, a crowd of curious gathered once more, peering in at the windows and breaking down the cellar door, for the mob no longer looked upon Miss Annie Spragg as a human creature with the rights of a citizen like themselves, but a kind of monster who filled them with a hungry desire to destroy her. There seems to have been an unnatural intensity in their feeling against her. She was to them no longer a woman, or even human. At length 3 bold citizens, in an excess of virtue, broke down the fence, built so laboriously by the hand of Miss Annie Spragg herself to shelter her pets, and there on the beaten yellow earth they found what they sought, 3 great stains made by blood. It was then that old Mrs. Bosanquet, for once sober and in her right mind, pushed through the crowd and told her story. Miss Annie Spragg, she said, could not have committed the murder because she, Mrs. Bosanquet, had been in the house all day on the day that Uriah Spragg was found beaten to death on the edge of the county road. She took her oath to it, calling upon the Virgin Mary and all the Irish saints to witness that she was telling the truth. She explained delicately that she had not told her story until now, because the murder had upset her, and since then she had been drinking a little in order to quiet herself. But the blood, she could explain that too. It was the blood of the pretty black he-goat. On the morning of the day the Reverend Uriah Spragg was murdered, he had killed it himself with an axe. End of chapter 42. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 6. Section 43. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 7. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 43. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch, Part 7. Since they could find nothing against Miss Annie Spragg, save that she was a little moonstruck, they dropped the case and annoyed her no more, and the mystery remained unsolved, an epic in the history of a town where little ever happened. Some even felt a little sorry for her when the stories got about that she had been beaten and branded by her brother, but none approached her save drunken old Mary Besanke. She went away at last so quietly that no one knew she had gone until long afterward. Only Mrs. Besanke knew where she had gone, for she had asked her and received the answer. To Italy. And when Mrs. Besanke asked her why, she had answered, "Because I lived there once." And Mrs. Besanke, who could neither read nor write, thought Italy must be a town in the next county, and took no more notice of it. End of section 43. The Crime of Meeker's Gulch. Part 7.
Section 44. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Louis Bromfield. Father Destier's Story. 1. He was born of mixed blood. On his father's side he was French, and on his mother's Italian. And the two bloods had been at war within him since the day he was born. Until the day he died, they would battle there in his body and in his mind. In youth the struggle had been incomplete and confused, but with age the two demons came to divide, each withdrawing a little into his own corner, and with the clearness of division there had come a certain peace, for Father Destier understood that he was two persons and not one, and that there was no merging the one into the other. The one man was a mystic and gullible and sentimental, of that blood which painted smiling Madonnas and miraculous children seated in fields starred with impossible flowers beneath throngs of pretty angels. The other was of the blood of the philosophers, of Voltaire and the 18th century, a creature inquiring and restless, skeptical and touched with the despair of those who stand in awe of that which they are too proud to believe. All that was French in him found satisfaction in facing the truth and knowing it, however unpleasant it might be. There was in him, too, a monster, born perhaps of the long struggle in his soul. This, too, at 60 he knew well. He had known it for a long time now. It was a monster not easy to tame, perverse and cruel, which sometimes claimed possession of his very soul and destroyed what he loved best. He was thinking of these things when the princess dropped him before the door of his own house, a great house which he owned, for he was a rich man, and in which he kept for himself only 2 small rooms under the eaves, looking down upon the square beneath the lovely tower of San Stefano. Of those who occupied his house he knew nothing. They lived their lives beneath him, lives that were tangled and complex, tragic or comic, pathetic and nondescript. He preferred not knowing his tenants, and he owned, too, the old rookery called the Palazzo Gonfarini, where this strange woman, Miss Annie Spragg, had died. But as he climbed the stairs a little wearily, he was not thinking of Miss Annie Spragg, but of his own life, and the life of Anna d'Orobelli. He was tired. That long motor ride had worn his nerves, and the discovery of that obscene but beautiful statue had been disturbing. A thing like that was better hidden forever in the dark earth of that ancient garden. It stirred up demons. "I'm growing old," he thought, "yet she seems as young as ever. She is a remarkable woman." She had not tricked him. He knew well enough why she had been in such haste. Had he not known her for nearly 30 years, better perhaps than any man, better even than any of her lovers, for there was a side of her known to him which they would never know? She was a woman, he thought, born out of her time, a woman who might have been a grande amoureuse or a great courtesan. She was always in haste, always unsatisfied, like a flame, always seeking something. What could it have been? Love, perhaps, or something more than that, if indeed there was anything greater than that. Perhaps she had been seeking always a man whom she could find worthy of her, to receive all that she had to give. Such a man might have saved her, but it was too late now. She would never find him. She was growing old, and to seek love when one was old was to be ridiculous. The thought hurt him, as it had hurt him many times during the past year or two, when he had heard her name mentioned in jest, when people had told stories against her. Women did not like her, and that was natural. But men had come of late to talk of her. It was like an audience of dolts witnessing a great play, which they had not the capacity to understand. A whole life wasted. They did not know her as he knew her. They could not understand why it hurt him when they laughed. He turned the key and let himself into the two small rooms. They were like twin cells, sparsely furnished with plain oak tables and chairs, a cupboard. It was here that he came when he wanted peace and rest from the world, when he had need to retire and fight the demon that sometimes claimed his soul. This time he had come all the way from a country house in Shropshire, so that he might be alone. And now he was to have no solitude, because he found Anna d'Orbelli in Brno, and because Folko chose to torment him with all the nonsense about the Spragg woman being a saint. He was to have no peace, because he had found there the two people in all the world whose presence tormented him most. He did not bother to send for a hot supper. He ate the cheese and wine and bread which he always kept in the cupboard, eating in a room that was dark save for the splashes of moonlight on the floor. Folko would be coming in a little while. It would be time enough then to have a light. He thought again, people do not know how it hurts me when they laugh at her. They do not know that I shall die wondering if I was not the one chosen by God to save her. Perhaps saving her would have been in the sight of God more worthy than all the souls he had brought to the church. Cowardly, worldly, sniveling souls, most of them. But who could decide a thing like that? Certainly not the church, filled with men no nearer to God than himself, and most of them far more stupid. It required charity to understand such things, and only God had charity. And who would know that there was a God? He had been honest with the church, he told himself. He had never let men know that he doubted these things. The struggle was beginning again. He saw it now. He was too old to fight against it any longer. But there was a part of him that would not leave him in peace, that part which would not lie down shamelessly in the calm which appeared to envelope those who never asked questions. He did not see Anna now as he had seen her a little while before in the loggia of that preposterous woman at the Villa Leonardo. He kept seeing her as he had seen her years before when they were both young, when, why did he keep on tormenting himself, when it could have happened? And now it was too late. There was no living life over again. There was only that single straight, narrow groove, the record of each life, which was soon worn away and forgotten when you were dead. Who would remember you when you were dead? Who would care what you had done, what pleasures you had known, and what sorrows? What difference could it have made? It would not have been an easy thing, what with his having been Father d'Astier, and she the Princess d'Orbelli. Could they have dared such a thing, and faced life confident in each other, finding in each enough to throw away all else? She would have gone in, recklessly, greedily. Perhaps her way was better. After all, taking life as it came, squeezing it for the last drop of color and fire and beauty. His agony was that. It was too late now. He would die without ever knowing. If he had taken the wrong turning, it could not be undone now. And she had gone on, all these years, wasting herself and all she had to give prodigally and without restraint. Perhaps in the eyes of God he had committed the greatest of sins. If God and nature were one, he was the greatest of sinners. The church taught otherwise. But the church had far less in common with God than nature had. As it grew older, the church seemed to have less and less. For 40 years he had been serving the church like an honest servant, no more, no less. For 40 years he had been atoning for the first sin, and surely by now he had atoned. Had he not brought souls to God? Souls to God? The phrase echoed bitterly inside his head, like a phrase spoken aloud in an empty room. Souls to God. Souls who had wanted to come to God because they were worldly, or because they were afraid of life and needed to believe in a pretty story that was considered holy and could not be denied. And at the end there was always heaven, not a fine, noble, splendid heaven, but a paradise like the primitives, filled with pink and blue angels and God in a blue robe. He had brought souls to God, but not his own soul. It was still the same as it had been at 17, before he had known anything of life. A little more placid, perhaps, and more resigned. But not much different. 60 years of life had not proven anything. He was no nearer the mystery now than he had ever been. Sometimes he fancied that God was perhaps on his side, smiling at the antics of all the others. And suddenly he thought with shame of what he had written on the first empty white page of the Thomas à Kempis he had given Anna so long ago. Dans la damnation, le feu est la moindre chose, le supplice propre au don, et la progrès infinite dans le vice et dans le crime. L'homme s'intéressant se dépravant toujours, se enfonçant nécessairement dans le mal des minuits en progression géométrique pendant l'éternité. Michelet. He had written that. He could have saved her. What did it all mean? What did it all matter? There was Anna a little way off with Oreste Fuenterrabia, searching for what Oreste Fuenterrabia could never give her, and what she could never find now. Soon they would both be dead. 10 more years, 20 more years. The sooner the better for Anna. She was not made to be old. For himself it did not matter. Nothing could happen to him now. He was tired tonight, and he had yet to deal with Folko and all his stupidity, to keep Folko from making a fool of himself. Folko, who would not see that the world was what it was and that Christ had come too soon. There were those who believed that Jesus would come again. Perhaps when he came again, the world would not reject him. This world of priests and preachers, of statesmen and barterers, and politicians and cheats, and idle women. A world ridden with greed and ambition. He knew the world. He had lived in it for a long time. He knew those who ruled the world. The poor were humble, but the poor in power would be no different. No, he had seen too much of the world. Years and years too much. End of section 44. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Louis Bromfield. Father Destier's Story. 1. There was a sound of footsteps on the stairs, and he put down the glass of wine to listen. He knew the steps. They were Folko's, shuffling, timid, uncertain. He knew the creaking boots. For some reason, Folko's boots always creaked. He rose and lighted a candle wearily, for he would rather have received Folko in the dark. There was a knock on the door, a timid, apologetic knock. It was his past knocking. It was his fiery, unhappy youth. There were people, he thought bitterly, who said that youth was the time of happiness. The door opened, and his son stood there, fat and squat and awkward in his priest's clothes, and ill at ease like a peasant, with red, swollen peasant's hands and a round face covered with pimples. Only the eyes were her eyes, great, brown, gentle, sensitive eyes, like a doe's, in which the shadow of pain was mirrored so easily. He had wanted it dark so that he could not see those eyes. He tried to speak kindly. "Sit down, Folko. Where have you been?" The man sat down. He must be nearly 41, thought Father Destier. His hands clasped his hat. It was not the proper manner for a priest, but rather the manner of a timid commercial traveler trying to sell an article which no one wanted. He will never rise in the church, thought Father Destier, because he does not understand the world. He is too simple. Folko spoke in a weak voice, rather too high-pitched and a little grating. I have been to the Palazzo Gonfarini, praying there. There was a great crowd of devout. Surely the Holy Virgin has vouchsafed a miracle in your own house. How round-eyed he was, and how credulous, how exactly like her! Father Destier tried to be firm and kind. It is true, Folko, that the woman died in my house, but that means nothing. You must not hope for vain things, Folko. Nothing is known of her. People always come like that to seek relics the minute anything strange occurs. People want to believe in miracles, and among the poor relics are valuable. The poor can turn them into money. It was odd that he found himself speaking to this man of 40 as if he were a child. It was odd and revolting. She was a good woman, Father Destier, a religieuse. She came daily for years to worship the pictures of St. John the Shepherd. I have seen her there day after day with my own eyes. The very doves in the piazza loved her, and the little birds sat by her when she was dying. Sister Annunziata swears to that, and the janitress. And I saw them too, but you need not take my word. There is the word of the others. Father Destier interrupted him. The janitress is infidel, an anti-clerical, and socialist. She is malicious and intelligent. We cannot take her word. Besides, saints are not made like that. We do not even know that the woman had espoused the church. She was a good woman, persisted Folko. The light of God was in her eyes. And how do you know the light of God? I know, Father Destier, I know. I have seen it once before in the eyes of Sister Anazidia, who they are beginning to say is crazy. I know the light of God. Folko went a little breathlessly, for the climb up the 4 flights of stairs to the top of the palace had taken his breath. He kept telling Father Destier all those things about Miss Annie Spragg, which the older man had already found out for himself and knew better than Folko. The old priest did not listen. He sat with bowed head as if he were listening, but he was thinking of other things. He was thinking of Brinon, 40 years before, when he had come to stay with his mother's people, not much different from the Brinon that lay all about him tonight in the moonlight. The city was too old to alter much, and he was thinking of the villa on the hill beyond the church of Monte Salvatore, a small white villa surrounded by an orchard of olive trees. And he was thinking of the fat widow of Professor Baldassare and their daughter. The professor had been a remarkable man, raising himself from the level of the peasantry with a peasant wife, greedy and coarse and vulgar. But the daughter was a miracle. He saw her again with a sickening clarity, like one of the women of Botticelli. There was a room in the Uffizi that he had not entered in years because he could not bear to look at, a picture that hung there. Folko was talking. He became drunk with words without ever knowing their value. Laura was her name, like Patriarch's Laura. It was odd how long an old wound could give pain. He had been young then, and strong, not this old man, tired of the world, who sat listening to Folko's complaints against his fellow priests. Young and 22, a boy who thought the world his for the taking, a boy who sinned and then tormented himself with his sense of sin, and then mocked at God and the church, only to begin again on the same round in the order. He had been full of animal delight at being alive, and the delight of delights was Laura Baldassare. It was not the memory of his sin with her that troubled him now, but of the other sin he had committed, so much the worse of destroying her soul by tearing from it cruelly the simple faith that had dwelt there. He had done it with wild gusts of adolescent talk, and because she loved him she had believed what he told her. She believed anything he told her. He who stood in awe of God at one moment and in the next felt superior to God, a silly fellow strong enough to doubt, but too feeble to stand before the awesome spectacle of a universe. He knew better now. He was no longer defiant. He only waited for the end, to see. Folko was questioning him. He raised his head and murmured, "Yes, Folko, but continue. Tell me all your reasons first." Folko was so certain that the old maid was a saint. He could not hear what Folko said for the memories that crowded in upon him, memories which went back years before there was ever a potential saint in the Palazzo Gonfarini. In Folko's eyes there was that same fire of belief that had once burned in her eyes. It redeemed Folko, he thought, from being an utter lout. "There is a demon born in me," he thought, "that has always tormented those I have loved best." Anna, too, he had tormented long afterward. Again he began to think what his life would have been if at its beginning he had taken another turning. If he had married Laura, he could have married her even at the end before she died, when Folko was born. But chance had brought him too late, an hour after she had died, going out into the darkness, shaken and terrified, because he had destroyed her faith. That, he thought, was a real sin, a sin that could torment one even into the grave. Her poor faith did no one any harm, and it made her unafraid. And now 40 years he had been atoning for that sin since the day when in the midst of youth he had turned to the church to atone. He had kept his vow, he had atoned. From that day on he had never known love, and for him that was not an easy thing. But others had been made to atone as well, for life was a silly tangled thing. There was Anna driving through the darkness like a madwoman to meet her lover, because she had never found love, and still believed that one day she might find it. That was her faith, a good faith, quite as good perhaps as the other, though more easily proven false. She would not believe that already. It was too late. And what good had this atonement brought to himself, or to God, or to the world? What had it brought him in the end but old age and doubt? It had not made Laura alive again. It had not restored her faith before she died, so that she might die in peace. And here was Folko raving about faith and saints and a peasant's heaven filled with pink and blue plaster images and magenta paper wreaths. That was the cruel joke nature had played on him, making Folko not in the image of Laura or himself, so that he might have had a son to be proud of, but in the image of that vulgar and scheming old woman, Laura's mother, who connived at her daughter's sin because she saw her one day as the Marquise d'Astier. That was nature's bitter jest. And this stupid adoration which Folko had for the man he did not even know was his father. If Folko had not been stupid, he might have guessed long ago that there was some reason for this stranger's interest in him, and Folko had become a priest because he, Father d'Astier, was a priest. This fat, stupid, pimply little man was his son, his heir, who should have been the Marquis d'Astier. Suddenly he felt a sickening wave of distaste and hatred for his own son. He was stupid, stupid, and he could never be rid of him. Then all at once he knew a fierce desire to beat his head against the floor. "I am proud and worldly, like all the others. I have learned nothing at all. I am no different. O God, teach me humility." Folko's thin, monotonous voice trickled through the haze of memories. Sister Ananzia is a woman inspired of God. He could bear it no longer. He raised his head this time and looked straight into those trusting, doe-like eyes. A kind of madness seized him. There was something in those eyes which he must destroy. He knew he must quench it forever. He could have no peace until he had done it. "You are stupid, Folko. You are stupid. You have lived in the world for 40 years and have learned nothing. Nothing. You complain because they do not give you a parish. Parishes are not gotten by faith alone. Men are not made princes of the church simply because they have faith. You learn nothing. The church has no need of a saint now, least of all a Bruneau. There is nothing to show that this woman has ever embraced the faith. Miracles cannot happen to heretics. There is no place for your simplicity in the church. For centuries there has been no place for it." In the eyes of the fat little man, the shadow of pain and terror was mirrored. He sat on the edge of the chair, his fat red hands crushing the black hat. The sight of him sitting thus, so stupid and humble, only enraged Father d'Astier. He thought wildly, "He has neither courage nor intelligence." Aloud he said, You have lived too long among priests, Folko, and superstitious peasants. Can you not see that the church is no longer a power? It is only a shelter for the weak and fearful, all those who must have miracles and wondrous things, like children in the presence of a cheap magician." He arose suddenly as if possessed, and began to pace the narrow room. The demon had risen now, alive and fearful. He told Folko things which had been hidden in his heart, which he had told to no one since the day he had entered the church. The heretic churches were no better, he cried, because they tried to mingle faith with reason, and that could not be done. All that the church taught was a legend and a superstition. To believe one had to be as simple as the most ignorant man. To believe one must be stupid and afraid. Had he not brought souls to the church? Had he not brought money to the church? It was for that he worked, and that alone. Did he not know these things? Had he not lived with the church for nearly half a century? Not because he believed, but because it was a profession, a career. And this whole affair of the Spragg woman was nonsense, the concoction of a half-insane nun and a malicious peasant woman who hated priests. And if even such things could be, if they were true, the church would not make a saint of her, because it had no need of saints at the moment. The same miracle had happened to more than 100 others. It was on record. They were always hysterical women. No great organization could saint every woman who saw fit to produce miraculous scars on her body. The church made saints when it needed them and where it needed them. It was not an affair left to the divine will of God. It was geography and politics. The church was not rich and powerful because it was the instrument of God, but because the men in the church had made it so. They were politicians. Because men chose to enter the church, it did not make them different from other men. They were, after all, pitiful and human and insignificant like all the others. They made people believe in things which no man could prove. The church had muddled and compromised and corrupted the teachings of Jesus. It had buried his teachings beneath a mountain of cant and theology and superstition. When it was powerful, it had committed murder by fire and torture, always in the name of God, but always to increase its own power and wealth and stamp out its enemies. It was among the great criminals of the world. "Go to your history, Folko," he cried out. "Cease being a dolt. Read the records of its worldliness. It lives by gold more than by faith, taking the money of those who are afraid or who bargain with it. I know. I have brought it much money. It is my work to bring the rich and the powerful into the church." He halted suddenly, facing the frightened Folko. "And your faith, what is it? It has been said that faith can move mountains, but no one has seen it done, save by the faith that man has in himself, in the steam shovels and the dynamite he has invented in the face of a hostile nature. Man can save himself by faith, but not by a cowardly faith that pins itself upon conjurers' tricks, but by faith in himself and in nature and in the teachings of Christ. The world and the church have forgotten Christ, who was a simple man. What had Christ to do with the cheap tricks of an old maid, an insane nun, and a malicious scrub woman? All that should be beneath the dignity of God's church. He moved to the table and took up the thin book, which held for him all the peace he knew. He opened easily to a page to which he had turned 1,000 times in the struggle to subdue the monster in his head. By the yellow light of the candle he began to read. "For a man's worthiness is not to be estimated by the number of visions and comforts which he may have, or by his skill in the Scriptures, or by his being placed in the higher station, but by his being grounded in humility, and full of divine charity. If he be always purely and sincerely seeking God's honor, if he think nothing of the unfeignedly, despise himself, and even rejoice more to be despised and a little esteemed by others than to be honored by them." He put the book down and turned his white face toward Folko. "Where is humility in the world today? Where is divine charity? Who is it that purely and sincerely seeks God's honor?" Then, quite suddenly, he felt weak and leaned against the window, his head in his hands, trembling. He was an old, tired man once more. There was a long silence, and then the timid voice of Folko murmuring, The world. The church can be purified. If what you say is true, it can be purified. And who is to do it? The church would have none of Savonarola. The Jesuits turned into politicians, who said the end justified the means. It hanged Savonarola by the neck and burned his body when he sought to purify the church. He turned and looked at the cowering Folco. "Go now, I can't talk any longer." Folco answered him. He was weeping like a little child. "I can't argue these things. I know too little. But the world can be saved," he repeated. "The church can be purified." To Father Dustier it seemed impossible to remain any longer in the same room with this man who was his son. Turning, he went quickly into the bedroom, and closing the door, bolted it. The room was tiny, with only a narrow iron bed covered with coarse blankets. Upon this he flung himself down, feeling that he was ready to die. Folco knew now. Folco, his own son, was the only one who knew the truth. He had killed Folco's faith, as he had slaughtered the faith of Folco's mother. The demon had won a second time, and faith was all that poor Folco had in the world. Presently he sat up on the narrow bed. "Tomorrow," he thought bitterly, "I shall go out into the world again, and go to dinners, and make flattering speeches to rogues and criminals and fools. It is too late now to change. I am too old. And tomorrow no one will know." Again he had betrayed the thing he served. Tomorrow he would go again to the Villa Leonardo to continue the conversion of that silly woman, Mrs. Weatherby, and from her he would get money for the church. Oh, he had brought money to the church, thousands, millions of lira and francs, and marks and dollars and pounds. He had, he thought, bought himself a place in heaven by now. He had the right to ask a seat of God. He would tell God he had bought a seat in heaven and paid for it. He would go again to dinners and to house parties and great receptions. In the midst of these thoughts he seemed to hear the voice of someone talking quite near at hand. He listened, and presently he recognized the voice. It was Folco's. He had not gone away after all. He had been in the next room all the while, and now he was down on his fat knees, praying to God for the soul of Father Dustier. End of section 45.
Section 46. Stay with Me, Flagons, Part 1. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 46. Stay with Me, Flagons, Part 1. The citizens of Winnebago Falls came long before she died to think of Mary Bosanquet simply and primitively as a town character, placing her in the category of those who were a little less than human. Most of them thought of her until her death simply as a drunken old Irish woman who worked a little when she was sober, who went along the streets muttering to herself, and who died in the end at the county poorhouse. But none of them had seen her as she stepped ashore from a sailing ship at New Orleans in the year of the great Irish famine. Then she was 26, buxom, strong as a man, and handsome, with black hair and blue eyes, and a fine high colour. She could neither read nor write, but she boasted when drunk that she was descended from the kings of Clare. Toward the end it was a boast that she used more and more frequently, in the fashion of those who invoke blue blood to compensate for the disappointments of this life. And with Mary Bosanquet there was a great need for compensation. There was the worthlessness of Michael Bosanquet and the poverty of the shack in which they lived by the railroad. And most of all there was Seamus, her son, who was so beautiful to look upon and so different from other sons. She knew that all the blood of all the kings of Ireland could not brighten the wits of Seamus. and all her life she had as well to bear the cross of her own stormy nature, which was that of one who never found life quite fine enough to satisfy her desires. In the beginning, when she was young and had her strength and vitality, she managed somehow to wrest from life a little of what she asked of it, or at least she was young enough then to delude herself into believing that she had. She found a strange excitement in everything, in the wharves and the riverboats, the negroes and the markets of New Orleans, and then for a time on the riverboat where she worked for the wife of the captain. She had a kind of rollicking good nature that was always hungry for adventure, and when adventure did not come, she grew bored, and when she grew bored she imagined grievances which convinced herself that she was a creature abused and exploited, and this in turn gave her a reason for quitting the place where she worked and moving on to a new town or a new country. Before she was 30, she had been a chambermaid, a cook, a dishwasher in a Cincinnati saloon. She had cared for children and even worked in the fields at harvest time. She lived almost the life of a man, save that she was always virtuous, because rooted deep in her savage and superstitious nature, there was a fear of priests and of the life after death. She was terrified of thunderstorms and of corpses, and heard strange noises in the night. There were no even, monotonous plains of contentment in her life. Her mood was either one in which she went all day singing ballads from her home county, or one in which she went about praying and moaning and saying her rosary. At the age of 28, she found herself washing dishes in Rafferty's saloon and lunchroom on the edge of Winnebago Falls, where the tracks of the Iowa, Nebraska, and Western Railroad crossed those of the Trans-Mississippi Freight and Passenger Company. In those days they were building railroads everywhere, and it was always the Irish who did the work, so Rafferty's saloon was filled a large part of the time with wild Irishmen, drinking and carousing in the hours when they were not shoveling earth and stone to bring prosperity to sleepy places like Winnebago Falls. End of section 46. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 1. Section 47. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 2. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. Section 47. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 2. Among the Irishmen was one Michael Bosanquet, a great red-haired giant of a fellow 2 years older than Mary, who drank and roared and sought to make life constantly more exciting than it could possibly be. He was a devil with the ladies, and he tried to be a devil with Mary, but she would have none of him, save on the terms that the priests held holy and respectable, and in the end the banns were published, and they were married, drawn together by an attraction which had its roots in that mutual hunger for a life that was better than any life can be. It was the beginning of Mary's real trouble, because she was tied to Michael by a force stronger than banns and marriage ties, stronger than her fear of priests and of hell. It was a force that would not let her quit her job and go on to the next town. She was in love with Michael in her own passionate and possessive way, and it was a love as violent as the very natures of herself and Michael. She could not imagine living without him. The sight of his great, brawny figure reeling across the tracks from Rafferty's saloon gave her a kind of fine, palpitating excitement she had never discovered in all her adventures. and it was thrilling to live with Michael because he was roaring drunk a great part of the time, and he threw things at her and tried to beat her, but she was a strong woman, and the attempted beating often turned into a brawl that ended in the wildest of love-making. She discovered almost at once that Michael was no good, but that did not vanquish the certainty that life with him was a fine and glorious affair. He lost one job after another, and presently Mary went back to working out, not this time at a regular job, but by the day, sometimes cooking, sometimes washing, sometimes scrubbing floors. She made a little money this way, but Michael always took it from her and went across the tracks to Rafferty's place. All of Winnebago Falls came to know Mary Besankey. She worked for the best families like the Weatherbys and the Fosdicks. They grew fond of her, and they pitied her hard life. But it never occurred to Mary to pity herself. Michael never chased after other women any longer. He seemed to find her enough for him. And presently, when Mary became a little weary of Michael's perpetual drunkenness, she began too to drink, and life at once became brighter. They drank together, and the fights they had were magnificent. Sometimes one emerged with a blackened eye, and sometimes the other, and sometimes both. She began to grow undependable among the best families of Winnebago Falls, and so to lose her work. When she was 39, something happened which Mary regarded as a miracle. For 9 years she had prayed to all the saints of fertility, and now at 39 she was going to have a baby. On the advice of the priest, she even gave up drinking, which was, for Mary, a great sacrifice. The child was born in the 2-room shack by the railroad. It was a pretty baby, a boy, curiously strong and healthy, with black hair and blue eyes like herself. He was strong enough even to survive the rough treatment, but was certain to meet any child born into the world of Besankey's shanty. She called him Seamus after her father, from whom she had not heard in 15 years. As he grew older, he was slow in walking and in making himself understood. But when Seamus was old enough to go to the parish school, it was clear that there was something wrong with him. He did not learn things like other children, and he could remember nothing of his lessons. He was not an idiot. It was more as if there were a part of his brain that had never existed. The other children tormented him, and so he came to play alone and to invent extraordinary games. At home his only playground was the railroad tracks, and there he found his way miraculously in and out among the locomotives and shunting trains. At 9 he was still among the 6-year-old children in the parish school. At 10 he ran away 4 times within a month. Once he was missing for 2 days, and Mary Besankey, who loved the child with the love which mothers have for children who are different, wandered over the whole countryside, searching for him. He was discovered at last on Ed Hasselman's farm by Maria Hazlitt, Hasselman's housekeeper, asleep in a thicket in the midst of a flock of sheep. After that they gave up trying to teach him anything, and he was allowed to run wild. When he was 13, he began to have visions. He would fall down in a kind of trance and remain unconscious for hours. And when he awakened, he told wonderful stories of having been to heaven and seen the golden streets and the angels walking about. He heard wonderful music, and his great friend was St. John the Shepherd. End of section 47. Stay with me, Flagons. Part 2. Section 48. Stay with me, Flagons. Part 3. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 48, Stay With Me Flagons, Part 3. Since neither Seamus nor drinking made life seem grand enough, Mary and Michael came to discover new ways of elevating their spirits. One way was their expeditions to a place called Lakeville, which was a sort of cheap summer resort for the Germans of Winnebago Falls. There was at Lakeville a round, deep lake of cold, clear blue water, where the fishing was good. On its banks there was a grove of trees with cottages, but were little more than shacks set in their shade. Mary and Michael seemed to know without planning it when the time had come to go to Lakeville for a carouse. Together they would set out on foot to walk the 14 miles along the county road to the north, past Ed Hasselman's farm and Meeker's Gulch. A friend of Mike's, the foreman of the road gang, had a shack there where they could stay. They always took plenty of whiskey with them and left Seamus behind in the shanty. Sometimes they would sleep out of doors on a sandbar under the moon, and sometimes in a rowboat made fast among the lily pads and the tall shaking reeds near the shore. And always there was wild drinking and wilder love-making, as if Mary was still a handsome young girl instead of a middle-aged woman bloated and saddled by drink. And Seamus, left to himself, took to wandering more and more often and farther and farther. He never slept under a roof. Sometimes, if the weather was warm, he slept in a thicket or a ditch, and if it was cool, among the sheep or among the cattle in the open sheds built in the fields to shelter the beasts from the winter blizzards. The farmers of 3 counties came to know him and to feed him when he came their way. He was harmless, and sometimes he would help them in the fields without asking any pay. He invented games for the children and made them whistles from the willows that grew along the streams and marshes. He did not make them simple, primitive whistles, but whole sets of pipes bound together with willow bark, on which they could play tunes. He was skilful with his hands and gentle in working about beasts. At 16 he was strong as a man and possessed of a strange dark beauty not to be found among the blonde, heavy German farmers. He went about in rags, his clothing torn by briars and barbed wire fences. Sometimes a farmer's wife gave him a shirt or an old pair of overalls. He had a dark skin with a fine, high colour, black curling hair, blue eyes, and small ears that were pointed at the tips. He knew about weather and could tell the farmers when it would be safe to cut their hay and take in their wheat. There was really nothing very strange about him, but the curious vacant look in his eyes, his strange love for beasts, and his way of not seeming at times to understand when people spoke to him. The year that he was 16, his mother came back alone one morning from Lakeville and tried to explain to Seamus that his father was dead. He had fallen overboard from a rowboat and been drowned. At least, that was what people thought. It was what Mary thought, for she didn't really know what had happened. She had awakened sober to find herself alone in the boat in the middle of the lake. Michael had disappeared. They made an effort to drag the lake, but no trace was ever found of Seamus's father. There was a legend that the lake had no bottom. At least no one had been able to reach the bottom with a sounding line. For a time Mary, sobered a little, gave up drinking and went again to working regularly. She began, too, to find a compensation for Seamus's dull wits in the miraculous visions which he had. These were more frequent now and more complete in their details. She fancied that God had made her the mother of a saint. The stories of his visions went the round of the parish and all the county. But Séamus did not abandon his habit of wandering off into the open country for days at a time. When he was gone, Mary found life insupportable and took again to the bottle. They had been town characters for years when the Reverend Uriah Spragg and his sister Annie came to live in Winnebago Falls. And old Mrs. Bosanquet, when she was sober enough, went to work for Annie Spragg. Séamus Bosanquet and his mother were the only people in the town poorer than Uriah and Annie Spragg, and Annie Spragg was the only person in the place who would any longer give Mary Bosanquet work to do. Sometimes Séamus went with his mother to the weathered wooden house hidden by lilacs, syringas and burdock, where the Spraggs lived. Miss Annie Spragg fed them and was kind to them, and presently they came to be her only friends in Winnebago Falls. She showed Séamus all the animals and birds that lived in the wooden enclosure behind the house, and after a time it was as if he became one of them. He would come day after day to spend his time there, playing with them and teaching them tricks. End of section 48. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 3. Section 49. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 4. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 49. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 4. The rest of the tale comes from Ed Hasselman and Maria Hazlitt, who kept house for him on the farm near Meeker's Gulch. Their part of it happened long after Uriah Spragg was murdered, and Annie, questioned and tormented, had been allowed to disappear. Since Séamus had first run off as a little boy, he had been friendly with Ed Hasselman and Maria Hazlitt. They always fed him and took no notice of his goings and comings, and from the first they seemed to accept him without question. Sometimes he stayed about the farm for days, sleeping among the animals and helping in the fields. He was a great help to Maria Hazlitt at the periods when Ed retired into drunkenness. At the time he told them the story, he was 34 years old. It was only a little time before his death. It was at the beginning of one of Ed Hasselman's spells, and Séamus appeared one evening just at dusk out of the woods back of the house. They had finished supper, and the milking was over, and Maria was washing the cream separator and the milk crocks outside the kitchen door under the great catalpa tree that grew there. As the sun had gone down, a great burning harvest moon came heavily up out of the prairie, and Ed, on the doorstep with a flagon of hard cider beside him, sat playing on his concertina snatches of half-forgotten tunes that he had heard as a child in Dorfsweiler, his father's village of the Black Forest. Maria got Séamus some cold ham and some hard cider and bread and cheese, and he sat eating and listening shyly on the edge of the stone coping about the spring. He finished his supper, and as it grew darker, he got up presently and began to dance. Not any set dance, but a series of steps which he had made up himself. It was a dance composed mostly of mad leapings and caperings so violent that remains of his ragged clothes fell apart, leaving him naked to the waist under the hot August moon. Ed Hasselman, drinking more and more, gave Séamus more and more to drink, and played the concertina more and more wildly, while Séamus danced with his black curling hair flying about his dark face. And all the while Maria, her work finished, sat on a milking stool, watching the whole scene, with a face on which there showed neither astonishment nor interest. She accepted the scene just as she had appeared to accept everything since she had left the poorhouse as an orphan and gone out into the world. Thus she had accepted the long trial of Ed Hasselman's drunkenness and the discovery years earlier of the body of Uriah Spragg in the ditch by the county road. At length Ed Hasselman became too drunk to play, and Seamus grew weary of his dancing, and the two of them sat quietly drinking and looking at the moon. And presently Seamus told them the story which no one in Winnebago Falls ever believed, because they said that Seamus was a half-wit and that Ed Hasselman was drunk. But Maria Hazlitt was not drunk. She never drank. She simply sat there listening quietly. She was content with her world as she found it. It had happened years earlier, before Uriah Spragg was murdered, and when he still lived with his sister in the wooden house by the town dump. Seamus was about 20 years old at the time, and he had been off wandering for days, and was on his way home because he felt one of his visions coming on. It was dark, and he had been hurrying across the fields and through woods for hours when he reached Meeker's Gulch. It was a lonely, marshy place, overgrown with sumac and witch hazel, so dense that even stray hunters rarely penetrated it. But Seamus wasn't afraid of it. In the depths of the wild swamp, he felt at home. It was only people who frightened him. It was, too, a hot, still night, like the night he sat telling the story under the catalpas to Ed Hasselman and Maria Hazlitt, with a red, heavy August moon climbing the prairie sky. There was not a breath of air stirring, yet as Seamus penetrated the swamp, he noticed an odd thing, that all the leaves of the sumac and witch hazel, the oaks and the cottonwoods, were dancing with a gentle motion, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. They kept up a faint whispering, and presently he was aware of a faint perfume, like that of wild honeysuckle, and he began to hear snatches of faint music, which seemed to come out of the very sticks and stones and the trunks of the trees. It was sweet, low music, like the sound of the fifes in the Grand Army Parade on the 4th of July, only it was softer and less shrill. He thought one of his visions was coming on, and so he hurried, pushing his way through the thicket with such violence that most of his clothes were torn from his body. He was looking for some open, grassy space where he might fall down and lie for hours in a state of unconsciousness. Then, as he pushed through the witch hazel, he came suddenly upon an open space where the thick marsh grass had been trampled down in a wide circle, and in the moonlight he discovered 2 dancing figures, one very white and the other as black as the shadows cast by the copper moon. One was Miss Annie Spragg, and the other was the black he-goat. She was quite naked, with her long red hair falling to her knees. There was a wreath of honeysuckle on her head. The black he-goat, capering prettily with his delicate black front hooves raised in the air, followed her round and round the trampled circle. For a little time Seamus stood watching them from behind the trunk of a great oak tree, and presently, as if he could not help himself, he joined in the dance. It was sunset of the following day when he came to his senses, and found himself lying on the bruised grass in the middle of Meeker's Gulch. When he had finished his story, he slipped quietly to the grass and fell into a sleep beneath the catalpa trees. Maria Hazlitt rose and covered him with a feather bed, and then raising the half-conscious Ed Hasselman, got him into bed. In the morning she had to deliver the milk on the milk route in Winnebago Falls, because Ed was taken again by one of his spells. End of section 49. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 4. Section 50. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 5. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Lewis Bromfield. Section 50. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 5. It was 2 years after this, almost to the day, when Seamus went off for the last time, wandering across the country. His mother had been sleeping quietly in the shanty by the railroad tracks, when she was awakened in the middle of the night by the thunder that terrified her. Rising, she began to sprinkle holy water about the shanty, and to call upon the saints to protect her. When she went into the kitchen where Seamus slept, she found his bed empty. Despite her terror of the storm, she went outside and called his name again and again into the screaming prairie wind, but she got no answer. In the flashes of lightning she found no trace of Seamus, but only thick black shadows and the distant lights of the railroad switches. He was gone into the wild storm, and she could not find him. When the sun came up the next morning, he did not return, and she went to the police, who laughed at her craziness, not knowing what Seamus was to her. They telephoned about the county, but no one had seen any trace of him. It was Maria Hazlitt who thought where he might be found. That evening, when she went to fetch the cows from the pasture by Meeker's Gulch, she went into the swamp, and there in the thickest part she found him. He was lying on the thick grass which had been trampled down in a wide circle. He lay on his back in the shadow of the big oak, with one arm thrown over his head. His clothes were all torn, and the rain had plastered them close to his supple body. His black hair lay in ringlets over the dark forehead. She thought he was asleep at first, or in one of his trances, but he was dead. There was no mark of any kind on his body. She picked him up and managed to carry him to the edge of the swamp, where she laid his body on the grass beside the brook until Ed Hasselman could come and help her get it back to the house. Dead, he seemed to her more beautiful than ever. It was odd, she told Ed Hasselman, that he had never appeared to grow any older. He must have been 38 when he died, but he looked no older than he had looked at 20. Perhaps, she said, it was because he was half-witted. People like that didn't seem to grow old. They belonged to a world of their own. The church buried him in consecrated ground, so Mary's soul was at peace. After that she was never sober again, and at last they took her out of the filth and squalor of the little shack, off to the poorhouse. One morning, 3 weeks after they brought her there, the keeper found her dead, in bed. She was 77 years old, a queer, dried-up wisp of a woman, who had once been the fine, high-coloured Mary Basanki. In all those 77 years, life had never once been fine enough for her. End of section 50. Stay with me, Flagons, Part 5.
Section 51 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leslie Langston. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Louis Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie. Part 1. She was not a bad girl, not really. It simply never occurred to her that there was anything wrong, not very wrong, in the way she lived. And so she often remarked to Tina Bits, "I'm not a tart proper. I never went off with a man that I didn't meet proper in Winterbottom's place." The pavement knew her not, although she was well known to the patrons of the Pot and Pie, a sort of restaurant and public house, and rendezvous of bookmakers on the city side of Bayswater. She had been ruined at 16 in an areaway, while her mother was away scrubbing the stairs of the Houses of Parliament. And when the same mother discovered Bessie's error and its impending result, she sought out the man and made him right the wrong. Technically, Bessie's child, which died, had a father, but substantially Bessie had no husband, for he disappeared 2 days after the ceremony and was never heard of again. But the marriage did not make of Bessie an honest woman. She went her way as before, and in a few months Mrs. Cudlip, her mother, reported to her charring friends that Bessie's husband had returned, and that Bessie had lost her position at the Pot and Pie. In 4 months, Bessie gave birth to what her mother called a little girl, and Bessie went back to work, leaving the baby to be cared for by a childless couple who lived in Hammersmith and later adopted it. Before Bessie was 24, the same incident in all its details, even the return of the husband who appeared to visit Bessie after the mysterious fashion prevalent among the heathen gods, was repeated twice more. At the birth of the 3rd child, Bessie very nearly died, and after that she appeared to change her ways. At least the husband did not miraculously reappear, and she had no more children. At 28, she was a plump, coarsely pretty girl whose high spirits never deserted her. With a loud laugh, she could bandy the coarsest jest with any of the coarse patrons of the Pot and Pie. Her round, rosy face, her blue eyes, and the blonde hair that hung damp and curling from a huge pompadour constructed over an elaborate apparatus of wire were among the stimuli which betrayed sober men suddenly into this pagan knowledge that it was best to live while one was alive. Without dreaming of such a thing, she conveyed this message to every man she served with mutton pie and stout. And Bessie was so carefree and good-natured that she never imposed upon her admirers any sense of sin. It was all a lark. She even came to be known in a strange blend of good humor, affection, and contempt bred of familiarity as Our Bess and sometimes Good Queen Bess. She was the toast and the joy of the Pot and Pie, and the men who came in with pockets empty and spirits depressed went away after a tilt with Our Bess, feeling warmed and cheered. She really loved humanity. She loved the smoke and heat of the taproom, the collared looks of the mugs of ale, the oaths of the cabbies and bookmakers, and the sight of old Mrs. Crummas, ginny and happy, exchanging cackling witticisms with the gentleman who baited her. She had, too, a liking, fatal to one of her tendency to plumpness, a great liking for the ale that came out of the shiny brass-bound tuns served by Tina Bits. That Mrs. Crummas, she used to say in relating to her mother choice bits of that lady's wit. She's a hot 'un. She had a way of emphasizing such remarks by a hearty slap on her round, well-covered thigh. There was all the zest about Our Bess that Rubens, who loved life, imparted to the plump, rosy ladies who were so like her. Winterbottom, the proprietor of the Pot and Pie, understood her value to him. He did not even object to her enforced holidays. But Bessie never had any money. It was not that she spent it, even in betting on the races, as might have been supposed. She had a horror of betting and of bookmakers as bookmakers. She never had any money because she never understood how it was people got money. Even Winterbottom underpaid her. Sometimes her friends gave her a cheap trinket or a pair of silk stockings or a few shillings, but rarely more than that. Tina Bits said scornfully that she had no character. But our Bess only laughed and asked Tina what her character had got her beyond a reputation for being cold-blooded and stingy. End of section 51. Section 52 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie, Part 2. The development of character in our Bess, that change which turned her in the end into Aunt Bessie of Bloomsbury and St. John's Chapel, dated from the 24th of December 1905, a cold foggy night with snow falling that melted as it fell. She had been standing in the doorway watching Tina Bits draw ale from the fine brass-bound tuns and listening with hearty appreciation to the sallies of old Mrs. Crummas, who was trying to drink through her veil, when the door opened and in out of the fog came a small, thin man with a pinched face as white as wax. He had no overcoat, and the collar of his coat was turned up about his thin throat. None of the others appeared to take any notice, but the sight of him did something to Bessie. Perhaps it was pity that struck her down, for he was everything that she was not. He was sickly, white and shivering, with a wild look in his near-sighted brown eyes. She marked him at once for her own, filled with a strange emotion that sometimes took possession of her. To herself she called it feeling that she ought to brighten him up a bit, but it was really much more primitive and direct than that. Bessie felt sorry for anyone who could not see that the world was a fine and shining place, as fine indeed as the brass bands on Winterbottom's ale barrels. She could not see why everyone should not be as happy as herself. He did not respond to her sallies as other men did, even after she had served him with meat pie, a pitcher of stout, a gooseberry tart, and some coffee. His spirits failed to show any sign of rising. Nothing, she discovered, seemed to have any effect upon him. He failed even to appreciate the excruciating sallies of Mrs. Crummas. After he had eaten, he began to drink brandies and sodas, drinks with a great deal of brandy and very little soda. The more depressed he became, the more interested and curious became Bessie's attitude. It was like a challenge to her, as if her record was to be smirched with failure for the first time in the eyes of Winterbottom and Tina Bits and the others. She noticed that despite the shabbiness of his clothes, he was clean, and that his hands were white and soft. And then suddenly she discovered that under his coat he had no shirt, but only a frayed undershirt, and she had doubts that he would be able to pay for all he was drinking. But remembering that it was Christmas Eve, she told herself that if Winterbottom made trouble, she'd pay the bill out of her own money. Everyone else in the place was so gay and happy. Mrs. Crummas was never in better form. She was still drinking through her veil, and seemed now to be managing quite well, as if, like the seventh child of a seventh child, she had been born with one. A little before closing time, when the noise was at its height, the stranger suddenly fell forward on the table, and Bessie, feeling that the time had come to act, pointed out to him that the pub was closing and that he had better pay for all he had eaten and drunk. Her suggestion brought forth no response save a mumbling and moaning sound, of which she could make nothing. Winterbottom at last noticed her efforts, and knowing her fatal sympathy for any customer who could not pay, came over to the table. He went straight to the point, searching the stranger's pockets hopefully, but he found only a halfpenny, a soiled handkerchief, and 3 damp woodbines. He had already started for the door to summon a policeman when, "Leave him alone," she said. Winterbottom was content. Bessie stopped him. "I'll pay for it. It had happened before." He would rather have the money than see the stranger arrested, even if the money came out of Bessie's pocket. "And what are you going to do when it closes?" he asked her. "Never you fret about that. I'll take him in charge." The revelers, singing, went out at last. Tina Bitts put on her hat and went out scornfully to spend a respectable Christmas with her parents in Limehouse, and Winterbottom stood waiting to see what Bessie proposed to do. In a moment she came in from the washroom and gave the cynical Winterbottom a challenging glance. She was looking high-colored and high-spirited, as if she felt her reputation menaced a second time in the same evening. She was a strong woman, and after raising the stranger to his feet, she took him firmly by one arm and set out through the fog. Winterbottom put up the shutters, locked the door, and put out the lights, unaware that he had lost our Bess forever. Somehow, through the fog and snow, through crooked and winding streets, she got the stranger back to her own room. Toward the end it was a little easier because he began to see things following him, and that hurried him along. End of section 52. Section 53 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie, Part 3. The beginning of Bessie's character was a violent one, for she no sooner had the pitiful creature safe in her warm and shabby room than he went entirely to pieces. He began seeing things in her closet, under the bed, and coming through the transom above the door. He saw all manner of strange beasts, even to unicorns, which Bessie knew well enough did not exist, save on the splendid device of the British Empire. Under the stimulus of delirium, the little man developed a superhuman strength, which proved very nearly too much for even the stalwart Bessie. But she succeeded at last in binding him into the great double bed, and after rousing another indignant lady, dwelling in the same house, she secured morphine, which after a time reduced him to a stupor. She managed at last to get an hour's sleep, lying beside him, lest he should awake and become violent again. In the early morning she gave him some hot milk, and when he fell asleep again, she put on her hat and coat and set out through the slush for the pot and pie. There she confronted Winterbottom and told him that she was in need of a holiday. He looked at her with a twinkle in his hard eye and asked, "What, again?" But Bessie denied his suspicion. She had a cousin, she said, who was ill and in need of care. Otherwise, he would be sent to the workhouse, and no cudlip had ever darkened the door of a workhouse. So Mrs. Winterbottom took Bessie's place at the pot and pie until Bessie was able to return. It had long since become an accepted system. End of section 53. Section 54 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie, Part 4. The stranger not only became Bessie's problem, he took on the proportions of a crusade. She tended him carefully, rarely leaving his side save to buy food out of her almost invisible savings, or to come down on the heads of others in the house who disturbed his rest by becoming noisy. She had in a cheap doctor, and with the shrewdness of the poor, she learned from him enough so that it was unnecessary to have him a second time. Her patient, she discovered, was suffering not only from drink, but from starvation. She fed him up in splendid style, and as he progressed toward recovery, she experienced a new emotion. that of pride in the efficacy of her cure. She even thought for a time of giving up her way of life and becoming a nurse. But learning upon investigation that such a change implied complications and a good deal of tiresome training, she abandoned the idea. It was not until the 3rd week that she had learned the name of the stranger. He had been well enough for some time to lie in bed, watching her out of his dark eyes. But Bessie, feeling that it was indelicate to be curious about his name, did not mention the matter. She simply continued to address him as you and referred to him to the others in the house as "im." She stood in awe of him, for her Cockney shrewdness told her that he had come out of a world far above her, of which she knew nothing. The delicate hands, the beautiful accent, the dim, weak face with dark eyes under a high white forehead filled her with a strange pride. This was indeed a rare flower that had fallen into her hands. Even as she lay beside him on the bed, there was nowhere else for her to sleep. She felt that she was committing sacrilege. At length one day he looked at her and said, "My name is Lionel Blunden. What's yours?" She blushed and said, "Bessie Cudlip." It sounded so cheap and commonplace beside the elegance of Lionel Blunden. Lionel, she said to herself, Lionel. That was an elegant name. He began presently to sit up weakly in bed and to take a faint interest in things. End of section 54. Section 55 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie. Part 5. But Bessie soon found that her funds were vanishing. Funds were a thing that never mattered before. There was always the pot and pie, or she could borrow from Tina Bits or get an advance from Winterbottom. But it mattered now. Mr. Blunden was a responsibility. He could not be sent out into the streets, white and ill, shaking with fever. He seemed content with his lot and displayed no inclination to go. So one night, after Mr. Blunden had gone to sleep, she slipped out to the pot and pie dressed in her best clothes. She took up a place in the corner and became the center of interest. The place had not been the same since she left, and now they received her with cheers. The men bought her drinks. Even old Mrs. Crummas was thrown into the shadow by her triumphant return and spent the whole evening neglected in the corner, mumbling and drinking. Tina Bits, standing before her shining tons, grew sarcastic and made bitter inquiries about the stranger whom Bessie had picked from the dustbin. And Bessie, a little flushed and excited by her triumph, retorted that he had turned out to be a gentleman and the cousin of the Duke. But this gave Mrs. Crummas her long-awaited opportunity. From then on, she kept making bitter remarks about the Duchess and Herr Gryce, and won back a little of her prestige. The name stuck to Bessie. Our Bess became Herr Gryce from that day forward. At closing time, Mrs. Crummas led the way with unsteady dignity, followed by one of the others, and at last Bessie left too, accompanied by Airy, who, rumor had it, had just made a killing on the new market. Tina, seeing her go, remarked that it was the first time Bessie had shown any character. At dawn, she returned before Mr. Blunden was awake, and for several days she was in funds. Necessity had made her practical. As Mr. Blunden, as she continued to call him, grew stronger, he appeared also to grow restless. Feeling that he was too proud and of a birth too noble to accept money from her, she left small sums about carelessly when she went out, sometimes on the table, sometimes on a shelf in the closet, as if it were crumbs for birds. Always when she returned, it was gone. By this trick, he was able to buy himself cigarettes and newspapers. He did not return to the pot and pie, and showed no inclination to drink, so she came to the conclusion that his drinking was not a disease, but done deliberately out of despair. Once in a burst of confidence, he confided to her that on the night he had come to the Pot and Pie, he had been contemplating suicide, but that on studying the chilly river, he had decided instead to drink himself to death. He was a simple fellow, she thought, who didn't pretend to be anything he was not. Then one day he asked her timidly if she would do an errand for him. He wanted some books, and he was too ill to go into the city for them himself, so Bessie dressed herself up and made the excursion, bearing a slip of paper on which were written the titles, because she could not possibly have remembered them. They were difficult names which impressed her profoundly, names such as Astaroth and Indo-Persian and Enait. They seemed very rare books, for she was forced to trudge from shop to shop to find them all, and they were very expensive. Later on, she made other trips to buy books until her room had quite the air of a library. Then Mr. Blunden bought ink and pens and paper and went to work. Each day he covered a great many sheets of paper with spidery handwriting, which she attempted without much success to decipher when he was not in the room. But even those portions which she was able to read, and she was none too good at reading and writing, she failed to understand, and she had not the presumption to question him about the whole affair. But all this took money. She had even to buy him new clothes, and so Bessie went more and more frequently to the Pot and Pie, always as a patron, and always only after Mr. Blunden had gone to bed. Always she came in early before he was awake. She was afraid that he would discover the nature of her excursions and forbid them. She took great care not to disturb him on getting into bed, but once or twice she fancied that he was awake when she came in. When he made no reference to her mysterious absences, she decided that she must have been wrong, though she was quite certain that once at least he had opened his eyes and looked at her. She even managed to save up quite a bit of money. Tina Bitz's sarcastic references to Herr Greiss' lack of character grew more and more mild and at length died away altogether. Tina was outdone. But Bessie had a plan that would require all her money. Mr. Blunden had become to her more than a crusade. He was now part of her life. If he seemed tired, she began to worry. If he did not eat, she thought of calling a doctor. She could not imagine her life without him, and when his poor health lingered, she decided that it was the air of Bayswater and that what he needed was a holiday at Brighton. She was fearful that if she mentioned the plan, his pride might cause him to object to it, and so until the day when she had saved enough to swing the excursion in style, she did not speak of it. When at last she summoned up courage to propose it, Blunden accepted it at once as a splendid idea. He would take his books and work in the sea air. But she could not resist having a final triumph at the Pot and Pie, and the night before they departed she went there to let Tina Bitz and Winterbottom and Mrs. Crummis know in the most casual way possible that she and her friend were going to Brighton for a spell. Winterbottom eyed her shrewdly and sadly, suspecting that the moment had come when he was to lose our Bess forever. And after she had gone, Mrs. Crummis remarked acidly through her veil that the next thing they'd be hearing was that Herr Greiss had become one of them swell divorce correspondents. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Louis Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie, Part 6. It was the first time Bessie had ever been outside London, and as she said, it made her feel lost. Even the crowds and the music on the jetty did not help much after she was used to them. They did not make up for the gaiety of the pot and pie, with Tina Bits uttering coarse, bitter comments, and Airy and Alf drinking, and Mrs. Crummus giving freely of her experience of life. Without Mr. Blunden, Bessie would have been miserable, but his presence gave her a purpose, something as it were to steer by. She had to plan the days and watch over his health and see that there wasn't any noise in the lodging-house and buy him cigarettes. Although she had long been Bessie to him, she never presumed to call him anything but Mr. Blunden, and although they shared the same room, there had never been even a suspicion of love-making between them. It was in the second week of the visit that the great meeting occurred. Mr. Blunden, who was working hard at the lodging-house and was a bit exhausted by Bessie's hungry attempts at conversation, suggested that she go and listen to the band concert, and as she always felt restless away from crowds, she took his advice. He would meet her by the fifth light out from the shore on the pier. It was a soft, fine evening, and all Bessie's smoldering hunger for life was fanned into a flame. Indeed, her emotions had so thoroughly gotten the better of her that she began to wish Mr. Blunden wasn't so sickly and that he wasn't such a swell that she was afraid of him. She began to feel deep yearnings for the companionship of the pot and pie. She even wished that Mr. Blunden might miraculously turn out to be Airy or Alf. Lost in this strange mood of depression, she wandered along the pier to the accompaniment of pomp and circumstance. She reached the fifth light and halted, lost in a slough of homesickness, and then someone pinched her, and her spirits skyrocketed once more. Turning, she planned to upbraid her insulter, since it was the conventional thing to do. How dared he do such a thing to a lady? Indeed, she had been acquiring airs lately, through contact with Mr. Blunden's elegance. But when she turned, there was no possible suspect in sight but a kindly-looking old gentleman in black, who wore a black Homburg hat and carried a black umbrella. He looked a little, she thought, like a parson. Thinking that the pinch must have been administered by some mischievous person who vanished in the crowd, she turned back to her reverie. Being pinched was not a new experience for Bessie. Her plumpness made her a tempting subject, and she had developed a technique for dealing with the situation. Barely had her spirits fallen, leaving her to brood over the sea, than the pinch was repeated. Again she turned sharply, and this time there could be no mistake. It was the kindly old gentleman in the Homburg hat who had pinched her. She gave him an indignant glance, but not so indignant as would have been if Alf and Airy had been nearer than Bayswater. He lifted his hat calmly and said, "Good evening, ma'am. It's a fine evening." Her instinct told her at once that this was not a gentleman of Mr. Blunden's elegance. His clothes were rich, but his manner and spirit were those which she understood. "I've seen finer," she replied with some tartness, resolved not to give in too easily. He was really a fine-looking old gentleman, about 70, she thought, with a fine ruddy face and a chin beard that was white and cut short and round. On his black waistcoat glittered a massive gold watch chain. He had bland, round blue eyes and an air of good humor. He asked her if she was alone. "Not exactly," said Bessie. "I'm waiting for a friend." Would she mind if he chatted a bit until her friend came? No, she said, but she'd have to stay there by the fifth light because that was where she was going to meet her friend. "Nice music," he said. "Yes, nice music. I've always liked pomp and circumstance. It's like the British Empire." "You must be musical," she suggested. "I like music. I'm from London," she said wistfully. "I came down here for the air, and I ran into my friend." The mention of London appeared to make the old gentleman a bit bolder. "Maybe I'd better tell you my name, so you can introduce me when she comes along." "It's a he," said Bessie, and then, noticing the old gentleman's alarm, added, "But it's all right. We're only friends." "Oh," said her companion. "Well, my name's Winnery, Horace J. Winnery." "And mine's Cudlip, Bessie Cudlip." Horace J. Winnery, she thought, was a beautiful name, like Lionel Blunden, only it didn't fill her with awe. It made her feel quite at home. The band blared into a potpourri from Faust, and Mr. Blunden came into sight through the crowd. He was peering to the right and to the left with his nearsighted eyes. Bessie, being in a realistic mood, could not help thinking that her new acquaintance, even at his age, was more of a man. "There's my friend now," said Bessie, and Mr. Winnery, with a glance at Mr. Blunden, looked relieved of some secret anxiety. She introduced them, and Mr. Winnery was very cordial, but Mr. Blunden seemed absent-minded and concerned with his own thoughts. But she was proud of him and hoped that his accent had impressed Mr. Winnery. It would show him what sort she was. "Let's go and have some ale," said old Mr. Winnery, and so they went and sat in the pavilion and drank together. It seemed to cheer Mr. Blunden. It was the first time he had had a drop since Christmas Eve. Mr. Winnery, who wanted clearly to be friendly, relaxed a great deal more and began telling them the story of his life in a voice loud enough to compete with the soldiers' chorus. He was in Brighton, he said, for a spell, and he didn't think much of Brighton. Frankly, it was getting on his nerves. In his opinion, it was a poor place. London for him, every time. He was lonely. It was funny, but he'd been hoping he'd run into some young people. He was a bit of a gay dog himself and didn't feel a day over 30. He'd lost his wife some months ago. That was why he was wearing black clothes. He didn't like black clothes, but you had to wear them. Not that she wasn't a good sort. He'd been married to her for 40 years, and when you'd had somebody about 40 years, you missed them when they were gone. Would they have another drink? Yes, it was a hot night. He was thirsty on hot nights. He was a ship's chandler, and a good business it was, too. He'd made a lot of money at it, and now he was trying to enjoy himself, but he couldn't do it alone. Not alone. You'd have to have somebody to enjoy things with. At this point, the band swept gaily into a potpourri from Cavalleria Rusticana, and Mr. Blunden dropped into a quiet slumber. Like most drunks, thought Bessie, he's got a weak head. It ain't that he drinks so much. She considered his behavior a proper breach of manners, but she hadn't the courage to disturb him. Mr. Winnery was still shouting above Mosconi's best effort. Maybe if they weren't too busy, they'd spend a little time with him. It would be his treat. He had plenty of money. Bessie said Mr. Blunden was working in the daytime, but that she had nothing to do. He was writing a book, she explained impressively. "Ah," breathed Mr. Winnery, impressed. "A book? What kind of book?" "I don't know," said Bessie. "It's just a book." The band stopped playing and began putting its brass instruments to bed in green baize. Bessie thought it was time for them all to go home and awakened Mr. Blunden. Together, the three of them walked to the end of the pier. She noticed that Mr. Blunden was a little unsteady. On the promenade, Mr. Winnery bade them a polite good night. Perhaps, he suggested, we might meet in the morning, say 10 o'clock. Mr. Blunden offered no objections. He did not even seem to hear. "All right," said Bessie. End of section 56. Section 57 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie, Part 7. Bessie liked the old gentleman. He was, she told herself, one of her sort, out for a good time. All the black clothes and Homburg hats and black umbrellas in the world could not dampen the twinkle in his blue eyes or the healthy pink in his cheeks. When he was young, she speculated, he must have been a wild 'un. She was growing a little bored with Mr. Blunden's quiet way of living. Bessie was one who could not do without her fun. She met old Mr. Winnery the following day. She even arrived at the rendezvous a little before the hour agreed upon. It was the wedding of twin spirits. They walked the promenade together and rode in donkey carts, and went to the cinema and drank ale in large quantities. Both, unlike Mr. Blunden, were blessed with hard heads. They had lunch in the showiest hotels and restaurants, such places as Bessie had never before dreamed of entering. Indeed, Bessie began to think that she was cut out for a grand life. Mr. Winnery was never awkward in such places. He had an assurance beside which the elegant Mr. Blunden seemed a cringing creature. Mr. Winnery could buy anything he wanted, and going about with such a gentleman was a new experience for Bessie. He bought her trinkets, a barrette set with brilliants for her taffy-colored hair, a spotted veil which she admired, and which gave her a fast look. She kept thinking, "I wish that Tina Bitts could see me now." She squealed with delight in shooting galleries and places where she garnered gaudy vases and trinkets by throwing hoops over them. She and Mr. Winnery came to think Brighton the gayest place in the world. Meanwhile, Mr. Blunden worked uninterrupted in the daytime and accompanied them at night to the band concerts. Sometimes he drank a little too much, and Bessie was forced to steer him home. It was all very gay, and everyone was happy, until one day Bessie, who seldom thought of such things, looked in the old stocking where she kept her money and found that there remained only £3 and 10 shillings. The paradise of Brighton was at an end unless she found an Alf or an Airy, and that, she told herself, was difficult with Mr. Blunden on one side and Mr. Winnery on the other taking up all her time. Mr. Winnery might have been an aid, but he, like Mr. Blunden, showed no interest in love-making. That is, if you discounted an occasional furtive pinch or shady joke. There seemed to be no way out but to bid old Mr. Winnery a sorrowful farewell, and conduct Mr. Blunden, whose health seemed much improved, back to Bayswater where she knew her ground. The next morning, while she and Mr. Winnery were drinking together, she told him that her visit was at an end, and old Mr. Winnery very nearly caused her to faint by asking her to marry him. She did not accept at once, for she had, of course, to consider Mr. Blunden. She could not turn him out abruptly into the world to fall back into poverty and drunkenness. Besides, she would miss him. He would leave a hole in her life. So she told Mr. Winnery the whole story out and out, even to the fact that although they had long shared a room, there was nothing between them. She gave it as her opinion that Mr. Blunden was too sickly to be interested in such things. She told the story regretfully, feeling that she was driving the last nail into the coffin of her adventure with Mr. Winnery. But Mr. Winnery proved himself a gentleman in every sense of the word. He believed the story he told her, moved perhaps by the certainty that Bessie was too guileless to have invented such a tale. Her generosity, he said, made him care for her all the more deeply. As to Mr. Blunden, he could go on in his present state until he was well enough to fight his own battles in the world. Mr. Winnery would pay the expenses. Oh yes, it would be a pleasure. He had plenty of money, and in that way they could be married at once. He implied a little sadly that he probably hadn't long to live, and now that he'd found a companion that enjoyed life the way he did, he didn't want to waste any time. He told her about his house in Bloomsbury, his Victoria and his brougham, and his horses and his business. They would travel, he said. He'd always wanted to travel and find out about the world, but never had been able to get away from the docks. And Amanda, that was his late wife, had always made such a fuss when traveling. She said she would speak to Mr. Blunden. She couldn't say yes or no until she found out how he took it. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie Part 8. When she regained the lodging house, she found the room in disorder. The books were mostly lying on the floor, and Mr. Blunden's precious manuscript was scattered from one end of the room to the other. There was an ominous scent of brandy in the air. At first she did not see Mr. Blunden. It was only after she had set about putting the room in order that she discovered him. He was lying half in, half out of the closet, entirely hidden by the open door. Only his feet were in view, and he was dead to the world. She thought it was that first drink at the pavilion. It got him started again. After she had lifted him into the bed, she picked up the books. No, she could not marry Mr. Winnery and desert poor Mr. Blunden to drink himself to death. It was like turning a puppy out into the cold. Still, maybe she owed it to herself to be hard-hearted and forget him. She couldn't go on forever. Then, as she was sorting the numbered sheets of illegible manuscript, she found among them a bit of paper that did not belong there. It was a sheet of mauve paper, and there was a purple coronet in the corner, and under it was printed Narkworth Abbey, Middlebox, Surrey. The letter began, "My dear cousin Lionel," and was written in the crabbed and trembling hand of an aged person. Bessie began to feel a little sick, but curiosity pressed her, and she read on. "I have taken up your case with your cousin the Duke, but he is unwilling to do anything. He remains firm in his belief that you have disgraced the family and the name of Blunden not once but many times, and that you have been at all times stubborn and unregenerate. I believe I am quoting his own words correctly. I have done my best to soften him, but as you know, he is a hard man. The Blundens are always hard. I have disobeyed him in writing you. He forbade any communication whatever unless, of course, you are willing to go to Africa or Australia. You know he is extremely close and allows me barely enough money to run the two houses, the one here and the one at Prince's Gate. Therefore, I am able to spare you only the small amount enclosed. The check, thought Bessie, which he had spent in getting drunk. I am glad to hear that your health is better and that you are working. I hope you will continue in the same condition, living quietly and respectably, and that your health will not again be affected. I have never been to Brighton, but hear that the air is good except for those who have livers. I am with best wishes, your Aunt Letitia, Duchess of Narkworth." For the only time in her life, Bessie felt faint. She sat down and read the letter through a second time. So the lie she told Tina Bits had turned out to be true. Mr. Blunden was the cousin of a duke. She felt suddenly dizzy, and to steady herself took a drink of what remained in Mr. Blunden's bottle. Then she stared for a time at the frail, small figure sleeping on the bed with its mouth open. She thought of Mr. Winnery asking her to marry him. It ain't true, she told herself. It's like any blooming nightmare. It was like something she had made up. It was like a cinema. That little thing on the bed was the cousin of a duke. Overcome with emotion, she began to blubber. No, she couldn't turn Mr. Blunden out into the cold. Not him, cousin of a duke. He wasn't made to get on in the world. Somebody would have to look after him. Well, she'd explained to Mr. Winnery how she couldn't desert Mr. Blunden. End of section 58. Section 59 of The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. The Strange Case of Miss Annie Spragg by Bromfield. The End of Aunt Bessie. Part 9. But when Mr. Winnery set his mind on a thing, he got it, so the unfortunate collapse of Mr. Blunden made no difference. When Mr. Blunden had recovered a little, the three of them went back to London, not only to Bayswater this time, but to Bloomsbury, where Mr. Blunden was put in lodgings near enough at hand so that Bessie might keep an eye on him. Bessie herself, with newfound airs acquired from Mr. Winnery at Brighton, went to a temperance hotel. She objected to this, and it was only later that she understood the subtlety of this move of Mr. Winnery. It had never occurred to her that Mr. Winnery had any relatives. He had always seemed to her a gift from God, sent to destroy the fit of misery which had seized her that night by the fifth light on the Brighton pier. It was only when Mr. Winnery announced the bans that the relatives came suddenly to light. Filled with fury and indignation, there appeared two pious and rather dreary maiden sisters older than Mr. Winnery, who lived at Scarborough on his largesse, and an orphan nephew who lived in Italy. The two sisters made the first move by telegraphing in distress to the nephew, who came all the way from Italy to London. The interview took place in the common sitting room of the Temperance Hotel, and Bessie acquitted herself with dignity. The nephew, Mr. Winnery of Brno, was smallish, about 40, with a bald spot and an air of condescension toward his uncle. It appeared from his insinuations that he was a superior, cultivated, and literary figure. Bessie, who had only one standard in judging gentlemen, thought him rather a poor thing. He had been educated at Oxford by old Mr. Winnery, and had an accent a little like Mr. Blunden, a fact that helped to put Bessie at her ease, since instead of awing her it now seemed quite familiar. She put on an air of style, taking care to point out that it was old Mr. Winnery who wanted the marriage and not herself. In fact, he had insisted upon marrying her, despite the fact that she herself had raised many objections. She knew, she said, that she could make him happy in his declining years. They had already discovered that. Although she had developed a great deal of character since she left the pot and pie, she was not to be tempted by promises of money to be paid after the two sisters and Mr. Winnery of Brno had come into the old gentleman's estate. The idea, indeed, made her indignant. She pointed out that she was a friend of Mr. Winnery and not of his money, and that she would have married him just the same if he hadn't had a penny, which was quite true. She felt in his debt for the good time at Brighton, and she was one of the few whose happiness is scarcely affected by money. There was nothing to be done, and in the end, the Italian Mr. Winnery went back gloomily to Italy, and the spinster sisters returned to Scarborough to tell day after day the story of how their respectable brother had been kidnapped by a cheap woman young enough to be his granddaughter. End of section 59.